Age of Elves-My Ninja Frog Can Ninjutsu Chapter 301-350. Chapter 301 _ Feel the change in yourself. What's wrong with the buns? The armor you give to the arrogant is stronger than mine in terms of strength, defense and speed. After listening to Manto's words, Buff laughed out loud. Your guy, you want to be mad with all your heart, but didn't you feel the change in yourself at the beginning? Buff looked at Manto and said with a smile, in the past, you were on a par with Zan's strength. Now, in terms of strength, he is no longer your opponent. As for speed and defense, if your armor does not give you a boost, how can you keep up with the insolent attack rhythm? At this time, Buff began to say seriously, the reason why you can't fight arrogance is because of your martial arts skills, you are not as good as him. After listening to Buff's words, Manto suddenly realized that his strength, speed and defense had improved. That I didn't feel it because I was fighting against the arrogance who also improved these things. And being arrogant in martial arts is indeed better than himself. It used to be like this, Sejong Kwang always used this to bully himself, but because there was a stone beside him to help, it was Zhang Kwang who was finally beaten. Wow, I understand. In the past few days with General Wang Jian, the opponents we encountered did not understand the strength of our two brothers. When they knew, they were already killed by us. At this time, Manto glanced at Zhang Kwang and continued, until now we meet an opponent who understands the strength of our brothers and has a strong strength, and our hot spots will be leaked. Well, yes, it seems that you have already noticed that you used to rely on strength and defense to attack your opponents. At this time, Buff looked at everyone and continued, but once you encounter opponents who specialize in restraining power and defense, you will become very passive. Everyone nodded, understanding what Buff meant. So the two of you, Manto and Shishi, will follow General Fangjung to learn his martial arts in the future. No, this subordinate understands. This is something that Buff and General Fang are discussing in advance, and let General Fangjung teach steamed bread and stone martial arts. Ha ha ha, Zhang Fangjung, you have accepted an apprentice. What apprentices are not apprentices, everyone is brothers, and they are just learning from each other. Zhang Fangjung, you teach them martial arts today, and you are their master. Although you don't need to be a master and an apprentice, they must have you as a master in their hearts. Shi Chong, don't worry. Our two brothers will definitely respect General Fangjung as a master. Well, learn from General Fangjung, and you will definitely become stronger. In the future, our enemies will become stronger and stronger, and we must continue to become stronger. No. Ha ha ha, Manto, since you are Zheng's apprentice, then I am Zhang Fangjung's brother, so why didn't you call out your uncle? Manto turned his head, looked at the stone and said, Stone, the arrogant boy is a little tight. Hey, you're right, you really helped him sort it out. Manto and Shido looked at Zhang Kwang with wicked smiles on their faces, and walked towards him slowly. The arrogant face suddenly changed, and brothers Kanto and Shido came towards him with malicious intentions. Hey, it's called 2-on-1, bullying. How unfair. We just want to teach you a lesson, we don't want to compete with you. Yeah, besides, you didn't mean to test. What is the defense limit of the armor that the duration gives you? Let's help you. At this time, Zhang Kwang slowly stepped back, and then looked at Gongya and Qi Ying next to him. Gongya, Qi Ying, come and help me. At this time, Gongya and Qi Ying looked at each other, and then said with a smile, that we too have to investigate the enemy's situation and prepare for the siege of the city tomorrow, so let's go first. Then Gongya and Qi Ying ignored Zhang Kwang's cry and ran out quickly. Zhang Kwang saw Gongya, Qi Ying ran his left eye and saw Bufu. Bufu also lowered his head and smiled, and then walked out. It's so long, hey. Don't go. Now there are only steamed buns left in the hall. Brother Stone, Zhang Kwang himself and General Fang are watching. Zhang Fangjung, come and help me. You two apprentices are going to join forces to bully me, you can't stand by. Well, you're right, I can't just stand idly by here. Manto, Stone, you can't fight for nothing today, you have to show me your true strength. In this way, I can teach students according to their aptitude and decide what moves to teach you. Quote. Ah. No, master. Zhang Kuang opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Zhang Fengzheng not only, not helping himself, but also letting the brothers Manto and Shido go all out, he really fell into the pit this time. Hey, you, the two of you don't come here again. Don't slap your face, oh my ass. Zhang Kuang was ruthlessly repaired. In the end, Feng Zheng was still spoken, and Manto and Shido let him go. Feng Zheng was helped back on the bed. Oh, take it easy, I said, Zhang Fengzheng, you are too unscrupulous, and you don't care. Have you ever seen a master helping others bully his apprentice? My life, why do you recognize the two brothers as apprentices at this time? Hee, just accept your fate. Bufu is very lively here, but Wang Jian is very tragic here. Although Wang Jian and the others had already reached the capital of Yan, they were met with frantic resistance, and there were no Manto and Stone brothers and Shiba Ping'anqi. There is no indestructible defense, so it is somewhat difficult to fight against the Yan army. Only then did all the soldiers discover how many attacks Manto, Shido, and the 18 Ping'an riders had endured for them. But there is no way to do it now, but the capital of Yan has finally been conquered, although the king of Yan's army is still there, madly resisting, fighting the trapped beasts. Will be a matter of time before they break the capital of Yan and catch King Yan of Yan. Although there is a little difficulty now, it still cannot change this fact. At this time, Yan Wangxi was commanding all his subordinates to desperately resist the Qin army's attack. King Yan, we can't resist for too long, let's retreat. Where else can we retreat? Yandu is our last city. King Yan, King Qi has always been on good terms with you, let's go to him. Now that King Yan is desperate, and he has lost his former vigor, he heard the words of his subordinates. He began to hesitate, and indeed the only way out now is to go to King Qi. Chapter 302-Flee to Qi. Okay, inform the guards that we will retreat in the direction of Qi. No. Following Yan Wangxi's retreat, Wang Jian led the army into the capital of Yan smoothly. But although he entered the capital of Yan, King Yan had already escaped, and Prince Dan of Yan disappeared. Although the capture of Yandu was a great achievement, it was still not perfect for not capturing Yan Wangxi and Yan Prince Dan. Wang Jian was also wondering, this Yan Wangxi fled to the state of Qi, but this Yan Prince Dan was definitely caught by the Qin prince, and he wanted to see people and dead bodies. But now that Yan Prince Dan was missing, Wang Jian also felt a headache. At this time, Yan Tazi Dan, who gave Wang Jian a headache, is now fighting against Buff in Wuzhong County. When Yan Wangxi knew that Wuji County was attacked by the Qin army, he was also shocked, but all the troops and horses were in the lower capital. At this time, Yan Wangxi had no choice but to let Yan Prince Dan lead all his imperial guards to Wuzhong County, where he was currently fighting against Bufu and the others. Hold it up, you bastards, rush up to me. Seeing that the city gate was breached, Prince Yan's Dan rage jumped like thunder, and he shouted angrily. But things were not as he thought. The army of the Qin kingdom poured into Wuji County like a tide. Zhang Kuang, Manto and Shido brothers, rushing to the front, no one can stop them from charging. The soldiers of the state of Yan could not get close to them at all. At this time, Prince Yan and his generals came to Zhang Kuang and the others. The dog thief of Qin country dares to invade my country of Dai'an. Today, this prince wants your dog's life. Zhang Kuang and Manto Stone Gift attacked forward, but were suddenly stopped by shouts and stopped there. Who are you standing here so rampant? At this time, Prince Yan took a few steps forward on the horse, and then said loudly, Humph. I am the Prince Yan who sent Jing Ke to stab Qin. Ah, you are Prince Yan, how come you are here when you are not in Yandu? Just stop talking nonsense like that and pretending to be Prince Yan Dan to bluff people. Ha ha ha, you blind Qin thieves don't even know me. If it wasn't for Jing Kei's uselessness and the success of assassinating King Qin, you would still dare to be mad here. At this time, Prince Yan looked very angry. There, he said angrily, I was caught in Qin state as a proton for many years, and I have been living a life inferior to pigs and dogs. I never thought I would be able to return to Yan state in my lifetime. I must take revenge. The last sentence of revenge was made by Prince Yan. Sanwang and Brother Manto looked at each other, then looked at Prince Yan seriously. Although you are really Prince Yan, since we have met you today, when you get there, you can't even think about escaping back. Yeah, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Bah, Thief Qin, just because you want to catch me and see if I won't kill you. After he finished speaking, he raised his spear and stabbed at Zhang Kuang, perhaps because he was caught, he was a proton, he was treated inhumanly, and he wanted revenge. Yan Taiziden seems to have improved in martial arts, and his marksmanship is still good. Fighting against Zhang Kuang, he did not lose in the slightest. Of course, Zhang Kuang did not go all out. He felt that Prince Yan was actually quite pitiful. So he wanted to catch him alive, but he didn't want to kill him, but Prince Yan didn't know about it, thinking that arrogant kung fu was just like that. So he quickened his speed again and came up with his own trick. This is what he learned from his master on purpose. At this time, I saw that his marksmanship brought out many phantoms, stabbing the arrogance there, and the arrogance on the phantom guns could not tell which was true and which was false. Could only protect his face and chest with an axe, but when Prince Yan saw that he was protecting his face and chest, the tip of the spear pressed down and stabbed him in the abdomen. With a bang, the spear stabbed the armor and was blocked by the armor, and Yan Taiziden was shocked. He had used all his strength with this shot, but he didn't even pierce the opponent's armor. It was incredible, he couldn't believe it was true. So he retracted his spear and thrust it forward again. Still the same position, it's still the same result. Damn, what kind of armor are you so hard? Ha ha ha, Prince Yan, how could you pierce your grandfather's armor so easily? Zhang Kuang mocked Yan Taiziden there. If you want to break through Grandpa's armor, you need to practice for another 10 or 8 years. Ha ha ha. Crazy, look at the gun. Knowing that he couldn't pierce the insolent belly armor, Yan Taiziden changed his routine and started attacking his face and neck, where there was no armor covered. Zhang Kuang was frequently defending there. Although the giant axe was huge, it looked very light in his hands. Flying up and down blocked Yan Taiziden's spear. Yan Taiziden was very anxious when he saw this scene, but the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, and the young and vigorous Yan Taiziden still did not give up the attack and ran away. Seeing that the time had come, the rhythm of Yan Taiziden's attack was also chaotic. Dodging the moment when the spear was stabbed, the big axe shot out horizontally, directly hitting Prince Yan's chest. Prince Yan's Dan vomited blood and flew out. Falling into a coma under the horse, Zhang Kuang pulled his horse forward and came to Prince Dan's side, leaned over and grabbed his body and placed it on the horse's back. Kill! Roared loudly, scaring the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom who were just about to rescue Yan Taiziden to retreat. The Dakan soldiers have already captured most of the Wuji County, and they will soon be able to take all the Wuji County. Buff rode the red rabbit horse and followed the soldiers, leading Gongya and Qi Ying into the city slowly. Looking at this huge Wuji County, there is a fire now, and there are corpses everywhere. Buff also felt quite emotional in his heart. In the midst of war, how can there be peace? Only the unified 6 countries can truly bring peace. Bu Yufu secretly made up his mind that the war must be quelled, and the people of Qin would be able to live and work in peace and contentment. At this time, Zhang Kuang came to his side, and then looked at Buff with a smile and said, Shichong, I caught a big fish today. Guess who it is? Buff glanced at the young man on the back of the arrogant horse, and saw that his armor was very gorgeous, and he didn't look like an ordinary general. Before Buff could speak, Gongya next to him said impatiently, Zhang Kuang, don't be a jerk, tell me who he is. Ha ha ha, he is the one we want to catch day and night. The arrogant words made Qi Ying and Gongya stunned for a moment. Qi Ying took another look at the young man on the horse's back. Hey, this person seems to be Prince Yan of Yan Kingdom. Chapter 303 True or False? What? This time, Buff was also surprised. He never dreamed of catching Prince Yan here. That's right, Qi Ying, you have eyesight, he is Prince Yan of Yan Kingdom, it's a fake. Insolent. How could this Prince Yan be here? Yeah, he shouldn't be in Yandu, he should be fighting with General Wang Jian and the others at this moment. Why did he come to us? Haha, I don't understand why he came here, but as soon as he came up, he said that he was Prince Yan and wanted to kill me. At this time, Zhang Huangzong took a few steps forward and came to Buff's side. Wow, I still don't know if this Yan Crown Prince Dan is true or false, so I didn't kill him, but caught the victim. Yeah, you are so arrogant. If he is really Prince Yan, you have done a great job. King Qin will reward you well. Ha ha ha, Shi Chong, it's not uncommon for me to have a chapter. Then, as long as I can stay by Shi Cheng's side, I don't want anything from King Qin's award. Whoops. Qi Ying, take a look, I haven't seen Zhuang for a few days, and I am starting to become flattering. Fuck you, Gongya dares to say that such a long ass is a flattery, you are not small. Hey, insolent, don't talk nonsense there, I didn't say that a long ass is a flattery. You said it just now, isn't it Qi Ying? Oh, I said you two don't get together and fight, so let's hear how Shi Chong arranged it. Zhang Huang presses him down first, and he must be strictly guarded. Don't let him run away. After this battle is over, I will arrange it myself. No. Let's go. It looks like it's almost the same. When there are steamed buns ahead, the brothers can handle it with Fang Zheng. Let's go to the city lord's mansion. No. The few people beat their horses and walked towards the city lord's mansion. At this time, the city lord's mansion had been occupied by the Qin army and was swept out by the soldiers, waiting for the arrival of Bufu and the others. Ha ha ha, it's too easy to break through Wuding County. It's over before I'm addicted to it. At this time, the sound of steamed buns and stones came from outside. I saw the two of them walked in with great interest. I said, why are you two so slow? We've been here for a long time, and it's over on your side. Sigh, don't mention it, those guys knew that they didn't have to fight if they ran away, so we chased us far away, but we still ran away a little. I said that there is no one powerful person in Wuji County. I have never been addicted to Shishi. Ha ha ha, all the powerful characters have been brought to the end by Shi Chong, how can there be any more powerful characters in Wuji County? Oh, Shi Chong, you can leave us one anyway. Don't worry, in the future, you will be forced to fight, and in the future you will face the strongest opponent among the 6 countries. Buff was there watching the crowd with piercing eyes. At that time, I'm afraid that your strength is strong. You must know that there are people in this world, there are no people who are too strong, and there are many people who are really powerful. Ah, General, is it even me? You are quite special in Yan Kingdom. Hey. When did you come back, Fang Zheng? Just when Manto was complaining that the opponent was too weak. How is it that Wuji County has been completely occupied now? Well, at the beginning, there were still a small number of soldiers resisting, and after they were surrendered, they were honest. At this time, Zhang Fengzheng looked at Buff and said, General, there are still some fish that slipped through the net. Do you want me to chase them now? No need, the big fish has been caught, let those shrimps go. Big fish. Zhang Fengzheng didn't know that Zhang Huang had captured Yan Taiziden, so he didn't understand Buff's words. Yeah, but this big fish needs you to identify it. Oh, who is it? Zhang Huang dragged Fengzheng and walked towards the backyard of the city lord's mansion, in a room that was being held by heavy soldiers. In a coma, and when Fengzheng entered the room, he was stunned when he saw Prince Yan lying on the bed. Why is he here? Is he Prince Yan Dan? Yes, can't be wrong. Okay, let's go back and tell Shi Chong, go back and talk about it. Good. Fang Zheng took another look at Prince Yan's appearance, made sure that he was not mistaken, and returned to the hall with Zhang Kuang. It's very long. Zhang Fengzheng has already determined that. It is the Prince Dan of Renyan. Buff nodded, and then said with a slight smile, it seems that God helped me. This Prince of Yan, Dan Wangzhan, was not caught there, but came to me and was caught by me. Ha ha ha, yeah, I really can't figure out why he's here. Sir, do you want to take him back to the King of Qin? Gong Ya's question made Buff also ponder, and everyone remained silent, waiting for Buff's decision. He said that Buff raised his head and looked at Zhang Fengzheng. If you feel inconvenient, you can avoid this matter. General, I won't have any more. Those childish thoughts, please rest assured, General. Buff looked at Zhang Fengzheng and nodded. At this time, he turned to look at Brother Manto and Shido, and then said with a smile, it looks like you two have to go. How long? Do you want the two of us to press Yan Prince Dan back to Chindu and send it to King Qin? Buff shook his head, and then said, I asked you two to escort Yan Tazidan to General Wang Jian, and hand him over to General Wang Jian. What? Everyone showed a surprised expression. The decision to leave work was too unexpected for them, and no one thought it would be such a result. Zhang Kuang was the first to say, Shi Chong, why do we send Yan Tazidan to General Wang Jian? Yes, General, it should be a great credit for catching Yan Prince Dan. That's right. Before, we delayed the time and deliberately didn't attack Wuji County. We asked General Wang Jian and the others to attack Yandu and capture Prince Dan, and give them all the credit. This is a wild mood, a little excited. But now Crown Prince Dan has come to the door, it's time to empty, we have to send it to them. How long? I really don't understand. Manto was about to go up to speak, but was dragged down by the stone. Buff looked at the excited expressions of everyone and smiled. Don't be fascinated by the small merits and profits in front of you. We will personally escort Yan Taizidin to the Qin capital and hand it over to the King of Qin. How much reward and how much envy will we get? Do you know? Chapter 304 Buff's explanation. Buff had already guessed the reaction of the crowd before saying this. So he calmly explained to everyone. Our purpose is not for a little credit, you are very clear about what we want, but now if we escort Yan Taizidin to the King of Qin with our own hands, it will become the target of public criticism, and it will be a target for our future development. It's very unfavorable. Buff continued. Our current army is only more than 100,000 people, and there are only 6 or 7 cities. If we are besieged, it will be more fortunate and less fortunate. At this time, Buff looked at the crowd and stopped talking. He knew that these things still needed them to understand slowly. How long? I understand. The general is far-sighted, and I am ashamed of myself. Everyone said that they had understood Buff's idea. Well, it's good for you to understand. You are all my confidants, so if you don't understand something, I will explain it to you. At this time, the peak of Buff's words changed. I will explain some things to you, but sometimes the orders I give, whether you understand them or not, must be obeyed and cannot be disobeyed. Can you do it? When the Buff said such words, everyone suddenly became nervous, bowed their heads solemnly and said, what a long word, this subordinate will absolutely obey. Well, very good. Brother Manto and Shido, both of you, bring someone to escort Prince Yan to General Wang Jian's place. No. Others have a good rest tonight, and hold a celebration feast when Brother Manto and Shido come back. I will celebrate for you all. Thank you so much. After everyone left, Buff went back to his room, and there was a knock on the door just as he sat down. Who? Wow, it's us. Buff heard it from the sound. It was the raw sounds of steamed buns and stones, and after a little thought, he knew their purpose. After letting them in, Buff looked at them with a smile and said, why don't you two escort Yan Taizidin to General Wang Jian's place and run to my place? At this time, Shido and Manto knelt on one knee in front of Buff. What are you doing? Our brothers all understand what Cheng's thoughts are. This time, Chang asked our brothers to send Prince Yandan to General Wang Jian to each other, just to ask our brothers to return the favor of General Wang Jian. Yeah, Shi Chang, you are doing this for the debts our brothers owed before. Shi Chang is so kind to us. Buff looked at Stone and Manto, and then stood to help them up. Shido, you are still as careful as before. I told you all these things. Listening to Buff's question, he nodded, and then looked at the stone. Ha ha ha, the steamed buns are still real. At this time, Shi looked at Buff and said, the superior always considers us so thoughtfully, it really makes our brothers feel ashamed. Hey, you think too much about Shi. Yes, asking your brothers to escort Yantazi Dan does have the meaning of letting you repay your favor. At this time Buff's expression began to change, serious. But this is just a matter of the way. Even if there is no matter with you, I will send Prince Yan to General Wang Jian. You two have understood what I said before. The main reason. This. So you really don't have to take it too seriously. Since we are going to give him to General Wang Jian no matter what, why don't we take this opportunity to let you repay him a favor? Very long. Stone wanted to say something else but Buff stopped him by reaching out his hand. Stone, Manto, let me ask you, if we become enemies with General Wang Jian in the future, will the favors you owe will make you show mercy to him? When Shido and Manto heard Buff's question, their faces froze. They never thought that such a thing would happen. So there was no answer to Buff for a while. They looked at each other and then at Buff. Wow, we're all subjects of the Qin country. Will there be a day when we can kill each other? Manto looked at Buff and asked carefully. His eyes were full of confusion and doubts. Although the stone is the same, but he did not speak, but lowered his head and thought, who can predict the future, but if there is a day, what will you do? At this time, the stone raised his head to look at Buff, and said firmly, the enemy of Shicheng is our enemy, no matter who he is. But Shido, General Wang Jian has always been kind to us. Besides, we are all Qin people, how could it be? Bantu, shut up, don't say any more. Remember in the future, the enemy of Shicheng is our enemy, no matter who he is, do you know? Was the first time for Manto to see such a fire in Stone hair. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he absolutely trusted his brother, and he also absolutely believed that Buff Manto was such a person. He could not understand the whole story, but as long as the person he trusts most asks him to do it, he will do it without hesitation. Okay, I know, Shicheng's enemy is our enemy. Even if it is General Wang Jian, who will be our enemy in the future, as long as Shicheng orders, he will fight against him without hesitation. Buff looked at the attitude of Shishi and Manto, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you are right, I know you still don't understand, but you will always understand one day in the future, but I can assure you that it will never hurt you. Shicheng treats us like family, we absolutely believe in Shicheng. Okay, let's go. This Yan Crown Prince Dan is in our hands. It doesn't have much effect, but for Wang Jian and the others, it is indeed more important than capturing Yandu. At this time, Buff looked at Shishi and Manto with a smile and said, you gave him the great credit for him and solved one of his biggest problems, and the kindness you gave to you before should be almost the same. No, my subordinates know, Shicheng thought so thoroughly for us. Hurry up and come back. I'm here waiting for you to come back and hold a celebration banquet together. No. After Shido and Manto left Buff, they led someone to escort Yantazi Dan, who was still in a coma, on the road. At this time, Fengzheng and Zhang Kuang are still drinking and chatting there. Come on, Zhang Fengzheng, I'll accompany you to have a good drink today and have a good rest when you get drunk. The general hasn't held a celebration party yet, so it doesn't look good for us to be drunk here. When did you become? You were so awkward back then. Where did the county magistrate's flamboyant General Fengzheng go? Chapter 305_Brothers. Chapter 305 The arrogant words of the good brother suddenly touched Zhang Fengzheng's heart. He stared at Zhang Kuang stubbornly, and then said angrily, the general of Yangle County, Fengzheng, is dead, and now standing in front of you is the general's subordinate, Fang Zheng. When Zhang Kuang heard Zhang Fengzheng say this, he was stunned for a moment, then rushed over and hugged Zhang Fengzheng. Hey, what are you doing? It's nothing, you will be my arrogant good brother from now on. If anyone wants to touch you, they will first step on my arrogant corpse. Serious expression and sincere words. He didn't understand why Zhang Kuang said, "Is there something you want to tell me today? Why do you feel different?" General Fengzheng, I know that you must be in a bad mood when you see the Yan kingdom perishing, but don't worry, there are brothers here to accompany you, everything is not a problem. Zhang Fengzheng finally understood the meaning of Zhang Kuang coming here to accompany him to drink, and when he met a person as rough as Zhang Kuang, he could actually think of his own mood, and Zhang Fengzheng was also moved. I said why you are so good today, and you came to drink with me, so you were worried about this. It's not something to worry about, it's just that I'm not happy. If you're in a bad mood, you must have to drink. It's boring to drink by yourself. Of course, you need someone to accompany you, and then I'll come. Zhang Fengzheng saw Zhang Kuang clumsily speaking comforting words there. Ha ha ha, well, since my brother is in such a mood, let's have a good drink with me today, but don't run away after drinking half of it. Ha ha ha, look what you said, I'm not your opponent in a fight, and you may not be able to drink. Come on, you won't go home if you don't get drunk today. Good. Why don't you drink with us? That's right, you two guys are secretly drinking here. At this time, Gongya and Qi Ying came here, and came to Zhang Fengzheng and Zhang Kuang's side. Why are you here? Hey, Zhang Kuang, what are you talking about? You are allowed to come and drink with General Fengzheng, but we can't do it. Zhang Fengzheng and I are talking and drinking here. You two are going to join in the fun and go back to sleep. Hey, Gongya and I really won't leave, we're still drinking here today, what can you do? Oh, I'm going, are you planning to challenge the two of us? Why don't you agree? I'll serve you as a big-headed bastard, come on, whoever drinks and gets down today is this one. As he spoke, he measured out the shape of a turtle with his palms. Okay, you can't go back and admit it at that time. Come on, Zhang Fengzheng, let's drink together. Insolent, Gongya and Qi Ying's jokes made Zhang Fengzheng feel much better. Zhang Kuang said was right, Zhang Fengzheng didn't say anything, but he was still a little uncomfortable when he saw that Prince Yan was caught. Although he has already thought about it, but people are not grass and trees, and who can be ruthless? Now the three of them are with them. Although they don't say it on the surface, they are also very moved. Zhang Fengzheng and the others were drinking here. On the other hand, Brother Manto and Shido had already arrived at Wang Jian's place. At this time, Wang Jian was sitting on the throne, looking at brothers Manto and Shido, full of joy. He thought that these two brothers came to defect to him. Two brothers, this is. General, the two of us are here to bring a big gift to the general. Oh, big gift, what a big gift. When Wang Jian heard Dali, he became more certain of his thoughts, and his eyes lit up at the steamed bread and the stone. Brother Manto Stone greeted his subordinates and asked them to bring Yan Taizidin up. This. Wang Jian saw that Manto and Shido didn't mention the matter of defecting, but brought a person with him instead. General, don't you already know this person? When General Wang Jian heard Shi say that, he hadn't looked at it carefully just now, but at this time he got up and came to the man and looked at it carefully. Although this man has a dirty face, his facial features can still be seen clearly. After watching it for a while, my eyes suddenly widened, and I didn't dare to see the person in front of me confidently. He stepped forward quickly, regardless of the unpleasant smell on the person's body. This is. Stone Manto looked at General Wang Jian with a smile, and then said, how about forgetting this great gift, do you like it? Is it really him? Although Sister Wang already knew what she had in mind, she still had to confirm it. Yes, that's right, General, he is the Yan Crown Prince Dan of the Yan Kingdom. We Shicheng Bufu caught him in Wuzhong County and ordered our two brothers to deliver him to General Wang Jian. At this time, Wang Jian was overjoyed, although Shido concealed his brother from him, and did not come to seek refuge with him, which made him a little disappointed at first. But knowing that this was Prince Yan's Dan, it really gave Wang Jian a big surprise. Ha ha ha, you two brothers are really my lucky stars. Come on, prepare a banquet, I want to have a few drinks with Brother Manto and Stone. Manto and Shido glanced at each other, and then hurriedly said, General, Yan Taiziden has a special status and is very important to the general, so when Shichong knew his identity, he hurriedly asked my brothers to escort them here, afraid of being late. Change. Well, Buff really has a heart, but unfortunately he is not here, otherwise I must thank him. General, the chief said that the general is an important minister of the Qin state, and the success of attacking Yandu is a great achievement. This Yan Prince Dan is the icing on the cake. I hope it can help the general. What she said was tactful, and Wang Jian understood it clearly. In fact, capturing Yan Prince Dan is a great achievement, and capturing Yan capital is also a great achievement, but if you do not capture Yan Wangxi or Yan Prince Dan, then the state of Yan will not really be conquered. Wang Jian was troubled by this incident, but unexpectedly, the two brothers sent Yan Taiziden over. This is the icing on the cake, it's obviously already a blessing in disguise. Wang Jian was in a good mood now, looked at brothers Shido and Manto with a smile and said, I have deeply felt Bufu's intentions, Wuzhong County's intention to delay time, and today's Prince Yan's feeling of giving charcoal in the snow, this old man will keep in mind. General, it's serious. Well, we've delivered the people, so we're leaving. Hey, I ordered someone to prepare the banquet, and it's not too late to have a few drinks. General, Wuzhong County has just been breached. I need to go back to take care of the aftermath. The general has to send the Yan Prince Dan to Chindu as soon as possible, so we will not drink it. When there is a chance in the future, we must accompany the general to drink a few more glasses. Chapter 306-Wait and See. Seeing the firm attitudes of Manto and Shido, Wang Jian knew that Cheng couldn't keep him, and just like Shido said, he had to send Yan Taiziden to Chindu as soon as possible. Ha ha ha, well, if that's the case, I won't force the two of you to stay. Well, that general, your subordinates are leaving. Okay, take it to Buff for me, and tell him that everything he has done for me is in my heart, and I will never treat him badly in the future. No. After Manto and Shido left, Wang Jian looked at Prince Yan and laughed. This is nowhere to break through the iron shoes, and get all the waste of kung fu. Good. At this time, he returned to his seat, then looked at his subordinates and shouted, Come on. Get ready, leave today and return to Chindu. No. Manto and Shishi returned to Buff, and told Buff what was going on, and what Wang Jian said, they also brought him there. Buff smiled and looked at Brother Manto and Stone. How come you no longer owe him favors? Shido and Manto looked at each other with a smile, and then said, Not only does he owe other people's favors, but he also feels as if he owes us favors. Ha ha ha. Three of them laughed together. What should we do next? Let's go to the hall, where they are all waiting to discuss the next thing together. After a night of communication, Qi Ying, Gongya, Zhang Fengzheng, and Zhang Huang's relationship has grown a step further. At this time still, talking in the hall, giggling and laughing. At this time, the brothers Buff and Manto Stone also came to the hall. What are you saying so happy? It's very long, it's nothing, just talking about the thing about being beaten up before, I think it's very funny. It's so long, don't listen to Gongya's nonsense there, hey, the steamed bread and the stone are back. How are things? It went well. Well, okay, now that the Yan Kingdom has been destroyed, what should we do next? Although Prince Qin has captured Yan Crown Prince Dan, and Yandu has already been broken, but Yan Wangxi has not been caught yet. Although he went to Qi cannot protect him, and will only bring disaster to himself. What Fengzheng said makes sense. Qi is stronger than Yan state, but it is still difficult to resist Qin state's tigers and wolves, not to mention that Wei state is still there. Well said. Buff listened to everyone's remarks and nodded with satisfaction. In fact, he already knew what he had in mind, and just wanted to hear the audience's views and understanding of the situation. Let's wait and see what happens now and see what the king's will is. No. After more than 10 days, Wang Jian escorted Yan Taiziden to the capital of Qin. The king of Qin saw that Yan Taiziden was captured, and returned to Longyan and rewarded General Wang Jian heavily. And he beheaded Yan Taiziden to the public to deter those who wanted to murder him. King Yan was heartbroken when he learned that Prince Yan was beheaded, and vowed to pay for the prince. Want to borrow troops from King Qi, hoping to appease King Yan while urgently dispatching troops to prevent the arrival of Qin troops. After beheading Yan Crown Prince Dan, the king of Yan sent an envoy to the state of Qi. I hope King Qi can hand over King Yan. Qi was furious, and did not listen to Tianji's dissuasion, and beheaded the envoy of the Qin state. This completely angered the king of Qin, so he sent troops to attack Wang Jian's army who had just attacked the state of Yan, and was immediately sent to attack Qi country. Bufu and the others were also ordered by the king of Qin to assist Wang Jian's army in attacking the state of Qi. The king of Qin, in view of the performance of Bufu and his subordinate generals, specially designated Bufu as a right general, and his subordinate general Fang Zheng and others were all promoted to the Pai army. They have also been promoted, haha. Zhang Huang, you've been a Pai army long ago, why are you still happy there? Ha ha ha, of course I'm happy to see Fang Zheng being promoted to the Pai army. Yeah, that's true, but it's too long. King Qin asked us to attack Qi this time. What should we do? Bufu lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, Wang Jian's army is now in Yandu. Since he expects to kill the envoy of Qin, it means that he has turned against Qin. This is Buff looking at the crowd and saying, then do you think Qi will sit still or take the initiative to strike? At this time, Zhang Huang spoke. He looked at the crowd and said with a smile, if I were King Qi, since you have already decided to fight against Qin and take Yandu back. Yeah, I also agree with the arrogant view. Although King Qi took in King Yan, he just used it as a puppet. If he really took back the capital of Yan, it would just be swallowed up by Qi. Yeah, the state of Yan has been destroyed. This is an ironclad fact that cannot be changed. But now whether it's Qin or Qi, there will be a fight over the state of Yan, and King Yan is just an excuse. Yeah, whether Qin state captures King Yan, or Qi state protects King Yan from regaining lost territory, these are just to find a reason for their fight. Buff looked at everyone, and he found that their minds were very clear now, and they were very rational and thorough in analyzing the situation. Your analysis is very good. Since King Qin has a purpose, let's prepare and start attacking Qi. No. At this time, when the capital of Qi state was here, King Qi looked at Tianji and said angrily, King Qin is really deceiving people too much. I just killed him as an envoy, and he actually dares to send troops to attack the state of Qi. King Qi, calm down. We have offended Qin by taking in King Yan, and this time we killed his messenger again. Humph. His messenger came here to show off his power, and when he opened his mouth, he asked me to hand over King Yan. If I didn't kill him, it would be hard to understand the hatred in my heart. This is Tianji seeing that since things are already like this, it is futile to continue, and it will only make the Qi king even more angry. Then he stopped mentioning this matter, looked at King Qi and said, King Qi, in fact, Qin sent an envoy to ask for King Yan as just an excuse. Oh, what to say? Seeing Tianji say this, King Qi turned to look at Tianji. The Qin state has long wanted to dominate and capture Yan Crown Prince Dan to take revenge. These are just the means of the king of Qin. Now he is pressing down with troops again, saying that he is here for King Yan, but in fact he is just trying to conspire against our country of Qi. Well said, it must be like this. At this time, King Qi looked at Tianji, then frowned and said, if this is the case, what should we do next? King Qi, it is said that the first strike is stronger, and the later strike suffers. Since you have already decided to fight against Qin, there is no need to hesitate. Chapter 307 Battle in Yandu. Tianji continued, we should send a large army to attack the capital of Yan now, and help the king of Yan to take back the capital of Yan while the Qin army has not gained a firm foothold in the capital. King Qi was a little hesitant. He took in King Yan, and he didn't think about helping him recover the state of Yan, but King Yan still had some soldiers and horses. However, if Qi wanted to help King Yan recover the capital of Yan today, King Qi felt that the gain was not worth the loss. Seeing King Qi's indecision, Tianji had already guessed what King Qi was thinking. King Qi, we help the state of Yan attack the state of Qin and take back the capital of Yan. First, it can defeat the momentum of the state of Qin, and second, it is actually beneficial to our state of Qi. Well, what's the benefit to our country of Qi? King Qi and King Yan have been saying that they want to use the army to restore the country, Crown Prince Yan, to take revenge, but these are actually just nonsense. Tianji continued with a smile, the country of Yan has already perished, and it is impossible to restore the country. We will help him attack the country of Qin and regain the lost territory. In fact, these recovered cities have already entered the hands of the country of Qi. King Qi heard Tianji say this, his eyes lit up, and then he laughed. Tianji, you are right. Tomorrow I will dispatch troops to attack Qin, and ask Yan Wangxi to go with him. I will send troops to recover the lost ground for him. No. Excited to hear that King Qi was willing to send troops to help him regain the lost ground. There are no generals by his side, and there are no more than 10,000 troops, but he believes that as long as he hopes to lend him troops, he will recover Yandu. At that time, we will regroup, recruit troops and horses, and revive the Yan kingdom. Thinking of this, Yan Wangxi felt that there was hope again. On the second day, the king of Qi prepared an army of 150,000 people, made Guangxi the former general, and led the army to the capital of Yan. Of course, Yan Wangxi also went with him, bringing his 10,000 soldiers and horses, and followed behind the army. The king of Yan thought that the 150,000 strong Qi army would let them obey his command, but only after he set off did he find out that it was Guangxi who held the military power. Moreover, Guangxi treated Yan Wangxi quite coldly, and several times Yan Wangxi wanted to speak, but he was interrupted. Although Yan Wangxi was dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and swallow his voice because he was under the fence of others. He just hoped that after regaining the capital of Yan, he could realize his idea of returning to the country. But seeing King Qi's attitude, although he was very modest and friendly on the surface, he actually didn't take himself too seriously. King Yan was no longer as excited as before, and he felt a little uneasy. Guangxi didn't care about his thoughts at all, and he didn't even take Yan Wangxi's 10,000 troops into his eyes. State of Qi was originally stronger than the state of Yan, but now that the state of Yan has been destroyed, King Qi of Yan has become the king of the subjugated state, and his status has plummeted. Yan was happy to ride on the horse, and he was full of emotion, thinking that he was the king of a country, but today he has become a person who is dependent on others, and his heart is inevitably sad and melancholy. Army marched very fast and went straight to Yandu. Qi Ying had already learned through his methods that Qi had sent troops to attack Yandu. He told Bufu about this, because some of the cities in Qi state were next to Yan kingdom, just like the cities that Bufu shot down before, all of which were on the edge of Yan kingdom. Of Qi, and now the state of Qi and the state of Qin are at war. The king of Qi not only sent 150,000 troops to attack Yandu, but also obeyed the words of Tianji and began to send troops to deal with the buff. Before. The performance of this army of buff and the others has attracted the attention of King Qi and Tianji. After the war with the Qin state this time, Bufu, a soldier, was not ignored. Tianji sent Tiandan to lead 100,000 troops to come here to confront buff. Their first target is Yangle County. Logically speaking, Yangle County is the most difficult county to capture, but that's because he belongs to the state of Yan. Now that it is occupied by the Qin state, Tianji believes that the star will definitely not be stable. If the general of the Yan state is the county magistrate, then the whole people are soldiers, and it is indeed difficult to attack. But now, even if Qi state attacked Yangle County, the people would not fight back, so the two counties would lose their previous advantage of being all soldiers. But Tianji and the others still missed a point, that is, Fengjung had already surrendered to Buff, and to Buff, it doesn't really matter whether these people can fight for them or not. The important thing is that as long as they don't misunderstand and stab them in the back, they'll be fine. And such worries do not exist at all. As long as Fengjung is returned here to continue serving as county magistrate, the people will obey the orders of Fengjung absolutely. At this time, Fengjung and Zhang Kuang were standing at the head of Yangle County, looking down at the Qi army in front of him. All of this was so familiar that the familiar General Fengjung thought that what happened before was still a dream. However, next to him now is his former opponent, Buff. It's so long. Look at these 50,000 soldiers in a neat and orderly manner, with high momentum, and they seem to be well trained. Yeah, it seems to be much more powerful than the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, but the result is still the same. At this time, Buff looked at the General Fengjung next to him, and then said with a smile, "Our current soldiers and horses are iron-blooded heroes. These Qi soldiers and horses are just meat delivered to our mouths." Ha ha ha, it's true, it's so long, I'll go out of the city to fight. Well, give him a head-on blow, reduce his momentum, let them know what we are doing, and it is not something that can be easily provoked. No. At this time, Tian Dan, the general of Qi state, was riding on the war horse, looking at the generals Fengjung and Bufu who were standing on the top of the city. With a serious expression, he said to the generals beside him, "Although we have a large number of troops today, we must not deal with them carelessly. Our opponents are very powerful. You must be more careful when fighting against them." "No. General, what is the origin of this soldier and horse to make you so cautious?" "Hey, this is also what Captain Tianji has told me to tell you, how dare we not do it?" At this time, Tian Dan turned around and looked at his subordinates and said, "But the captain of the country naturally has his reasons, you just need to remember what I said." "No." At this time, the gate of Yangle County opened, and a soldier and horse, about 30,000 people, ran out from inside, and Fengjung rode the horse and walked in the front. "Ha ha ha, who am I supposed to be? It's Tian Dan." Tian Dan, Zhang Fengjung has met, and has also had contact with him. "You're not dead yet. How could Yangle County be acquired by Qin?" Tian Dan really didn't know the inside story, so he asked strangely. "They are not friends, they have only met once. Because they are both martial arts practitioners, they have had discussions before. At that time, Fengjung was slightly better than Fengjung." Chapter 308-against. At this time, Tian Dan did not expect to meet General Fengjung here on the battlefield, and he was a little hesitant in his heart. He knows Zhang Fengjung's martial arts, although he himself has been practicing hard all these years, but who can guarantee that Zhang Fengjung will not be like this? Hungry, after hesitating for a while, he began to become firm up. "General Fengjung, Qin state is domineering, invading your Yan state territory, killing Yan Crown Prince Dan, forcing Yan Wangxi to flee to our Qi state, all these are done by the Qin state." Tian Dan continued righteously, "I really don't understand, since you didn't die in battle, why are you helping Qin here? Zhang Fengjung has gone through so much, and he doesn't care much about Tian Dan's accusations." "Ha ha ha, there are so many things you don't understand. Can I explain it to you? There are some things that you can't understand in your life, but there are still people who do it." At this time, Fengjung put away his smile and looked at Tian Dan in front of him with sharp eyes. "It seems that I have had several encounters with you now, so I advise you not to provoke this soldier. You can go to attack other cities, and it is no problem to attack Yandu, but if you don't come here, otherwise I can guarantee that you will regret it." "Humph, it's just nonsense. I know that you are highly skilled in martial arts and don't take anyone in the eye. This is a war between two armies, not your usual duel with others. The bravery of one person cannot determine the victory or defeat on the battlefield. At this time, Tian Dan was also very annoyed and wanted to convince General Feng Zheng to join him in dealing with Qin, but it seemed that General Feng Zheng was determined and surrendered to Qin. There was no room for turning it back, so he began to swear, "Humph. I really want to give you a chance to turn your back, but I didn't expect you to be a traitor if you go your own way. How can you solve the hatred in your heart if you don't kill you today? Ha ha ha, don't be brave, let us see the real chapter under our hands." After finishing speaking, Feng Zheng raised his sword and rushed up. Tian Dan's weapon was a long spear. Seeing Feng Zheng rushing over, the spear shook out a burst of spears, and he went up to meet him. Tian Dan's martial arts are not bad, and he and Feng Zheng are not at a disadvantage when they fight together. Opponent is, the more excited Feng Zheng will be. After a few moves, he leans back and the broadsword slashes upwards, blocking Tian Dan's spear and smashing it down from top to bottom. Then he lifted it up, the spear was ejected, Tian Dan retracted the spear, then turned around and stabbed forward again. Tilted Feng Zheng's body to the right, larger than the left side of his body, and blocked Tian Dan's shot. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for so many years, your marksmanship is so powerful that you can't find the slightest flaw. Humph, after I discussed with you last time, I practiced diligently and hoped to have another fight with you one day, but I didn't expect that when we met, you were actually fighting hard on the battlefield. What's strange about this? There are disputes among the 6 countries, wars are constant, annexation of each other, tearing and killing is a very normal thing. Although what you said is reasonable, I really didn't expect you to be a traitor to the country. If you are willing to turn back at this time, I will definitely play a general of King Qi. Ha ha ha, it seems that you don't know me, you think I only resorted to buff for the sake of the reputation. Now that the country of Yan has perished, buff is my destination. At this time, Feng Zheng raised the big knife in his hand again, and slashed at Tian Dan who had just stopped to attack and talk to him. Anyway, you don't understand what I told you, come on, I still have a happy battle. Although I don't want to kill you, but at this time it is a battlefield where you can't have a benevolent heart, and I kill you today, it can be regarded as a good name for your loyalty to serve the country. Hearing what Feng Zheng said, Tian Dan laughed out loud. You are so outrageous, I want to see if you have grown. Just now I was just testing your martial arts. Next, I'm going to get serious and die. Ha ha ha, exactly what I want. At this time, the two were fighting together again. Unlike before, this time the attack was fatal, and each one carried a fierce offensive, trying to cause the opponent and death. Feng Zheng's current expression also became very serious, although defeating the Tian Dan in front of him was not difficult for him, but now he did not want to use the power of the armor. He wants to hone his martial arts through the battle with Tian Dan, because Buff said that there are countless generations of martial arts in the 6 kingdoms, and if you want to defeat them, you can only continuously improve your strength. Taking Feng Zheng as a sharpening stone to Tian Dan in front of him, but Tian Dan could not feel it at all. He tried his best to fight with General Fang, and it seemed that every move could almost kill Feng Zheng on the horse. This made Zhaobo try his best, looking forward to the next move to be successful, but it would always be a little bit short. At this time, Tian Dan was a little impetuous, but he still did not reveal too many flaws. Tian Dan's martial arts were indeed much stronger than those of the generals of Yan State. The two fought for a long time, still no winner or loser. Tian Dan was a little impatient, although he felt that his attack was very sharp and fast, but every time he wanted to stab General Feng Zheng, he would be resolved by him in an unexpected posture. At this time, Tian Dan was in a hurry and revealed a big flaw, grabbed Feng Zheng quickly, and slapped Tian Dan's chest with a knife. He didn't need to chop, he just wanted to capture Tian Dan alive. Tian Dan saw that it was too late to dodge, so he could only barely stand his spear in front of his chest, blocking Feng Zheng's sword. The big knife slapped the long spear and attacked Tian Dan's chest. Tian Dan flew out in response, flipped upside down in the air, and then stood on the ground and stepped back more than 10 meters to stand there. At this time, his spear handler held the spear in both hands, barely standing there. His hair was a little messy, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and it looked like he had suffered internal injuries. Ha ha ha, you are indeed much stronger than before, otherwise, this knife would have knocked you out. Tian Dan didn't speak, because he was afraid that his words would spurt blood. He was constantly adjusting his breathing, suppressing his qi and blood. Zhang Fengzheng walked slowly forward this time. He knew that Tian Dan was no longer able to fight, and as long as he was captured at this time, the Qi state troops who attacked Yangle County would retreat without a fight. But before he could take a few steps forward, the sound of arrows could be heard in the distance. Listening to the sound of defending positions was Feng Zheng's specialty. Chapter 309-Injured General Feng Zheng. Back then, when Zhang Kuang was fighting against Zhang Fengzheng, Zhang Kuang was injured, and when Zhang Fengzheng tried to catch Zhang Kuang and stopped him from shooting arrows, Zhang Fengzheng grabbed the arrows with his hands. These arrows were a piece of cake for him. He quickly swung the big knife in his hand, knocked down the arrows that flew by, and looked at Feng Zheng at the archer standing there shooting arrows in the distance. He was still putting a bow there and preparing to shoot at himself. Feng Zheng did not move forward rashly. Even if he has the ability to listen to and defend his position, if countless arrows are shot at him, he will definitely be shot into a hedgehog like Qi Ying did. Seeing Tian Dan riding his horse and running back, he waved Feng Zheng, and the army started to attack. And horses led by General Feng Zheng were still his own original soldiers and horses, and they were still very loyal to him, and they were handy to use. In addition, General Feng Zheng also learned the way of training soldiers from Buff and the others, so these soldiers and horses have also become very brave, and they are much improved than before. The two armies fought together very quickly. Tian Dan rode on his horse and looked back at Zhang Fengzheng, who was already chasing after him. Tian Dan's face is a little pale now. The knife just now really caused him a serious internal injury, and he has not recovered until now. Seeing the General Feng Zheng riding a war horse aggressively towards him, he hurriedly ran back. Subordinates came one after another to resist, preventing Zhang Fengzheng's pursuit. But how could they kill Feng Zheng's opponents under Zhang Fengzheng's sword? But there were still more soldiers rushing towards Zhang Fengzheng. Although he was not Zhang Fengzheng's opponent, he stopped Zhang Fengzheng from chasing Tian Dan. Tian Dan disappeared from Zhang Fengzheng's eyes, and Zhang Fengzheng also felt regretful when he watched Tian Dan escape. However, because Tian Dan, the main general, fled, the soldiers lost their sense of resistance and quickly retreated. Just when Zhang Fengzheng thought he had won the victory, a large number of archers suddenly appeared on both sides of the road chasing Tian Dan. Countless insights flew towards the Qin soldiers and horses that were chasing, because it was too unexpected, and the soldiers and horses were caught off guard, so many people were killed by arrows. The Qin soldiers in front kept falling down, and the General Feng Zheng was also busy dodging the arrows, constantly knocking down the arrows coming towards him, and then retreating. Who was standing on the hillside and riding a war horse, held a large bow in his hand, and the tip of the arrow had already aimed at Feng Zheng, who was running away. The strength of the big bow is very strong. Even Tian Dan's strength can only slowly pull him up, of course, because of Tian Dan's injury. After pulling the bow fully, Tian Dan quickly released his hand and shot towards Zhang Fengzheng's back very quickly. Because the speed is too fast, even if the voice arrives, there is no time to dodge, so the body instinctively slants, and the arrow hits the shoulder. The armor penetrated by the knowledge shot into Zhang Fengzheng's shoulder. Although it was not deep, it also injured Zhang Fengzheng. When Tian Dan saw that Zhang Fengzheng's armor could actually defend against his big bow's shot, he also sighed at the amazing defense power of Qin's armor. In fact, what he didn't know was that the reason why this armor had such a high defense was because of Buff's relationship. Tian Dan once tried this. The attack power of the big bow is that he can shoot through even the thick iron plate. Said that if the arrow was shot on Zhang Fengzheng's shoulder, it would definitely come out through his body and shoot him under the horse. But not only did Zhang Fengjung not get shot under the horse, but the arrow didn't even penetrate Zhang Fengjung's shoulder. General, the defense of Qin's armor is really high. I can't see it. Maybe it's only the material that Fengjung wears is special and has a relatively high defense. Tian Dan looked back at the talking general and asked, "Why do you say that?" "General, look at those ordinary soldiers, who were shot by arrows in the chest, penetrated through their bodies, and died of arrows. The arrows they shot were only arrows shot from ordinary longbows, and their power was far less than the bows in the hands of the generals." Tian Dan nodded, feeling that what this subordinate said was reasonable. "Yeah, your analysis is correct. It seems that only generals can wear that special armor." At this time, Tian Dan sighed deeply, and then said solemnly, "Fortunately, they were not able to put on such armor on every soldier, otherwise this soldier would be invincible across the 4 seas. General just now saw Tian Dan's expression so heavy and continued, "General, don't worry too much. Presumably it's just the materials that I have to go home, which is very rare, otherwise, I wouldn't be wearing only the general's body until now." He looked at Tian Danner and saw that Tian Dan didn't stop him from speaking, so he continued, "General, I also noticed just now that apart from that General Fengjung, other generals with a slightly higher rank have all of them on their bodies. There is no such armor." Oh. This Tian Dan really didn't notice. His previous focus was on Zhang Fengjung, so he didn't notice what happened to the others. "Look, General." At this time, that summer vacation had already sent someone to carry a corpse over, and seeing that he was wearing armor, it should be a subordinate of a Pai army. There were more than a dozen arrows stuck in his body before, and each arrow was inserted into a deep part. At this time, Tian Dan jumped off the horse, touched the armor that was on his body, and then took out an arrow, otherwise he would stab upwards, and the arrow would go in with a pop. Tian Dan frowned, then stood up, looked at the subordinate who spoke just now, and nodded. "You are very attentive and well done. General, thank you for your compliment." At this time, Tian Dan rode his horse again, and then brought everyone back to the camp. Just now, it was just his Tian Dan ambush, just to deal with these chasing enemy troops. It was only for retreating the enemy, and I never thought about annihilating the enemy completely. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Tian Dan was injured at this time, so he returned to the camp to start healing. At this time, Zhang Fengjung had also returned to the city, and Buff was beside him, holding the arrow on his shoulder and pulling it out with force. Zhang Fengjung didn't even say a word, although his face was a little pale, but his expression did not change much. Slowly taking off his battle armor, he took out a small bottle, opened the mouth of the bottle, and applied white medicinal powder to the wound. The curative effect of Shuangjiao bone powder is very significant. Fortunately, a lot of them were made at that time. Because everyone had to separate to guard other cities, Buff gave everyone a portion in case of emergency. Chapter 310 Young General of Qin. Chapter 30 The young general of the Qin country saw that the blood from Feng Zheng's wound had stopped, and the wound was slowly scabbing, and Buff was relieved. The curative effect of Shuangjiao bone powder on trauma and internal injury is very amazing, but Buff is worried about the poison. The poisoned wound has not been really treated, and Buff has no idea what the effect of double Jiao bone powder will be. Knocked his hands and saluted. "Shen Chong, this time I was careless. Just pay attention in the future. The enemies we face are getting stronger and stronger, and the generals and soldiers of the state of Qi are much stronger than those of the state of Yan." "Yeah, Shi Chong, we have already met this Tian Danner. I didn't expect him to grow up so fast. He hasn't seen him for a few years. The state of Qi is stronger than the state of Yan, and the king of Qi has many fierce generals, so the enemy should not be underestimated." "No." Here in Yangle County, Bufu and Zhang Fengjung confront Tian Dan. Yandu sighed. General Wang Jian stood on the Yandu city wall, and then looked down at Guangzi and stood there with 150,000 Qi soldiers. "Go out of town to meet Since Wang Jian attacked the state of Yan, he has always been invincible and invincible. So there was no word retreat in his head, and at this time he also led an army of 150,000 to fight against Guangxi. At this time, Wang Jian misses the brothers Mantou and Shito very much. If the two brothers are there, there is no need to worry about Guangxi and the others' attacks. Guangxi, the king of Qi, is really confused. To be an enemy of Qin for the sake of a monarch who has subjugated his country is extremely stupid. Fart. You old guy, don't stir up differences there. King Qi has his own arrangements, how can you guys be able to know about it? Humph. If you speak rudely, see if I don't catch you and rip your tongue off. Ha ha ha, it's just like relying on you to think that you've won a few battles and then feel that you're amazing. Tell you, I'm not. Yan Guo's gang of trash. Come on, who is going to tear this guy's mouth open for me? The future will be willing to go. At this time, a young general rushed out from the side, and he was also a subordinate who had followed Wang Jian for many years. Okay, go, there's a lot of rewards for winning. Let's go, the Qi country madman will take his life. Ha ha ha, where's the stinky maiden from? Let's go home and eat milk. Humph, look at the knife. This young man was holding a long knife, not as wide as a normal broadsword. On the contrary, the blade was slightly narrower. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Guangxi's expression became serious. Although he is arrogant in his words, he will not take it lightly when dealing with any opponent. At this time, seeing the young general rushing towards him with a unique weapon, Guangxi also picked up his own weapon to meet him. Guangxi's weapon was much heavier, and he slashed at the young general with great force. But the young general didn't slap him hard, and the knife went in the wrong direction. Towards Guangxi from the side to the middle. If Guangxi continued to slash with this knife, the young general's knife would cut him off in the middle. Guangxi hurriedly withdrew his move, standing the big sword on his body, blocking the pair of fatal swords on one side. Once the move is restrained, Guangxi will have no chance to fight back. Even if there is such a chance, the young teenager will break the life-for-life move. The more Guangxi hit his heart, the more surprised he became. He didn't expect this young general to have such courage, knowing that not being afraid of death is not something ordinary people can do. Many generals say that they are not afraid of death, but when the big knife really wants to cut themselves, no one can do it. But the young general in front of him was different, his eyes were extremely firm, and he didn't even have a hint of hesitation or even an expression of exchanging life for life. This is not the state of a young man. It is another move. Guangxi is forced to retreat. Guangxi reined in the reins and waved the knife and asked, "Who is your martial arts with?" Learned. Humph. I want you to take care of who I learned martial arts from. Hurry up and die obediently. Give you 3 points and 3 colors, and you will open a dying room. I really don't know how high the sky is. Don't think that you can win if you don't die. Today, I will show you the power of this uncle. At this time, Guangxi's tactics changed. He was no longer attacking like that. While attacking, he could always protect himself from being hurt by the young general. The young teenager thinks about life-for-life tricks no longer work. At this time, he can only be tired of defending Guangxi's big sword. His momentum has dropped a lot, and the power of his moves has also been reduced. When he learned this sword technique, the master taught him. Don't be afraid, just rush forward. As long as you are not afraid of death, you will definitely be able to contain the opponent by using life-for-life tactics. The young teenager firmly remembered the teachings of his master, and learned this set of fighting swordsmanship incisively and vividly. And as his master said, there are very few people in this world who are not afraid of death. Therefore, he relied on this sword technique to gallop on the battlefield, and he has often seen extraordinary feats. But today, when he met Guangxi, he really had the upper hand at the beginning, but he didn't expect that Guangxi's high martial arts would always make him too late to use the sword. The sword of life. Unable to use his sword skills, the young teenager can only be tired of defending, because when he wants to attack, he will find that Guangxi's big sword has come to him. Young general was also very shocked. He couldn't imagine that Guangxi played such a big sword so delicately and tricky. It will always be from a different angle, like he chops, it doesn't seem to. Wang Jian saw that the young general was no match for his opponent, and sent someone to support the young general, but before the reinforcements arrived, the young general's chest was cut open by Guangxi's knife. Young teenager widened his eyes, looked at his chest, the blood was constantly flowing, then fell to the ground and died. He didn't understand temporarily that he was wearing armor, and that Guangxi's big knife just slashed lightly, and he could actually cut open his chest. He didn't know that Guangxi's a big knife was a bit of a dame. It was specially made by skilled craftsmen. The tip of the knife was sharpened like mud, to seriously injure the opponent. He is now holding a large knife, more like holding a kitchen knife, using the sharpness of iron to cut open the opponent's body. The seemingly unpleasant action concealed the sharp edge of the sword. Chapter 311-die on the battlefield. Lost their lives with a single stroke by him without knowing it. Seeing that the young general had fallen to the ground and died, the general who came to the rescue directly greeted Guangxi and fought against him. This is also a young general who is not too old, and he is good friends with the young general who was killed. Usually drinking and chatting together, because they are similar in age and have similar interests, the two of them have been getting along very well. This person is also very strong in martial arts. Although he is young, his moves are mature and steady. At first glance, he has practiced martial arts for many years. Guangxi still dealt with it carefully, never underestimating any opponent. It was the experience he had accumulated over the years of fighting on the battlefield. Because he had seen a lot of people who looked very weak and could kill people who looked many times stronger than him in an instant. The lion flutters at the rabbit, especially with all his strength. Guangxi deeply understands this truth. The same swordsmanship as before, but the young general is different from the one just now. His marksmanship is sharp and varied. Is exactly the opposite of Guangxi's strange swordsmanship. In fact, such situations are rare. Guangxi wanted to use his seemingly ordinary and strange swordsmanship to kill the young general in front of him. But he found that whenever his knife reached the young general's body, the spear would definitely stab him to the point first. After Guangxi fought him dozens of times, his back was already covered in cold sweat, because just a few times just now, he was almost stabbed by the young general in front of him. This young general will not attack other places. The location is your own throat, heart and other deadly places. And this young teenager is quite agile on horseback, flipping and moving on it, as if he is on the ground without any restrictions. Such flexible movements allow his attacks to be varied. Guangxi was tired of dealing with it. The last time the young general was still on the horse's back, when he was slashed by Guangxi with a knife, he had already turned to the side of the horse, and then stabbed the spear from under the horse's stomach. Guangxi hurriedly dodged backwards, barely dodging the shot, but before it was over, the young general turned over along the horse's belly, rode back onto the horse's back again, and the spear continued to stab forward. Guangxi, who had already dodged backwards, could only lean back and lie flat on the horse's back, but at this time, the young general jumped up from the horse's back with force. The spear fell from the sky and stabbed Guangxi, who was lying flat on the horse's back. The spear stabbed on the horse's back, and the war horse rushed forward in pain. At this time, the young general had already withdrawn his spear and fell back onto his horse. At this moment, Guangxi was running at a brisk pace with the reins in hand, and then jumped on his horse and ran towards his soldiers and horses. Finally, when he reached the front of the soldiers and horses, he controlled his own war horses with all his strength. Seeing the blood still on the horse's back, Bobo's blood flowed out, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although his heart ached, there was nothing he could do. At that time, if he didn't run away, he would have been stabbed to death by that Nian spear. The young boy who turned his horse's head to look at was wandering back and forth on his horse. Guangxi also sighed in his heart. This young general is too brave and extraordinary, and his personality does not seem arrogant or impetuous, it seems to be a battle-hardened feeling. And it is not well known. Where did the Qin country cultivate so many powerful young people? I believe that it will not take long for this young general to become famous. At this time, the young general saw that Guangzi and the others had not sent anyone to fight for a long time, and shouted loudly, "Who will fight me?" The young general's heart is undoubtedly very sad now, but he has experienced the battlefield, and he has developed an iron-like will and mind. Since childhood, they have been instilled in the generals to be proud of dying in battle. Although I was saddened to see my good friend die off the horse, but since I was on the battlefield, I couldn't use a hint of weakness. "General, take a break, I'll go fight him." A general rushed out next to Guangzi, who looked very strong, but Guangzi glanced at him and did not stop him. The strong man waved the sledgehammer in his hand and rushed towards the young general. Seeing that there was no panic in the eyes of the strong young general, he raised his spear and looked at the other side steadily. The moment when the strong man swings the sledgehammer and is about to approach the young teenager, the foot of the alley moved, suddenly jumped out, jumped into the air and flipped, and the spear drew a circle in the air. Happened to hit the back of the strong man who rushed over, and the armor of the strong man was torn apart by the spear, and a long wound appeared on his back. Bone was visible deep in the wound, just on one side of the spine, and blood sprayed out, staining the horse's body red. A cry came out. The strong man had lost his ability to fight, and the young general had already returned to the horse's back, lightly clamped the horse's belly, and urged the horse to chase after the strong man. Was in pain right now. The pain in his back made him unable to move at all, and even every bump in the horse's forward step made him whimper. At this time, where can he still care, the young general who was chasing him behind? After being caught up by the young general, he grabbed the pierced chest, and the strong man was killed by the young general before he even fought with the young general for the last round. When Guangzi saw the strong man being killed, he shouted, "Withdraw." Qi State's 150,000 soldiers and horses quickly retreated, and the young general was about to lead his troops to chase, but who knew that a golden sound would sound from behind? Young general stopped walking, then walked to the body of his good friend, lifted him up, placed him on the horseback, and returned to Wang Jian's side. "General, my subordinates are a step late, and they failed to save his life. It is a crime that deserves death. Please forgive me, General." It is also his long-cherished wish to be able to die in battle. Although I am very saddened in my heart, but this is the end of the matter, you can rest assured that I will play King Qin and make his credit known to the world. At this time, Wang Jian walked to the side of the young general and asked her to help her up slowly. "You have defeated the General Guangzi of the Qi State, let him flee, and beheaded a general of the 7 kingdoms. This is a great achievement. What's the crime?" "Thank you, General." Young general was about to kneel down again, but was pulled up by Wang Jian. "Come on, let's go back to the city." General Wang Jian took the young general and walked towards the city. "General, the morale of our army was high just now, why didn't we take advantage of the victory and pursue it?" General Wang Jian looked at the young general with a slight smile and said, "Guangzi is very cunning and wise, I have fought with him before. This person is good at ambush, we just fought with him not long ago, we don't know his details, and we rushed to pursue him, I'm afraid you will fall into his ambush." Chapter 312-King Qin's Reward. Young general was moved. He knew that General Wang Jian was worried about his safety and feared that he would die like his good friend. "My subordinate understands." Looking at the young general, Wang Jian nodded in relief. This time to escort Yan Prince Dan back to Qin Wang Longyan Deu, in addition to rewarding General Wang Jian with gold, silver and jade, also selected 5 of his guards and gave them to Wang Jian. The King Qin's imperial guards are all talented people who are one of a kind. After special training, they are powerful, and their minds are more mature than middle-aged people. That the King of Qin gave to Wang Jian are the elite of the elite. But now there are only 2 people by Wang Jian's side, and now one has died, and Wang Jian also feels it is a pity. But there is no way, the battlefield is like this, always accompanied by death. But he didn't dare to let the two young generals die. One of them had already died. Wang Jian still didn't know how to explain it to the king of Qin. If the other one died, the king of Qin would definitely be furious. So when he saw that the young general was going to hunt down Guangzi and the others, he ordered Ming Jin to withdraw his troops, fearing that he would take a risk. Now Wang Jian looks at the young general in front of him, and his heart is full of joy. At the beginning, he didn't pay much attention to these young players, because they were too young. After the battle, when the first young general was killed by Guangzi, Wang Jian still sighed in his heart, thinking that he was still young after all. But when the second young general defeated Guangzi, he was also very shocked. He knew about Guangzi of strength. I didn't expect that this young general would actually defeat the powerful Guangzi, not only fell off the horse, but fled in the desert, looking very embarrassed. At this time, Wang Jian already felt that he had found a treasure, but the next scene shocked him even more. He didn't expect that this young general would kill one of Guangzi's generals in one round. It really made him so unexpected. Wang Jian thought, this young man must be trained well, and he will become a great player in the future. He also sent people to recruit the remaining 3 young players he had left in other places. These energetic young people, if Wang Jian had looked at them before, would not have given them a single glance. Wang Jian looked at them as if he had seen a baby. Wang Jian is such a treasure, but Buff has encountered an opponent that makes them difficult. Of course, Buff still left the opportunity to Zhang Fangjung, this time to block Tian Dan's attack. Buff just stood there watching. In the previous battle, Fangjung was shot in the shoulder by an arrow, and Tian Dan was shot internally by Fangjung's sword. But 2 days later, Fangjung, you were restored to health. Dan still had his internal injuries not healed. But at this time, a general came from Qianqi, and this general of Yuan had to give him 3 points and 3 points. Former general, are we attacking the city today? Tian Dan was sitting there with a sullen face, a big red-faced man standing beside him. Well, your injury hasn't healed yet, so let's wait for 2 more days. Former general, my injury is no longer a serious problem. Although it is still difficult to fight with the enemy generals, it is still no problem to command troops and horses to fight. If that's the case, then there's no problem. It's a matter of fighting against the opponent's generals. It's not your turn to take action and watch it by the side. At this time, the red-faced man released a murderous aura. I can kill them all by myself. Former general, please speak bluntly. That General Fangjung has high martial arts skills. Before he joined Qin, he was the county magistrate of Yangle County. The General Fangjung of Yangle County who used Wu Wenming as the magistrate was even more talented in martial arts. It is by no means generalized. Senior. Ha ha ha, I think you've been frightened by him, and there is no other soldier in the country that can be strong. If he is really powerful, he won't be captured by the country of Qin. Former general, the subordinate's words are true, and the armor on Fangjung's body is by no means ordinary. My longbow did not shoot through his shoulder. Hearing Tian Dan say this, the smug look on the former general's face finally subsided. But it was only for a moment, and then he looked at Tian Dan and said, what if the armor is well defended? He can't stop my 2 axes. After speaking, he stopped talking to Tian Dan and walked out. Tian Dan looked at the back of this strong man, and sighed in his heart. This strong man's martial arts is indeed better than Tian Dan, but he is too far behind in terms of Taoism and resourcefulness, so this time, the king of Qi sent Tian Dan to lead the battle and did not send him. But King Qi heard the news that Tian Dan was seriously injured and knew that the other side had a strong general defending the city, so he specially sent the former general of the Big Han over. The former general's full name is Qi Yin, and he is also a confidant of King Qi. Therefore, since he came to Tian Dan, he has not led troops to battle, because he can't lead troops. King Qi also used him a lot in the past, and although he could beat the opponent's generals to a screeching halt every time he fought, he would be defeated and returned home. Because he always falls into other people's tricks, although he gets away with his own martial arts every time, but his subordinates are not so lucky. Because of this, King Qi didn't let him lead his troops into battle, but he was excellent in martial arts, and hoped that he couldn't bear his skills, so he sealed him a former general and let him deal with those powerful opponents. But under the premise, there must be someone to fight with him. Before he came, King Qi had already explained, so he must obey Tiandan's dispatch, and must not make his own decisions and attack Yangle County. Therefore, Qi Yin has been waiting for Tiandan to recover, and has been visiting Tiandan almost every day these days, but Xiao Beo's internal injury has not healed so quickly, so Qi Yin is also quite anxious. Came here today, when I learned that Tiandan said that he could go out to attack the city, I was overjoyed. But hearing Tiandan kept talking about how powerful General Fengjung was, Qi Yin was very unhappy. If it wasn't for the explanation of King Qi, he wouldn't be too lazy to listen to Tiandan talking there. The next day, Tiandan put on his armor, picked up his weapon, and went out of the tent, and saw the Qi army, who was ready to go, waiting for him there. Tiandan came to the front of the generals and said, "Today, the former generals are here to help us, and we will be able to successfully capture Yangle County and capture the Qin army Bufu and General Fengjung. You must obey the command, move forward bravely, and not be humiliated. The name of Qi Kingdom." "No!" The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices were so loud that they looked like a rainbow. Chapter 313 _ Get off the horse. Tiandan rode on horseback and walked at the forefront of the army. The barracks was not far from the city, and soon came to the foot of Yangle County. At this time, the gate of Yangle County was slowly opening, and a man with a big sword rushed out of Yangle County on a war horse, followed by more than 100,000 soldiers and horses of the Qin state. "I didn't expect you to recover so quickly last time, and you were so seriously injured that you could attack Yangle County in such a short period of time." "Humph, it's just a small injury. It's been healed as early as the next day. It's just that the capable people of our country in Qi came here in the past 2 days, so we didn't rush to attack. It's just Yangle County." "Ha ha ha, what kind of capable people can you have in the state of Qi? Even someone like you can be regarded as a general, and sent out to attack the city. Presumably there is no one in the state of Qi. How unreasonable, how come the bedbugs and fleas are rampant here?" At this time, Qi Yin came out from behind Tiandan, then rode his horse forward, and arrived in front of Zhang Fengjung. Looking at this unfamiliar face, Fengjung asked dismissively, "Who did you sign up for?" "Grandpa's sword will not kill nameless ghosts. My name is Qi Yin, and I was a former general in the state of Qi. Who are you to speak so wildly here?" "Ha ha ha, your grandfather, my name is General Fengjung, who is serving as a pigeon in Qin." Of General Fengjung, he was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing, turned his head to look at Tiandan and said, "I think you were injured by someone. It's just a small army of Qin." "Beat you." Tiandan's face turned red and white when Qi Yin said it, and he became angry, but Tiandan knew that Qi Yin didn't mean to humiliate him. He just thought that things were just so funny, but Tiandan's face was a little embarrassing. "Ha ha, I really didn't expect that the former generals of Qi country have such shallow knowledge. It seems that you really have no capable people in Qi country." "Fart, you have only shallow knowledge. A closed group is still arrogant and shameless here. I will tear your mouth in a while." "Ha ha ha, you don't believe me if you say that your knowledge is shallow. I don't know, you don't see the level of the official position. It's just a matter of strength. Didn't your General Tiandan also lose to my army a few days ago?" "Humph, that's because his strength is not good enough, so let me teach you a lesson." Tiandan couldn't listen to Qi Yin's insulting words there, even though he didn't mean it. Why does General Qian bother to argue with him? As long as he is defeated, all problems will be solved. "Tiandan, you're right, this person can only speak words, and he doesn't have much ability. I'll defeat him and see what else he can say." After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Fengjung to come up, and the men rushed towards him angrily, but Fengjung was not too flustered. He raised his big sword and started to fight. The two axes were even, which were a little higher than the arrogant ones, but the speed of attacking was faster than the arrogant ones. Unexpectedly, this guy looks dumb, but he is not. Vague in fighting, Zhang Fengjung dare not be careless. While dodging Qi Yin's attack, he tries Qi Yin's. He found that Qi Yin was a bit more powerful in terms of strength and speed than the arrogance in armor. This discovery shocked Zhang Fengjung. He said just now that there is no one in Qi, but he just wanted to provoke the other party. But when I meet a guy like Qi Yin, it's really hard to beat. His face. Qi Yin never stopped attacking, and once the battle started, he had nothing else in his mind, just wanted to overthrow the Zhang Fengjung in front of him. He didn't first test the opponent's strength like Zhang Fengjung did, and he wanted the opponent's life as soon as he shot. Zhang Fengjung did not use all his strength because of the temptation at first, and was pressed and beaten by Qi Yin, so he could only keep dodging and retreating. In this way, Qi Yin's aura became stronger, the attack more violent, and Fengjung became more and more difficult to resist. At this time, Qi Yin's axe was swept towards him. Fengjung hurriedly blocked it, and Qi Yin's other axe stabbed forward. Of a sudden, he pressed against Zhang Fengjung's chest. Zhang Fengjung, because of the protection of the armor, did not say that he was seriously injured. But the whole person was knocked out because of the huge force and fell off the horse. Dropping Fengjung off his horse and hitting the ground heavily, he immediately jumped up. At this moment a large axe fell on him, where he had just been lying. Looking at the big axe beside him, half of it has fallen into the ground. Zhang Fengjung's back was also braving at this time. Cool wind and cold sweat flowed. If I was hit by his big axe just now, even if I had the protection of armor, I wouldn't be able to survive. At this time, another big axe roared, and when he was ready, Fengjung turned over and jumped to the side, dodging another axe. Looking at the two axes sunk deep into the ground, Buff turned to look at Qi Yin, who was sitting on the horse's back. I didn't expect you to be pretty good at it, and that armor's defense is as good as Tian Dan said. Being attacked by me like this, you can still escape the slashing of my axe without a lawsuit. You have some skills. Humph. Now that there are no weapons, I see what are you still mad at? Ha ha ha, I want to get my weapon back, can you stop me? Saying that, Qi Yin jumped down and jumped off the horse's back. After that, went run towards Zhang Fengjung empty-handed. Qi Yin was burly and majestic. He strode over and made a roar when he stepped on the ground. Fengjung looked at Qi Yin's aura, thinking that he was beaten like this. Buff would be very disappointed when he saw it. Heart was burning with anger. I thought that after my body recovered today, I could avenge the last shot in the shoulder, but I didn't expect to meet such a strong guy. At this time, he still used all his strength. With the improvement of his armor, his strength was twice as great as before, and he raised the big knife in his hand and slashed at Qi Yin. Qi Yin rushed over in a straight line. Logically speaking, Fengjung's big sword would definitely force him to stop. But Qi Yin was beyond his expectations, and saw that his right foot on the ground stepped hard. A small hole was stepped on the ground, and Qi Yin's body flew past like the left side. Then he rolled over in the air, and after landing, his left foot began to exert force again, kicking Fengjung's knife handle with one kick. Fengjung's hilt was severely attacked, unable to hold it, and was kicked and flew out by Qi Yin. Although Zhang Fengjung wanted to let go of the sword, but because the speed was too fast, he didn't have time to react, and was also taken away. At this time, Qi Yin walked slowly to the front of his axe, and then pulled the axe out of the ground with one hand. Chapter 314-U2. Turning his head to look at Zhang Fengjung just crawled off the ground and picked up the big knife that was flying not far away. Shaking his head, he did not expect that Qi Yin actually had such skills. How could such a burly man do such a movement? If it is said that a person who is agile must be thin and short, so that his feet will drive his body, it will produce an explosive force, and it will be easier. But with such a huge and burly body, it is hard to imagine Fengjung if he wants to do the same movements just now. Even in Yangle County, there is no one who can do this. At this time, Xiao Cheng finally knows that he has met this guy, and his strength is really very powerful. His expression began to change. Serious, his hands clenched on the handle of the knife. Facing this guy reminded him of what it's like to face another person. That person had put so much pressure on himself at the beginning, and after so long, Zhang Fengzheng thought that apart from Buff, no one else could bring such pressure to him like Buff. But I didn't expect to meet such a person so quickly, someone whose strength is comparable to that of Buff. Realizing that he had such an idea, Fengzheng was taken aback and quickly rejected his idea. We can admit, how could his strength be comparable to that of Buff? We haven't seen Buff make a move, right? Fengzheng feels that he is a bit ridiculous. Now that the strong enemy is ahead, you still have the mind to think about it here. It seems that today is much less fortunate. However, although Fengzheng admitted Qi Yin's strength in his heart, he still said sarcastically on the surface, I didn't expect your body like a big black bear to be able to be so flexible. It's beyond my expectations. HMPH. I'm ignorant, only a mere soldier. Of course, I don't know the means of a powerful person like you. How to quickly abandon your weapons and surrender, maybe you can leave a whole corpse. Ha ha ha, it's a daydream for me to surrender to you. I'd rather die in battle than bow down to you. Humph, you haven't surrendered before, haven't you surrendered to the Qin army? Are you still pretending to be a tough guy? Ha ha ha, it's not Qin Jun that I surrendered, but the person I admire the most. How could someone like you understand my feelings and want me to surrender like you? You are also worthy. It comes to the battle of words, Qi Yin is indeed very weak, and at this moment, Zhang Fengzheng's words are thrown into a rage. You are such a hateful fellow. I originally wanted to just defeat you and capture you alive, but at this moment I have changed my mind. I will cut you into pieces to relieve my anger. Then it's up to you to see what you can do. Just now, it was just my carelessness, and you took advantage of it. The next step is my real strength, so let's take it. Fighting Fengzheng and Qi Yin together, Fengzheng was completely different from the beginning. He used desperate tactics, and he was already injured in a short time. Qi Yin is the same, but he has much less. Although Zhang Fengzheng has armor to protect himself, Qi Yin's power is indeed very powerful, and he can start to break through the highest defensive armor. Just when the two were fighting, an arrow flew over from a distance and hit Zhang Fengzheng's back at once. Because Fengzheng was all focused on Qi Yin, he didn't notice that the cold arrow shot at him. After being shot, although there was armor protection, reality still shot into the body. Although it didn't take Zhang Fengzheng's life, he suddenly disrupted Zhang Fengzheng's figure just now, revealing a flaw. Qi Yin seized the opportunity and slashed at Zhang Fengzheng with an axe, and Fengzheng dodged desperately back, and then placed his big knife on his chest, trying to block Qi Yin's big axe. But this axe was a blow from Qi Yin's full strength. How could Fengzheng be able to stop the giant axe in his haste and cut off Fengzheng's sword? Because he was blocked, he looked at the armor again. It broke open, leaving a huge wound on Zhang Fengzheng's chest. Leaned back Fengzheng's chopped up, and lay on the ground, stroking his chest with his hands, but he couldn't cover the blood that was flowing to the outside. Fortunately, there is the defense of the big knife and armor. Otherwise, the axe will not simply cut through the flesh. Zhang Fengzheng wanted to stand up, but he couldn't do it. He hurriedly took out the medicine bottle, just put a little medicine on it, and was kicked away by Qi Yin. Medicine bottle fell to the ground. Fengzheng spit out blood. The wounds all over his body were hit, and the blood flowed out even more unstoppably. Qi Yin walked to the medicine bottle, picked it up, glanced at the medicine powder inside, and applied it to one of his own wounds. Feeling the effect of the medicinal powder, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned to look at Zhang Fengzheng, who was lying there, gasping for breath. I thought it was very strange before. Tian Dan said that you obviously suffered such a heavy arrow wound, but I didn't come out and you looked like you were injured a little bit. It turns out that your wound was cured by various medicines. At this time, Qi Yin laughed out loud, then looked at Zhang Fengzheng and said, I didn't expect Dachin to have such a healing medicine, but you can't use it anymore. After the fall, he slowly walked towards Zhang Fangjung, who was already somewhat unconscious there. You are a good opponent, but you will still die under my axe. After finishing speaking, Qi Yin raised his axe and slashed towards Fangjung. Just as the big axe fell down, with a bang, the big axe flew to the ground, and a long spear appeared beside Zhang Fangjung. In the feeling of Qi Yin at the moment, the feeling when Zhang Fangjung was kicked by him was the same. By someone else while holding the handle of the axe with his own strength. How strong is this person? He stood up, turned his head and looked at the direction where the spear was flying, only to see a person standing there. He rides on a mount that resembles a dragon but not a dragon but a horse but not a horse. Who are you to sign up for? Buff ignored him, but turned over and dismounted, and then disappeared in place. Qi Yin was punched and flew out before he could react. Then a figure appeared in his original position, where Buff slowly stood up, and then quickly took out a small medicine bottle from his waist. Wanted to spread the medicinal powder evenly on Zhang Fangjung's wound, and then fed Zhang Fangjung some orally, and gave him some water. After doing this, he waited there to watch Zhang Fangjung, and it was like this for a while. Xiaobai's eyes never left Xiaoqiang. Chapter 315-Buff shot. I saw Zhang Fangjung, who had been motionless before, showed slight ups and downs. As time went on, blood color appeared on Fangjung's face, and his breathing was much smoother than before. Seeing that Fangjung was out of danger, Buff finally breathed a sigh of relief. He has been paying attention to the battle between Fangjung and Qin. Even though he had already seen that Fangjung was not Qin's opponent, he did not come to help them. If he wanted to train them, he had to find an opponent who was stronger than them. Just like Qi Yin, so even though he saw that Fangjung was slightly injured, he still didn't shoot, but he didn't expect that someone would put a cold arrow behind Zhang Fangjung. When he saw it, he reminded Fangjung that it was too late, and almost in an instant, Fangjung was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Buff came quickly and saw that Qi Yin kicked Fangjung away with one foot, then picked up the medicine bottle, and when he wanted an axe to hack Fangjung to death, he finally shot. He threw out his own Fang Tianhua halberd, knocked Qi Yin's big axe into the air, dismounted from his horse, knocked Qi Yin out with one punch, and then rescued General Fangjung. Short time. Buff stood up, turned his head to look at Qi Yin, who was knocked flying by his punch. Qi Yin jumped up, rubbed Buff's chest, and patted the dust on his body. You guy, you dare to attack me, who are you to report your name? My name is Buff, remember this name. But I think it's hard for you to forget it. Humph, don't think it's a skill if you knocked me down with a sneak attack. Come on, let me see what you can do. Saying that, Qi Yin moved his hands and feet, and then quickly walked over to Buff. Buff put his hands on his sides, watching Qi Yin rush towards him, and just stood there, not moving, not even in a defensive posture. Qi Yin saw Bufu like this, he was not angry at all. This Bufu was so arrogant, he just stood there, waiting for him to attack him. Damn, look at the trick. Seeing Buff standing there, with flaws all over his body, he slammed his fists together, punches the size of sandbags hit Buff's head. Hee hee. At this critical moment, seeing that the fist was about to hit him in the face, Buff actually laughed, and then took advantage of the opportunity to lower his head, and the fist passed over his head. Qi Yin's body dashed forward with a punch, and just as he was about to turn around to attack, one foot was already on his waist. A swoosh, Qi Yin flew out again. This time, he was not so lucky. Because of his strength and speed, he fell to the ground before he could adjust his body shape. The face instinctively slanted to the side, the entire side of the face was scratched by the ground, and it stopped. One hand covered the back waist, and the other hand gently climbed up slowly. When he stood up, there was a burning pain in his face, and a wet feeling ran down his face. Qi Yin gritted his teeth and stood up, and then he felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if the bones had been broken by Buff's kick. Enduring the severe pain, he reluctantly stood there, looking at Buff angrily. Buff also saw that Fang Zheng was seriously injured and almost died, so he also directly attacked, leaving no chance for Qi Yin to counterattack. Qi Yin stood there. The blood on his face kept flowing, the blood was stained with the soil, and he looked a little miserable. But the most painful thing for him now is that his back has started to go numb, which is a very dangerous sign. Although Qi Yin was calm on the surface, he was actually very flustered. He tried his best, but he could only barely stand there. Qi Yin's heart was also very puzzled, but he was kicked. How could he be so seriously injured? In fact, what he didn't know was how much power Buff had hidden in this normal kick. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, it was taken over by you again. It's cheap, but it's not that easy to kill me. Buff ignored his bravado, just stood there and looked at him coldly. He didn't continue to attack, just waited for Fang Zheng's slow recovery. Seeing that Buff didn't move, Qi Yin thought he was fooled by himself. But when he saw Buff turned and walked towards Fang Zheng, he finally understood that in fact Buff didn't come to kill him right now, because he was still there, worried about Fang Zheng's injury. Seeing Buff's calm appearance, Qi Yin thought to himself, did he already know that he was seriously injured, and asked Buff to squat down and look at Fang Zheng's state. At this time Fang Zheng's breathing was steady, and the wound on his chest was completely healed. Hemostasis scabs. At that time, Bu Fu really felt relieved. Qi Yin was quite shocked when he saw that Bu Fu attached so much importance to Fang Zheng. But he didn't expect Buff to be so attentive to him. He finally understood why Fang Zheng followed Buff with all his heart. At this time, he suddenly saw that Fang Zheng seemed to move. Qi Yin thought it was his own illusion, rubbed his eyes, and suddenly felt a pain in his face. Previously, because of the pain in the lower back, the pain on his face was covered up, so he forgot the injury on his face. This time, he rubbed his eyes with his hands to drive the wound, causing him to hiss involuntarily. His voice caught Buff's attention, and when he confessed, he turned to look at him, and Qi Yin immediately took precaution. But seeing Buff turning his head and ignoring him again, Qi Yin was relieved. He didn't understand why Buff already knew that his injury was so serious, and he didn't come and let him kill it, but it was better that he could retrieve it himself. One life, but he couldn't leave easily after being seriously injured. Suddenly he had an idea and thought of something, and slowly touched it like a gap in the armor on his chest. When he took out a small porcelain bottle in his hand, he was overjoyed. This is the bottle of double bone jiao powder that he grabbed. Fang Zheng opened the bottle cap and looked at it. Just as he was about to take it in his mouth, the Buff turned around. Qi Yin was startled, and before he could take it, he held the small porcelain bottle in his hand and carried it back, looking at Buff with a defensive face. Buff looked at him, shook his head and sneered. You don't have to be so guarded against me. If I want to kill you, you are now a corpse. At this moment, Buff took 2 steps forward, then looked at Qi Yin sharply and said, how dare you beat Fang Zheng seriously, and almost killed him. Then Buff looked back and saw General Fang Zheng lying unconscious not far away. Chapter 316_Spare Your Life. I should have killed you, but I understand his temper. He will definitely come to you to take revenge and cut off your head with his own hands. That's why I keep your life now. Didn't let his guard down when he heard Buff say this. Although he recovered some strength after a short rest, he was still unable to move quickly. You are very smart. The powder in the medicine bottle has miraculous effects on trauma and internal injuries, so you can take it with confidence, but even if you recover from your injury now, just wait and see. Buff came to Fang Zheng and picked him up. At this time, Chituma had come to his side. Put Fang Zheng on the back of the red rabbit horse. Buff jumped on the horse and ran away. Qi Yin saw Buff leave. He couldn't hold it anymore and fell to his knees. He didn't dare to lie down on his back, because the huge pain in his back made him unbearable. He could only kneel there halfway, took out the vial with his left hand trembling, opened the cap and poured half of the double jiao bone powder into his mouth. Although it was a little dry, but there was no other too strange taste. I closed my eyes and swallowed the double jiao bu powder. Then he smeared the rest of the shuangjiao bone powder on his face. Hi. Pain told him that the wound on his face was not light. Looking at Buff's long-term back, he felt resentful in his heart, and he knew in his heart that Buff's martial arts were by no means comparable to him. At that time, when he was sent flying with a punch, he already felt that Buff's strength was extraordinary. Although he was very careful at the time and tried his best to deal with it, he was kicked to the ground by Buff. It's too late to adjust his body 3 times. What kind of strength and speed this is. Only Qiyin who has experienced this can understand all of this. Looking at the powerful enemy in front of him, Qiyin has confidence in capturing this Yangle County. Started to shake. After taking the shuangjiao bone powder, Qiyin did not leave immediately. His subordinates had already come to his side. He wanted to come over to help him, but he stopped him. He was really unwilling to move now, because every time he moved his back, he would feel severe pain. Just now, due to the tense relationship and the fear of dealing with Buff, I had distracted myself. Although it was painful, I could still hold on. When his mind relaxed, his attention was drawn to the pain. Qiyin's face was covered with sweat, and his aching lips began to tremble. However, after he took shuangjiao bone powder, the pain in Kung Fu gradually eased, and the burning sensation on his face gradually disappeared. Ah, this is... What's the situation? It's amazing too. The soldiers were muttering in doubt and filled with surprise. Qiyin's face changed, and he said arrogantly, "What happened? Why are you so panic?" Former general, I don't know what's going on, but the wound on his face began to recover quickly. The part where the bleeding was still there just now has begun to scab. Qiyin was stunned by Bing Shi's words, then his eyes lit up and his face was overjoyed. He quickly touched the wound on his face lightly with his hands, and indeed felt that there was a scab there, and the pain in his back gradually disappeared where Buff had kicked it. At this time, Qiyin suddenly stood up and moved. He took a look at his arm and felt the place where he was injured just now. The bone injury must have healed, and the scab on the face seems to have started to slowly come off. This medicine is really amazing. Qiyin couldn't help exclaiming that the healing effect of the powder was really amazing. It seemed that Buff didn't lie to himself, the powder had completely cured his injuries. Although on the lower back, he still didn't dare to exert too much force, because the pain just now made him have a shadow. Even if the body has recovered, but the consciousness still thinks that it is not completely healed. Feeling his injury, but pacing back and forth, knowing that his body had fully recovered, Qiyin began to use his strength. At the beginning, I didn't dare to exert too much force, and I felt that my body was no different from before. Only then did I completely determine my body, and there was really no problem. Ha ha ha, it's great, I never thought that Qin's healing medicine would be so miraculous, come on. Qiyin called in a soldier who was also one of his confidants. Then he handed the small porcelain bottle in his hand to him, and whispered to him, "This thing is extraordinary, you ride a fast horse to deliver the food to King Qi, and tell King Qi the desired effect, hoping King Qi can study it. The composition of the powder." No. That. Soldier picked up a small soldier and mounted a horse and galloped away. Qiyin's injury had healed, and seeing the history of Qin's illness, he had withdrawn to the city. Doesn't have any meaning here. He doesn't want to attack Yangle County now. The shadow that Buff has brought to him is still making his back aching. Without thinking of a foolproof plan, Qiyin Zai nor will they rush to attack Yangle County. After Buff took Fang Zheng back to the city, he put him on the bed in his room. Fang Zheng was breathing evenly at this time, his face was flushed, and it seemed that there was no serious problem, but he was still in a coma. Buff just explained the fright and waited for Fang Zheng, who was in a coma, and he returned to his room. At this time, he ordered someone to take out a large sword from the treasure house in the city lord's mansion. If other things in Yangle County are scarce, only weapons are what they will never lack. Who used to be a general of Yangle County, loves to collect those top-quality weapons. Of Bufu was a very good big sword. He caught up with a cyan dragon on the side. At this moment, Buff looked at this. Desao felt helpless in his heart, although he remembered those armors. His free attribute points had been consumed a lot. But now Fengjung's weapon has been destroyed by Qi, so Buff decided to make a powerful weapon for Xiaoshang before he wakes up. Now that he has decided on Buff, he will no longer hesitate, communicate directly with the system, and then attach his own attribute points to this Azure Dragon Moon Sword. After a flash of light, the Azure Dragon Moon Saber had some obvious differences. The blue dragon on his hilt has indeed become lifelike, and twice as long as before. The dragon head directly came to half of the blade. Blade is also much wider than before, emitting a deep cold light that makes people shudder. Chapter 317-Qinglong Half Moon Sword. Buff looked at the big sword in front of him changed into this, so he began to check his attributes. Name: Qinglong Banyu Knife. Quality: mid-grade. Characteristics: sharp, Qinglong goes out of the hole. Half moon / mid-grade. Quality: you can also add free attribute points. Seeing such attributes, Buff was stunned for a moment. This General Fengjung really hides some good treasures. This weapon not only comes with 2 moves, the blue dragon out of the hole and the blue dragon swinging tail, but also has a sharp attribute. The most important thing is that this weapon has not yet reached its limit. I believe that as long as Buff continues to add his own attribute points, the attributes of this weapon will be more powerful. But Buff didn't do that. If he raised Fengjung's weapon to such a high level from the beginning, he was afraid that he would not be able to accept it. If you can't control him, it will be a very troublesome thing to be attacked by weapons. Buff had also heard before that the master couldn't suppress the anger of the weapon, and was attacked by the weapon, turning into a murderous madman. Of course, this is just a legend, and Buff doesn't quite believe that there will be such a thing. It's Buff who thinks that one thing is indeed correct, that is, it was replaced at the very beginning, and a top-quality weapon can be completely controlled. Even if the attributes of the big sword are raised to this level, if Fengjung can completely control him, it will be very powerful. Immediately, Buff laughed. This time, Qiyin looked like it was going to be bad, but Zhang Fengjung hadn't woken up yet. You can only wait until he wakes up. Buff here can only wait for the unconscious Fengjung to wake up before making plans. And Qiyin didn't dare to attack Yangle County rashly at the moment. Tian Dan also felt very strange, why Qiyin didn't come back with confidence like before, and then started to return to his tent. No longer it was like this for 2 days in a row, never half a step out, and the food was only brought in by the soldiers. Tian Dan didn't understand what happened to Qiyin, so he came to the front of Qiyin's tent that day. After entering, he found that Qiyin was in a daze, and when he saw someone breaking in, he frowned and was about to reprimand. When he saw Tian Dan coming, he swallowed the words he was about to scold. I don't want to see guests these few days. If you have anything important, please go back. Former General, there is one thing I don't understand. Oh, tell me, there's something you don't understand. My subordinates don't understand why Qian hasn't left the gate of the barracks since the last time he fought the enemy. Qian thought that Tian Dan had some important military intelligence and wanted to ask. I didn't expect that what he said was actually this matter, and it was indeed ridiculous not to think about what I had just thought. How could Tian Dan ask himself for advice on military matters? In fact, he knew very well that he was only a military general, and his martial arts skills were slightly stronger. As for arranging troops, and in terms of strategies and tactics, he was not Tian Dan's opponent. So this time, I kept myself in the barracks and stayed at home, just to let myself figure out a way to deal with Buff. But Buff's martial arts are really too strong, and he is not his opponent at all. Even after thinking hard for the past 2 days, he has not thought of any good countermeasures. At this time, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Tian Dan in front of him and said, Tian Dan. I thought that only the county magistrate Fengjung in Yangle County was the most powerful, but I didn't expect that the General Fengjung beside him was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than him. was also shocked when he heard Qi Yin's words, and Qi Yin's thoughts were not his thoughts. Battle between Qi Yin and General Feng Zheng from a distance, and they also saw the appearance of Buff later. But the action at that time was too fast. They didn't realize how Buff made his move, and they saw Qi Yin fly out. Originally thought that Qi Yin was caught in Buff's plot, but listening to the meaning of Qi Yin's words at the moment, it seems that he is really no match for Buff. Qi Yin returned to the camp, and he never told anyone about the previous battle, so the generals and soldiers didn't know what happened, how Qi Yin was injured, and the magic powder. Where did they come from? These Qi Yin never said a word. All the generals thought of going back to the camp and asking him again, thinking that he was not suitable for excessive exertion after recovering from a serious illness. But I didn't expect that as soon as he returned to the big city, Qi Yin returned to his tent and never came out again. Qi Yin is a former general. Who would dare to ask him and ask for trouble? After all, it is an indisputable fact that Qi Yin was defeated and injured by Buff. At this time, whoever ran to ask about the details of the battle was undoubtedly following Qi Yin's shortcomings. No brainless person dared to do so. What do you mean, former general? Tian Dan, have you ever fought Nabiaf? Qi Yin asked Tian Dan sincerely at this moment, and the obvious change in his attitude made Tian Dan suddenly feel a little unacceptable. Seeing that General Qian was still seriously waiting for his answer, he realized that he had been stunned, suddenly felt very embarrassed. He coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then he looked at Qi Yin and said, "Former general, when I fought with General Feng Zheng before, I was severely injured by his knife, so I was defeated and fled before Bufu shot." At this time, Tian Dan's face showed a sad look, and Qi Yin comforted him by the side. Tian Dan does not need to be heartbroken. Victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. As long as he is still alive, there must be a chance for revenge. Thank you for the encouragement from the former general. At this time, Xiaobo was also very surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Qi Yin, who was arrogant and scheming, would actually say such a thing. Maybe he felt the same way, because he had just suffered a defeat, and while comforting himself, he might have comforted himself. You don't know that General Feng Zheng is considered a strong martial artist, but he is not my opponent. I have already beaten him seriously, and he was already dead. Husband flew out with one punch. You all saw it later. I'm not his at all. I was kicked out of the box, and my back and waist were seriously injured. At this time, Tian Dan was fully aware of what had just happened on the battlefield. Former general, although you have beaten Feng Zheng to the point of being seriously injured and dying, I believe he is powerless at this moment. At this time, Tian Daner continued. As soon as the general made a move, he killed Feng Zheng, the magistrate of Yuanyongle County, which is a great achievement. Chapter 318_Negotiation Method. Tian Dan wanted to praise Qi Yin for continuing to draw closer to him. He didn't expect that Qi Yin would actually shake his head there, then sighed and said, I thought the same as you before. I thought Feng Zheng would definitely die. After all, he was injured so badly, it would be enough to kill 80 people in normal times. Back and forth. Qi Yin may have been holding back for too long in the past 2 days, so at this time Tian Dan began to chat. But that General Feng Zheng not only not dead, but also the wounds on his body quickly recovered. Tian Dan felt that this was important news, because at the time, in their opinion, it was certain that Feng Zheng was beaten by Xiao Guo like that, and he would definitely die. What Tian Dan is saying now is that Zhang Feng Zheng is not dead, and his injuries are slowly getting better. How is this possible? Even the great Luo Immortal can't save General Feng Zheng, who is so seriously injured. Tian Danner looked at Zhang Feng Zheng suspiciously, as if she didn't believe what Zhang Feng Zheng said at all. At this time, Feng Zheng burst into laughter, then patted Tian Dan on the shoulder and said, I knew you would never believe it, and I didn't believe it at the time either. At this time, Qi Yin suddenly became excited, as if he had found some kind of treasure. He looked at Tian Dan with burning eyes and said, but when I used the powder, I knew that Feng Zheng would definitely not die. Now, The former general of the medicine powder is the one who said. The small bottle of medicine powder that has been sent to Kido to the king of Qin has been sent. That's right. It's that medicine powder. It can be said to be a holy medicine for healing. You can also see the injury I suffered. At that time, I took the medicine powder in the medicine bottle and quickly recovered to what it is now. Tian Dan looked at Qi Yin at this time, recalling the rumors in the soldiers' barracks before, saying that Qi Yin's wounds were horrible to watch, until the scabs fell off, visible to the naked eye. Tian Dan finally understood what he said. Oh, that's why the former general immediately sent someone to deliver the medicinal powder to Kido to King Qi to check the ingredients. Ha. It's still Tian Dan, you are smart, you already thought of my idea before I said it. Former general, it's overrated. From the general's point of view, this powder is one of the soldiers of the Qin country or only a small number. Qi Yin thought about it for a while, then lowered his head and said, I don't think there should be too many. If a drug with such a powerful curative effect can be produced in large quantities, it can really be immortal in the military camp. Tian Dan nodded, then lowered his head and pondered. Qi Yin was right, if the soldiers of the Qin state had a lot of these drugs, then ordinary damage would not kill them at all. Unless they are killed directly on the battlefield, even if they are seriously injured, they will recover safely after returning. What a terrifying thing! Who can easily defeat a soldier who has never been afraid of being injured? Seeing Xiaobu being silent there, Qi Yin, who was open today, continued, Tian Dan, although they can't have one of them, but I snatched Feng Zheng's bottle of powder and found that there was a bottle of the same powder in Buff's place. It was with that bottle of medicinal powder that Feng Zheng was rescued from the gate of hell after work. This information is really very important. Tian Dan finally understood the whole story. This is really tricky, former general. If that's the case, then unless you kill the soldiers of the Qin state directly on the battlefield, otherwise, even if they were rescued from serious injuries or escaped, they would recover immediately. Tian Dan became anxious at this moment. He didn't know how to deal with the soldiers and horses with such miraculous recovery ability and how to fight against them. Resolve. Qi Yin stood up at this time, came to the middle of the tent, and sighed and said, then Buff is already strong in martial arts, and there are good medicines that can bring the dead back to life. It is really difficult to deal with. Yes, former general, why don't we report the situation here to King Qi and let him make a decision? Qi Yin looked back at Tian Dan, frowned and said, this time, I just went to attack Yangle County. I didn't expect that it would be bad for me. I almost lost my life when I met such a strong opponent. Qi Yin quickly came to Tian Dan, then looked at Tian Dan and asked, Tian Dan, you have always been resourceful, can you think of a way to defeat Bufu and the others with a trick? Tian Dan looked embarrassed. He had fought with Bufu and the others, and knew that Feng Zheng was not just a martial artist, he had no brains. Not just martial arts that could make Feng Zheng follow him with all his heart. Seeing Tian Dan's embarrassed look, Qi Yin also understood Tian Dan's thoughts, and knew that he couldn't think of any good strategies for a while. Oh, all right. If that's the case, Tian Dan, draft a memorial and tell King Qi about the situation here. Okay, former general, I'll do it now. You have a good rest in the past few days, take care of your body, and wait until King Qi orders us to act together. Good. After Tian Dan left, Qi Yin was lying on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. He closed his eyes and his mind was full of Buff's figure. Those punches and kicks made him extremely profound, and sometimes he was awakened by nightmares just after falling asleep. When he was awake, he would think about how to stop Buff's attack or there was no good way. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Qi Yin quickly got out of bed, put on his armor, picked up his weapon and rushed out of the camp. He thought it was Qin soldiers who came to attack the camp, but he quickly came out and saw that this was not the case. He grabbed a weapon and asked what was wrong. The soldier said that a city in Qi state was conquered and occupied by Qin state, and it was a relatively important city. Qi Yin was also surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Qi and Qin's army of more than 100,000 would fight in Yandu. Of 100,000 people was restrained. I didn't expect that the Qin state still had troops and horses that could attack the Qi state's cities. Quickly came to Tiandan, and saw that many generals had already arrived. Former general, you are here. Tiandan saw Qi Yin came to the tent, and hurried over to his side. What happened to Tiandan? The Long Spoon, which is 60 miles away from us, has been attacked by Qin troops and horses, and the county magistrate has been killed. It is the gateway to Qi, and it looks like Qin is going to attack Qi. Humph, I didn't expect that Qin would start fighting back so quickly. What should we do next for Tiandan? Chapter 319_Break the Long Spoon. Former General, we have a task at hand now, and we can only try our best to contain the soldiers of the Qin state here, and the rest will wait for the order of the King of Qin. Qi Yin nodded, thinking that it was all he could do. Past few days, Qi Yin has also figured out that instead of contemplating and thinking hard, it is better not to think about it and let it go. Although Buff is strong in martial arts, it is impossible for him to have no weaknesses. It's just that he hasn't found it yet, so Qi Yin hopes to fight Buff even more at this time. This way, you can better understand how powerful Buff is. Just when Tiandan, Qi Yin and the others were watching the changes, Buff had already heard the good news from Zhang Kuang. Ha ha ha, I can't believe that Zhang Kuang and Ganya have conquered a city so quickly. How long, when will we be able to attack Qin's city as well? Bufu looked at General Fengjung with a smile, and then said, isn't the Qi army outside enough for you to fight? If you want to attack the city of Qi, you have to defeat the Qi army outside. Hey, those guys don't know what's wrong. They used to call out every day, but now they can't stay in the camp. So long, do you know what's going on? Bufu also shook his head, and then said, perhaps I know that I can't conquer this Yangle county, and I don't want us to leave easily to attack Qi, so I'm here to contain us. Humph, even they can hold us back. How long? Let me lead the troops out of the city. I will definitely break through their camp and kill them to pieces. Ha ha ha. You are also healed and the scar has forgotten the pain. You almost lost your life in Qi Yin's hands. Now it seems like you just happened to be together and you are not honest. Hey, it's so long, don't you know me? You can't stand it when you meet a tough opponent. Well, I know, so I saved his life at that time, just to leave it to you, so that you can defeat him with your own hands. Ha ha ha, Shichang really knows me so well. Don't be too complacent, that Qi Yin's martial arts is not ordinary. You are used to the weapon I gave you, how you used it. Zhang Fengjung's eyes lit up when he heard Buff mention the weapon. Then he said excitedly, wow, the weapon you gave me is really easy to use. It's so easy to use. If I had this weapon in the first place, I wouldn't have lost so badly. Humph, weapons are just support. And you still need to improve your own strength before you can truly become stronger. No, this subordinate understands, Shichang. I still don't quite understand the two moves of the Qinglong Banyu saber. Can Shichang give me some pointers? Okay, I don't understand. Tell me that in a building called Chengxiao in Qi State, Zhang Huang stood at the front of the city and laughed. I said insolent, what are you giggling there for? Ganya, Uncle Liang, you said, will we be very happy to break Chengxiao County so quickly? That's for sure, arrogant. If we attack the Long Spoon so quickly and occupy this place, we can use this as the original plan for the many cities in Qi. Yeah, Ganya is right. Shichang originally asked us to attack the Long Spoon for this purpose, but I really didn't expect that it would be so easy to occupy such an important place. Got it. Ha ha ha. The main reason is that Ganya and I are too brave. Uncle Liang, you didn't see it. Before, Ganya shot that county magistrate's throat with an arrow, scaring the soldiers around him to flee in a hurry. Ganya heard Zhang Kuang compliment him so, and laughed there. Well, the arrows of the bow have indeed improved a lot. It seems that the arrows shot are faster and stronger than before. Uncle Liang also praised Ganya there, because Gongya was the hero who attacked Chengshao County this time. The county magistrate with the long spoon was still there, when the city had commanded the soldiers to resist their attacks. Bow and arrow ran forward on horseback, suddenly jumped high, and then shot an arrow at that county magistrate. That county magistrate, standing on the city wall, never thought that someone would be able to shoot such a long distance under the city. So he didn't take precautions and didn't hide his figure, so he gave the bow and arrow a chance, and an arrow shot through his throat. The soldiers around him were really terrified. No one could imagine that a person could shoot someone standing on the top of the city from under the city wall. Is this something that people can do? But it just happened. After such a thing, without the command of the county magistrate, the city became chaotic. Sejong Kwang and the others easily invaded Chengshao County. Xiaohei scratched his head a little embarrassedly when he heard that Zhang Kwang and Uncle Liang were complimenting his archery skills. It's actually nothing special, but the armor given by Xicheng is really powerful, and it has increased my strength and speed a lot, so I can do such a thing. Ha ha ha. Gongya, it's really weird when you actually feel embarrassed. Fuck you, you're embarrassed, sir, I rely on my own ability, what's the embarrassment? Yes, I'm not arguing with the two of you on this point. When we attack other cities in the future, we will use this method to kill their magistrates, then we will be much more relaxed. For the first time, Zhang Kwang didn't argue with Gongya, and he sincerely admitted to Gongya, which made Gongya stunned for a moment, and reached out to touch Zhang Kwang's forehead. Zhang Kwang, you don't have a fever today, why does it feel different from before? Fuck you, Gongya, I'm in good health, I just thought about how long we can work and break the city, I feel very happy in my heart. At this time, Zhang Kwang's eyes glowed brightly, and he looked at Liangbo and Gongya and said, I can imagine the scene of galloping on the battlefield with Xicheng in the future, fighting for domination of the world. So now what I want to do most is to capture a lot of cities, why should I increase troops and cities? At this time Gongya was also excited, and even the usually calm Uncle Liang began to move. They couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts, and when they thought of the picture depicted by Insolent, their emotions were overwhelmed. Because they know that what Zhang Kwang said is not wishful thinking, and they believe that Buff will do such a thing one day. Therefore, they must constantly improve themselves in order to better follow Buff to help him in the future. Zhang Kwang, you are right, Xicheng can certainly do it, so what we need to do now is to defend this city and prepare for Xicheng's attack on Qi. Chapter 320 _ Composition of the Powder. I reckon that there will definitely be soldiers and horses coming to attack the city from Qi. Well, this Chengshao County is a military center and the gateway to Qi. From here, you can go anywhere in Qi. It is impossible for Qi to let us occupy this place so easily. Uncle Liang is right, the next thing is the real battle. King Qi, the capital of the state of Qi, looked at King Qi with a porcelain bottle in his hand and said, King Qi, this medicinal powder, after being identified by the medical officer, seems to be a powder made from the bones of an animal, but I don't know what kind of animal it is. It's incredible that animal bone meal can do such amazing things. In astonishment, he never thought that the magical medicine powder that Qin sent back with the flesh and bones of the living and dead was actually made of animal bone powder. King Qi stepped down from the throne and came here. When he arrived at Tianji's side, he took the small porcelain bottle in his hand and opened the cork. There is not much medicinal powder in this small porcelain bottle, it has been quoted by Qi a lot, although it is a bit wasteful, but it also indirectly improves some of his physical fitness on the basis of treating the wound. In fact, there was not much of the remaining medicinal powder. Looking at the small amount of medicinal powder at the bottom of the bottle, King Qi also felt regretful, because it was too rare, so when he first got it, King Qi didn't believe it when he heard of his wonderful use. But then a soldier cut a small incision in his arm with a weapon, and then applied the powder on it. But after a while, the wound healed, and soon the scar was no longer visible. Seeing this, King Qi also began to be shocked. He didn't expect that the effect of this powder was the same as what Qi Yin said. King Chi decided at that time to send someone to recruit all the medical officers to study the powder together. If he wanted to find out what the ingredients of the powder were, after the unified decision of the medical officers just now, they agreed that this is the production of bone meal. Inta. But if you don't know what kind of bone and powder it is, you can't make it. This bone meal is really a treasure. If you have enough of this powder in the military camp, do you still worry about the soldiers being injured? However, this kind of thinking is just a thought. Now looking at the small amount of bone meal in the bottle, King Chi shook his head and put it away. Then he turned to look at Tianji. Tianji, do you think that the soldiers of the Qin country can all have this kind of healing bone powder, so when they attack the country of Yan, the soldiers will go forward without any scruples? Tianji listened to King Chi's words, lowered his head for a while, then raised his head and said, King Chi, I don't think so. If it was really like that, Qin would not be so careful. Also, if our country in Qi has this kind of powder, it will definitely expand the territory. King Chi, but now they have started to counterattack, Changsha County has fallen, and the Qin army is ready to counterattack. Tianji, do you know whose soldiers and horses broke through Changsha County? King Chi, it is believed that the soldiers are returning, like the soldiers and horses they are leading. The man whose name is Zhang Kuang. The name Zhang Kuang is a bit familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere. King Chi, he was the one who had spent the third night with Kuangzong at the beginning, and he was also the one who forced Kuangzong to death later. Oh, it turns out that he is arrogant and has a grudge against us in Qi. We must not let him go easily. Yes. This. Shi Tianji looked at King Chi and said seriously, whether it's the location of Changsha County or Kuangzong's hatred, no matter what aspect it is, they cannot easily let them occupy Changsha County. That's right, Tianji, send troops to fight immediately, and be sure to take Changsha County back to me, and then smash that arrogant to pieces. Tianji was helpless when he saw King Chi being so angry. If Zhang Kuang was really so easy to kill, Changsha County wouldn't have been broken so easily. King Chi, who do we send to fight this time? Tianji, do you have any good candidates for that arrogance and bravery? Most people are probably not his opponents. Tianji thought for a while and said, there is one person I can recommend. This person must be qualified for the post of general in this attack on Changsha County. Oh, who is? He is Kuangzi's opposite-sex brother. His name is Zhanghu Kai. His martial arts skills are comparable to that of Kuangzi, but his resourcefulness is superior, and he is slightly better than Kuangzi. Oh, I have never heard of this person, but what military rank does he hold? King Chi, this person has an erratic personality and is a little disobedient to discipline. Last time, he was reprimanded by Kuangzi because he bumped into Kuangzi, and he didn't go with Kuangzi to attack the capital of Yan. Ha ha ha, there is one person with such a big temper. Well, since you said that he is capable, I will let him accept his appointment as a general, and give him 50,000 soldiers and horses to attack Changsha County. No, this subordinate will do it now. In this way, Zhang Yi Kai rushed towards Changsha County with 50,000 soldiers and horses. Oh, this king of Qi is really stingy. He gave Kuangzi 150,000 soldiers and horses, and only gave me 50,000 soldiers and horses. It's really unfair. Hey, I'm talking about the general, but I can't say it. If the person with ulterior motives listens to it, the general may be killed. The subordinate next to him heard Zhang Yi Kai too say such words, and almost fell off his horse in fright. If King Chi knew about these rebellious remarks, it would be a death sentence for beheading. But he saw Zhang Yi Kai's unconcerned appearance, so he shook his head helplessly. Hey, look at your courage, no matter what I say now, King Chi is reluctant to kill me, as long as I break through Changsha County and make a great contribution, hee. The general will definitely be successful this time, and when he gets a heavy reward from King Chi, don't forget our brothers. Don't worry, as long as you fight the enemy bravely, I will definitely reward you for your merits and deeds. Thank you, General. Here in Buff, General Fangjung has left the city to fight against Tiandan and Qiyin. Humph. I didn't expect you to die like this. You really have a great fate. Ha ha ha. My life is not. You can take it away easily, but I must decide your life today. Qiyin rushed out at this time, and then said loudly, "The defeated general, how can you speak bravely? Look at the axe." Qiyin charged with 2 axes, then slashed at Zhang Fangjung. He raised Fangjung's Azure Dragon Banyu saber and greeted him. Qiyin was overjoyed. He actually dared to pick up his axe. He really didn't know whether to live or die. It seems that the last time he fought against him, he didn't let him remember his power. Don't reduce, keep cutting forward. Chapter 321-Fight Again. When the giant axe came into contact with the big sword, there was a loud noise. But the giant axe did not cut off the handle of the Qinglong Banyu Dao as Qiyin imagined, but was blocked there. Qiyin was shocked at this moment. He really did not expect that the defeated general in front of him had been cut in half by his own axe, and the General Fangjung, who had been severely injured in the chest, could block him with a big knife after not seeing him for a few days. The big axe. Push Fangjung forward with force, and then hold the knife in both hands to cut horizontally, and Qiyin will be cut off in the middle. The axe raised by Qiyin quickly swung down to the right, and then smashed it together with the big knife that Fangjung had chopped down. It was still a dead end. After being blocked, the broadsword bounced back, turned Fangjung around, and the broadsword drew a circle and slashed from his left side. At this time, Qiyin threw another axe of his own, blocking another attack from Zhang Fangjung. At this time, before Fangjung could continue to attack his right hand, he swung the big axe and was about to slash towards Fangjung's face. At this time, Fangjung's big knife was blocked by the big axe in Qiyin's left hand and was not retracted. Looking at the big axe that was about to slash at him, Fangjung did not panic at all. He quickly pulled out the big sword that he took back, and pushed the handle against the side of the big axe that was slashed by Qiyin, and with a bang, the big axe was pushed out. Seeing that such an attack failed, Qiyin felt depressed for a while. He suddenly realized that Fangjung's strength and speed were faster than before. Although he has also improved, it is not as obvious as the improvement of Fangjung. If this were to happen before, the blow just now would have severely injured Fangjung, but he did not expect it to be cracked by him skillfully. It also requires sufficient strength and speed to do such a thing. Taking back the Qinglong Banyu knife, and feeling the information transmitted by the knife, Fangjung felt a lot of excitement in his heart. This is the first time he takes a new weapon to the battlefield, but he finds that the play fits him very well, as if it has a tacit understanding with him. Not too much to describe it as being handy. Looking at the big knife in his hand, Fangjung showed a satisfied smile. Seeing Zhang Fangjung like this, only at this moment did Qiyin notice the weapon in his hand. He remembered that Fangjung's weapon was destroyed when he was fighting with him before. It seems that this new weapon is somewhat famous. Qiyin also felt helpless. Yangle County is indeed a county town famous for martial arts. There are so many good weapons. Qiyin felt a little envious. As a military general, one has a war horse and the other is a handy weapon. These things are invaluable. For military generals, it is a life-like existence. So after losing General Fangjung's weapon this time, when he saw General Fangjung this time, Qiyin did not take the weapon in his hand seriously. Because military generals basically don't know how to use weapons after they become famous. A weapon that is easy to use is like your own body. If you suddenly switch to another weapon, it will definitely be unfamiliar. But what Qiyin didn't expect was that he had just changed to a new weapon, but he didn't feel unfamiliar at all. This made Qiyin feel jealous, and further strengthened his desire to attack. Poyongla County's determination. He believes that in the arsenal of General Fangjung, there will definitely be all kinds of top-quality weapons. This is more attractive to him than those gold and silver jewelry. I didn't expect you to be blessed. You actually found such a good weapon. Ha ha ha. HMPH, are you afraid? My weapon is called the Qinglong Banyu Saber. and it was given to me by our general. Humph. Don't be complacent, it's just that you got a handy weapon, but you're still no match for me with martial arts. I'll end your life, and no one will come to save you this time. I'm not ashamed. I lost to you before. It was just my carelessness. I will never lose to you again this time. At this time, the two people who had finished speaking fought together again, and the fight was inextricable. With the weapon in hand to confront Qi Yin, Feng Zheng increased his chances of winning by a few points. Qi Yin became more and more frightened as he fought. Even if it was because he had a powerful weapon, it would improve Feng Zheng too much. Even if he tried his best, he still couldn't find a flaw in Feng Zheng, and it was only a few days before the last battle. At that time, there was still a clear gap between Feng Zheng and his own strength, but in this battle, he found that he was already on a par with him. It seemed that it would be difficult to defeat Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng's side was different from what Qi Yin thought. Because he has a weapon that is good for his hand, and his own physical strength and speed have increased a lot, now he is fighting against Qi Yin. The more he fights, the more excited he is. Ha ha ha, Qi Yin, I think you are doomed today. If you don't get off your horse and die quickly, I'll leave you with a whole body. Fart, it's up to you, although you are indeed much stronger than before, but you are only tied with me, you are still far from killing me. I haven't used all my strength yet, of course I'm just tied with you, but I know you've used all your strength, so today is your day of death. After Feng Zheng finished speaking, he retreated from the battle circle with a feint, and then stared at Qi Yin, the Qinglong Banyu saber in his hand. The tip of his knife pointed at Qi Yin not far away, and locked him. At this time, Feng Zheng pointed the Qinglong Banyu saber forward. A Qinglong roared out along the avenue. The Qinglong came out of the hole, and pointed a move on Feng Zheng's Qinglong Banyu saber. At first he didn't understand the use of moves, so he asked Buff to teach him how to use moves. Buff pointed him to some key points. Feng Zheng himself was a martial arts prodigy, and he quickly understood the changes in the moves on the Azure Dragon Banyu saber. Today was the first time he used it. Looking at Qinglong, he flew towards Qi Yin not far away, and Feng Zheng smiled slightly pale. Just let you see how powerful my weapon is. Qinglong charged towards Qi Yin with a mixture of power. Qi Yin was too close to dodge. At this moment, he kept waving his double axe and looked at the phantom of Qinglong that was rushing towards him. He didn't know what caused this, but he knew that if he was attacked by this blue dragon, it would definitely end badly. He increased the frequency of swinging his axe, and suddenly an air current seemed to form at the front of his axe. Chapter 322-Incredible. The airflow kept getting bigger and bigger, and it turned into the shape of a tiger's head. The tiger's head collided with the flying blue dragon. Was a loud noise, and a hurricane was also formed, which blew Qi Yin out, and the child was blown off his horse, but he was not seriously injured. He stood there looking at his hands in amazement. The axe in his hands had fallen to the ground. His hands were already out of strength, and he didn't even have the strength to pick up an axe, but Qi Yin was extremely excited at the moment. Because he unintentionally created a new move, which is very similar to Feng Zheng's blue dragon. Qi Yin stood there, feeling what happened just now, and Feng Zheng's heart was also very shocked at this time. In astonishment, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. This Qi Yin was a natural alien, and he actually created such a move. Looking at Qi Yin standing there, Feng Zheng had no choice but to admire the person in front of him. He got the top quality weapon that Buff gave him, and understood the moves in the weapon, but there are some key points that he still got the guidance of Buff before he could learn it completely. However, this Qi Yin in front of him created such a move in a desperate situation, which is really incredible. No, at this moment, Feng Zheng thought to himself, this person must not stay any longer, he must kill him while he is weak and out of strength, otherwise he will be relieved by him, and he will be a strong enemy of Buff in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Zheng slapped his horse forward, raised the Qinglong Banyu saber in his hand, and rushed towards Qi Yin. At this time, Qi Yin has not yet recovered, and the impact just now made his body temporarily unable to move. Qi Yin's heart was so excited. He wanted to grab the double axe that fell on the ground, but he couldn't do it. At this time, he heard the sound of horses' hooves galloping, raised his head slightly, and saw Feng Zheng ran towards him with his big sword in hand. However, there was a burst of sorrow in my heart, and I never thought that I had just realized an unprecedented move and was about to be killed here. What he thought in his mind at the moment was not his own country of Qi, nor was it the country of Qin whose opponent was square. What he thought of was the new move he just created by wielding both hands and axe. How he wanted to make that attack again and feel the power of that attack, but he knew that he had no chance today. Feng Zheng ran in front of him, and the big knife was about to fall. At this moment, Qi Yin opened his eyes wide and looked at Feng Zheng. Just heard a bang, and the broken knife flew out. A puff, the sound of the sword slashing into the armor hit Qi Yin's ears, but he didn't feel any pain. For in front of him stood a man, and beside him the severed sword fell to the ground. Blood flowed down the man's body. Qi Yin stared at the back in front of him with wide eyes. The familiar figure immediately knew who it was, who blocked the knife for him just now. "Come on, what are you still doing there?" Tian Dan roared loudly, making Qi Yin, who was standing there in a daze, suddenly startled. He rushed. He ran forward and looked at Tian Dan. Maybe because he was too shocked, he had forgotten the feeling of weakness in his body, and the body that couldn't move just now ran to Tian Dan at this moment. "Tian Dan, you." At this moment, Tian Dan, clenching his hands tightly, looked at the big sword on his shoulder, confronting General Feng Zheng, and did not allow Feng Zheng to pull the sword back. The broadsword had cut through half of his shoulder, and blood had stained the soil on the ground near it. At this time, Tian Dan's face was pale, but he looked at Feng Zheng firmly, as if he was telling Feng Zheng that he would never let go. Feng Zheng was also shocked by his eyes. He just stared at Qi Yin, thinking it is necessary to cut Qi Yin in half with one knife to avoid future troubles. But he didn't expect a person to rush over from the side, holding a big knife in front of Qi Yin, although he tried his best to raise his big move, trying to block his east attack, but the sharpness of the Qinglong Banyu knife played a role. After slashing the large knife handle in Tian Dan's hand to death, although there was some slight resistance, the large knife still saw Tian Dan's shoulder. If it wasn't for Tian Dan grabbing the big sword with both hands with all his strength, half of his body would have been chopped off by now. "Come on." Tian Dan was already very weak at this time, but his hands still didn't let go. Qi Yin wanted to help with Feng Zheng's big sword, but he was completely powerless, because when he swung the axe just now, he had already overdrawn all his strength. But he really can't bear to leave now. He knows that if he leaves, Tian Dan will surely die. But even if you stay here, your current state cannot compete with Feng Zheng. Qi Yin made a difficult decision, only to see him kneeling on the ground, kowtowed to Tian Dan, and then quickly ran back. Although his stamina has not recovered, Qi Yin still insisted on running backwards with gritted teeth. At this time, his warhorse also ran over, and immediately used his last strength to get on the horse's back, and the warhorse took Keen and galloped away. At this time, Feng Zheng saw Tian Dan there, and even his combat strength was very reluctant, but he still refused to let go. The big sword in his hand. In order to save Qi Yin's life, Tian Dan blocked Feng Zheng's attack with his own body. In order to let Qi Yin escape, he firmly grasped Feng Zheng's big sword, so that Feng Zheng would not have the opportunity to attack Qi Yin again. Tian Dan did all this without hesitation, and his eyes were very firm, which made Feng Zheng feel extremely admired in his heart. Such a tough guy. Will Feng Zheng decide to give him a good time? No longer pulling hard on the handle of the knife, he turned over and dismounted, and looked at Tian Dan, who was still holding the big knife in front of him. Because there was no longer Feng Zheng's pulling, he knelt on the ground and lost consciousness. "You are indeed very powerful, and being able to do this for your brother makes me look up to you." At this time, Tian Dan was no longer able to answer Feng Zheng's words, and he couldn't even hear what Feng Zheng said just now. Tian Dan now only has a weak breath left, and it seems that he may not be able to hold on for the next second. pulled out Fangjung, the treasured sword in his waist, then bowed to Tiandan, and cut off Tiandan's head with one sword. You have already won the honor, and you are worthy of anyone who died in battle. You are a man of the highest order. Chapter 323-Repel Qi Army. At this time, because of Tiandan's death in battle and Qi Yin's defeat and fleeing, the Qi army has decided to retreat 30 miles and set up camp. Fangjung picked up Tiandan's head, then pulled out his azure dragon Banyu saber from Tiandan's corpse, turned on his horse and returned to the city. Ha ha ha, what a long way, I have already chopped off that Tiandan's head. It must be a great achievement. Fangjung looked at Buff with interest, and then showed Buff the head in his hand. Ha ha, okay, Zhang Fangjung, you did make another great contribution this time. Alas, it's a pity that Qi Yin escaped. It doesn't matter, if we can run away from the monk, we can't run away from the temple. As long as we continue to attack Qi, we will meet again sooner or later. At this time, Fangjung suddenly fell silent, as if he had remembered something, handed the head back to his subordinates, and he came to Buff's side. What a long time ago, Qi Yin released a move at the last moment, blocking my Qinglong from coming out of the hole. Did you see it? I saw it. It seems to be a trick that was sent out in a hurry. It should have never been used before. It seems that it was a trick that was forced to deal with by your Qinglong coming out of the hole. Wow, that's what I see. That guy is really powerful. Although he was blown out by the hurricane and stopped moving after that, he didn't seem to be hurt much. Well, he is indeed a talent, and he is very powerful in all aspects. Whether it is in terms of speed or strength, he has surpassed many people, so he has the opportunity to do such a move. This is Buff looking at Zhang Fangjung and then smiling. You don't have to pay too much attention, although his occasional moves can resist the attack of your Qinglong. But it must have consumed a huge amount of him, which is why he was blown away and stood there unable to move. When Fangjung heard Buff's words, he thought about it and nodded. You're right, it's so long, it must be like this. Improve your strength well, I believe we will meet him again soon. If you still can't defeat him, it will be really dangerous. No, don't worry, I will definitely redouble my efforts to understand the moves in the Azure Dragon Banyu Saber. Yeah, you made a great contribution today, beheading Tiandan and making Qi Yin lead Xu Jun back 30 miles. However, you still can't rest tonight. Zhang Fangjung looked at Buff in doubt, and then suddenly realized. I understand what Xichang means, pursue the victory while he is sick, and kill him. Buff nodded and said, when the Qi army had Tiandan, we couldn't go to pursue it in this situation, because he would lay an ambush. Bu Fu took 2 steps forward and continued, but Dan is dead. Qi's martial arts are not bad, but he is slightly inferior to Tiandan in terms of Taoism and resourcefulness. At this time, Zhang Fangjung continued Buff's words and said, so we have to always win the chase and catch them by surprise, so that they don't have a chance to breathe, isn't it long? That's right, it's rare. At this time, Qi Yin must still be immersed in the joy of discovering that martial arts move, so if he goes to attack his camp now, he will surely succeed. No, this subordinate will prepare now. General Fangjung, soldiers are very fast. No. By Buff. In terms of resourcefulness, he was really inferior to Tiandan. After retreating 30 meters from the camp, he returned to the main camp. Where did he concentrate on studying the move he unintentionally released before? So much so that when Fangjung led his troops into the camp, he hurriedly fled without any preparations. He was chased away by Fangjung and his troops for more than 40 miles. Although he didn't lose his life, most of the troops he brought out this time have been lost. It can be said that it was a disastrous return. King Qi severely punished Qi Yin, and then put him in prison. If it wasn't for Tianji's intercession for him, my dad would have been beheaded long ago, but Zhang Kai doesn't care about all this. There are only 2 things in his mind. The first is to swear to take revenge for Tiandan, and the second is to fully understand that. A strange move with great power. to find Tianji in the prison, told him the whole story, and then asked him to send his weapons to the prison. Yin was originally the confidant of King Qi, but this time he was defeated and returned, so he had to punish him in order to block Yu's public. Hearing what Tianji said, King Qi readily agreed and instructed Tianji that although Qi Yin was in prison, he must be given good food. When Qi Yin learned about King Qi's thoughts, he was more loyal to King Qi, and practiced more assiduously. It won't take long before he will have the opportunity to fight Fang Zheng again, but at that time he believed that he had completely mastered that tricks. Fang Zheng defeated Qi Yin here, and chased the Qi army out for more than 40 miles, so that the Qi army was defeated and returned, temporarily solving the crisis in Yangle County. There was a crisis in Zhonghuang. Zhang Hao Ru led 50,000 troops to attack Chengshao County, but did not attack and fight fiercely. When Zhang Yi Kai launched the attack, the disguised soldiers in the city secretly opened the city gate. Gangya and Liangbo and others resisted desperately. Even Gangya was slightly injured and had to escape from the city. Even when he was fleeing outside the city, he was hit by Zhang Huang Kai's ambush twice. Not to mention the loss of soldiers, this time even Zhang Huang and Liangbo suffered different injuries. This made Zhang Huang extremely depressed all the time. He didn't understand that this Zhang Kai too didn't seem to be a very powerful person, but when he fought against him, he never fell behind. Bows and arrows didn't work for him either. Uncle Liang also sighed in his heart that Qi is also full of talented people. Originally, Uncle Liang was here, so it shouldn't have been so easy to be calculated by Zhang Yi Kai too, but it doesn't matter. Coincidentally, Uncle Liang was implicated by some things, so he did not respond in time. This is also a strategy of Zhang Yi Kai, and they are intertwined. After being ambushed twice in a row, San Huang, careful uncle, and the others barely escaped with half of their soldiers. At this time, they had already evacuated back to Fangyang County to rest their troops and horses to fight the defeat. All of them looked downcast. Zhang Huang looked even more depressed. At this time, Bufu's order came here, and after Zhang Huangshao and Liangbo were rectified in Fangyang County, they led the troops to continue to attack Chengshao County. Chapter 324-Qin and Wei Alliance. 3 were thinking of revenge. When they heard Buf let them continue to fight the county town of Chengshao, their hearts were also full of strength. Quickly spent a day to rectify the troops and horses, and then left Fangyang County, and continued to set off for Chengshao County. At this time, Bufu and General Fang Zheng also led the army to march towards Chengshao County. After Qin was defeated, Yangle County was safe, so Bufu and General Fang Zheng did not need to guard the city there. Wow, what kind of person do you think this Zhao Kai is? He who can actually defeat Zhang Huang, Gangya and Liangbo. This person's martial arts must be quite good, at least not under the arrogance, and his resourcefulness is not much inferior to that of Uncle Liang. It seems that Qi State still has some talents. At this time, Bufu looked at Zhang Fangjung and continued, Chengshao County is the gateway to the state of Qi, and it is normal for the king of Qin to send a force to seize this, but this Zhang Yi Kai is unknown. We don't know his history. I heard that he is Guangzi's opposite-sex brother. His strength is unknown, but the arrogant argument is that he is also slightly inferior. Oh, since Zhang Huang said that, then this Zhang Yi Kai is indeed extraordinary. Shi Chong, let me fight him this time. Ha ha ha, why are my hands itchy again? Ever since he obtained the Azure Dragon Banyu sword, Zhang Fangjung wanted to fight against the strong to improve his strength. But this time, you must be more careful. To win against others on the battlefield, although martial arts are very important, resourcefulness is even more important. No. At this time, in addition to Bufu and Zhang Huang heading towards Chengshao County from 2 directions, 2 other soldiers and horses also marched towards Qi. The 2 troops were led by the generals Sun Yun and Zhang Feixiang of the Wei state. Qi sent troops to attack Yandu. The king of Qin sent someone to inform the king of Wei, hoping to join forces with him to attack the state of Qi. King Wei agreed without hesitation. King Wei never thought too much about the outcome of the attack. In the past, King Wei also wanted to unite with Qin to attack Qi, but after that time, there was no such idea, so he declined the alliance of King Wei. At this time, Qin state proposed an alliance, and King Wei of course readily allowed it. Knowing that Qin state had already begun to send troops to attack Qin state, he did not hesitate, and immediately sent 2 troops to attack the city of Qi state near Wei state. Although Qi state was not weak, it couldn't resist the attack of 2 great powers together. His main force was on Yandu and Buff, so in a short period of time he lost 3 cities on the foreign side. Wei state's victory in the division, King Wei was overjoyed and very happy. He rewarded the generals and soldiers who attacked Qi state heavily, and asked them to make persistent efforts and continue to attack the city and the land of Qi was more depressed. When fighting against the state of Qin, the state of Qi also prevented the state of Wei from entering. However, the Qin state's offensive was so fierce that they had to resist with all their strength, resulting in the emptiness of the Wei state's forces, making it difficult to resist the Wei state's army. Damn, the Wei country actually lost 3 cities in a row in 2 days. This general should be killed. King Qi was furious there, and everyone dared to speak, so he could only stand there silently and wait for King Qi to stabilize his emotions. After a while, King Qi lost his temper, so he slowly calmed down, looked at Tianji and said, "At this time, the alliance of Qin and Wei came to attack us. Tianji, do you have any good way to deal with it?" King Qi, your subordinates believe that they should unite with the state of Chu, so that they can attack the state of Qin with the state of Chu before and after, so as to solve the crisis of the state of Wei and the state of Qin allied to attack the state of Qi. Hearing what Tianji said, King Qi's eyes lit up. Yes, you can go abroad in alliance. But then he frowned again. Then the state of Chu has always regarded itself as strong and never made alliances with other countries, but we went to ask the alliance and wondered if he could agree. King Qi, rest assured, this time is different from the past. The state of Yan, which was annexed by the Qin state, is growing stronger and stronger. It is together with the state of Wei to attack our state of Qi, and the state of Chu will definitely not sit idly by. At this time, Tianji said confidently, if the Qin country will not be allowed to develop like this, then it is very likely that it will pose a threat to the Chu country one day. It makes sense. I will write a letter to the king of Chu, hoping that he will send troops to attack Qin. But before he could finish writing the letter, news came from outside that on the border of Qin state, next to Chu state, 555 cities had been shot down by Chu state in a row. This news made King Qi suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect Chu state to take action so quickly, and looking at the speed of capturing the city, it seemed that he was already prepared. Ha ha ha. Well, Tianji is exactly as you said. The Chu country can't hold back anymore. In this case, the Qin country will not attack our Qi country without any scruples. In fact, Tianji never thought that Chu Guo would make a move so quickly, and the moment he made a move, it was a thunderous force, and he directly took down the 555 cities of Qin state. But just as King Qi said, Chu state made a move at this time, so it can be said that it is the right time for Qi state. At this time, Buff was already standing at the head of the long spoon, and in the process of fighting against Zhang Yi Kai Tu, Fang Zheng showed his absolute strength. Relying on the advantages of the Qinglong Banyu Dao, the already powerful General Fang Zheng easily defeated Zhang Yi Kai. He broke through the city, but he was still escaped by Zhang Yi Kai. Although his martial arts were not as good as Fang Zheng's, he prepared a way for himself. At this time, Zhang Yi Kai has retreated to Shui, where he reorganizes his troops and prepares to defend the arrival of Bufu and the others. According to his idea, Buff will definitely take this route, because this route is the closest to Kidu. But Buff didn't follow his idea. At that time Buff was standing at the head of Long Spoon City and looked into the distance, where he was thinking about what kind of uncle came to him, but he didn't say anything to disturb Buff. Waiting for Dob, the husband turned his head and only took a step forward and said, Shichong, the state of Chu has taken action and attacked our 555 cities in the state of Qin. Oh, It's a good time to draw money from the bottom of the pot. The timing of the Chu country is still good. It seems that this speed has already been arranged. My subordinates also think so. To be able to win the 555 cities in the country at such a fast speed must have been prepared in advance to have such a speed. Well, does King Qin have any will to come here? Not yet, but listening to Qi Ying's news, it seems that General Xin Sheng has set off for the Chu country with a 50,000 strong army in the capital of Yan. Oh, it turns out that General Xin Sheng was transferred back. There should be no serious problems at the border of Qin. When Uncle Liang heard Buff say this, he hesitated for a moment and then continued, Shi Chong, although General Xin Sheng is brave, it's just that Chu must have planned this time for a long time, and he won't be easily repelled by him. Chapter 325_Edge Offense. Well, Chu country is like a wolf right now. When Qin country attacked Qi country, he took a bite in the back. It is indeed difficult for him to spit it out. But Buff smiled again and said, but don't worry, Qin also has an alliance, doesn't it? Shi Chong, you mean, Wei's state will also send troops? Lufu nodded and then said, I will definitely send troops. Although Wei's primary target is Qi, when he is in the alliance, he will not watch Chu attack Qin and sit idly by. Yeah, it's true, what are we going to do next? We just need to keep attacking Qi. As for Chu, even if we need to go back for help, there are still General Wang Jian's troops. It's not our time to worry about it. Buff looked at Uncle Liang and smiled, then turned his head to look into the distance. Uncle Liang looked at Buff and said, Shi Chong, now that we have occupied Chengxiao County, the gateway of Qi, from which direction will we attack Qi next? Buff didn't answer Liang Bo's words right away. In fact, Buff already had a plan in mind for the specific direction, but whether it could be implemented according to his plan still needed a lot of factors. Now Wei State's troops and horses have also begun to dispatch. The direction of their attack is the direction closest to Kidu. Although the distance is the shortest, their defense is also the strongest. We are not yet suitable for a head-to-head confrontation with the main force of Qi, so I decided to go around like attacking Yan. Buff walked down the tower with Liang Bo and came to the hall of Chengju Mansion. On his wall hangs a map, which was obtained by Qi Ying, a very detailed topographic map of Qi. Buff looked at it for a while, then pointed to a place, and then marked all the cities between that place and Kidu. Uncle Liang counted the cities between them, and found that there were as many as 12, which was indeed a considerable distance away from attacking Kidu directly from another direction. Why do we have to choose these remote places? If we attack directly from here, wouldn't we be able to reach Kidu faster? Ha ha, Uncle Liang, haven't you heard that the haste is not enough? Buff hooked up the mysterious sail, and made a joke with Uncle Liang. At this time, he occupied Chengxiao County, and he was in a very good mood. Wow, my subordinates really don't understand. With our current strength, even if we attack the most defensive part of Qi, we can still win. Buff looked at Liang Bo and laughed and said, indeed, you were right. Now that Qi's defense is here with us, even the strongest defense may be broken by us, and it will cost a lot of money. Uncle Liang, do you know what kind of purpose I have? Don't forget that in addition to Qi, there are two great countries, Wei and Chu. Uncle Liang was suddenly enlightened when he heard Buff's words, and he finally understood Buff's meaning. The current state of Qi is not Boof either, his goal is still more lofty. Although Uncle Liang kept telling himself to look farther and farther, he found that only those with lofty thoughts can see farther. Far. Compared to Buff's words, he is really short-sighted. It's very long. My subordinates understand that now we need to constantly enrich our strength and expand our power, then in the future we will have the right strength when facing a strong enemy. Well, not bad. Uncle Liang, you finally figured it out. My subordinate is stupid. Ha ha ha. Just when the two of them were talking happily there, Wang Jian was not very smooth here. After Guangzi was defeated by the young general last time, he returned to the camp, thinking about countermeasures and discussing martial arts. This young general is really very powerful. If you want to win, you still have to use some tricks. Guangxi has some calculations in his heart, so he sends his subordinates to make arrangements. After everything is arranged, Guangxi decides to attack the capital of Yan again. Seeing Guangxi's army approaching the city again, Wang Jian also led his troops out of the city to fight. The young Major General stood side by side with him, and all the soldiers followed behind him. "General, I'll take his life." "Okay, Guangxi is tricky, you must be more careful." "No." At this time, the young general galloped forward on his horse, and when he came to the middle of the confrontation between the two armies, he began to shout, "Who will come out to fight me?" At this time, a big general appeared next to Guangxi, who was 5,003 thick, and held a large knife in his hand. Came in front of the young teenager, looked at him and laughed. "You stinky boy, let Grandpa teach you how to be a man." The provocation in words did not change the young general's expression in the slightest, and he looked at the man in front of him coldly. In his opinion, even if the person who is about to die is saying something, he doesn't care at all. Seeing the opponent coming out to fight, the young general rushed up with his gun and stabbed the big man with one shot. Big man hurriedly dodged, then swung the big knife and chopped at the young general, and the young general flicked his spear to block the big sword. The big man and the young general fought a few more moves, and the young general rose up into the air again, flipping the spear in the air and stabbing the big man in the chest. The big man fled in a hurry, turned his horse's head and ran to the side. Young general fell behind the horse, looked at the big man who escaped, and smiled contemptuously. Then he looked at Guangxi coldly, and said disdainfully, "Who else dares to fight me?" Soon as he finished speaking, another big man walked out of Guangxi's camp, and slowly came to the young general. "Ha ha ha." The big man looked at the young teenager and laughed for no reason. "What are you laughing at?" The big man heard the young general's question. He gradually stopped his laughter, and then said, "I laugh at whose doll you are, and you came out to learn to fight on the battlefield before your hair has grown. It's ridiculous, ridiculous." At this time, the young general was a little depressed. Although the surface was still the same as before, he was thinking, could this person be blind just now? Didn't he see that he had already defeated the big man and ran away? Stop talking nonsense. Look at the gun. The young general ignored the contemptuous words of the big man and attacked the big man again. Just like before, the big guy didn't fight with the young general, and after a few tricks, he fell to the dock and ran away. At this time, the young general began to be puzzled. He did not understand why. Two generals fought, but they ran away without facing him for a few rounds. How did Qi Jun become today, so timid and afraid of dying? At this time, the young general turned to look at Guangxi. Chapter 326-be cheated. He stared at Qi's troops and horses, and before he could speak, another general rushed out of the camp. It was also a sneer. The young general was teased repeatedly, and his heart was already a little angry, so he started to kill this time, but the big man was very smooth, and he was still mainly evading, not close to the attack of the young general. Range. Ha ha ha, I thought you were so powerful, but that's all, let's go home and drink milk. Although the big man was beaten very badly by the young general, he was not injured at all. After a few rounds, he fainted and shouted, and ran to the side. At this time, the young general was already very angry. Although he was highly skilled in martial arts, he still lacked battlefield experience. Being teased repeatedly by others, the young general finally couldn't hold back his anger and chased after him. Seeing that the young general was chasing after him alone, Wang Jian thought in his heart that he was not good, and waved his hand and the army started to attack. At this time Guangxi also waved his hand, and the two armies rushed together and began to fight. Wang Jian and Guangxi fought together, and it was difficult to decide the outcome for a while. Wang Jian, worried about the safety of the young general, was eager to defeat Guangxi so that he could rescue him. But Guangxi seemed to see his thoughts, and he didn't fight him recklessly, but just fought him there and didn't let him leave easily. Wang Jian was anxious in his heart, but he couldn't get rid of Kwang Zi's entanglement in a short period of time. He thought that this young general is more fortunate. Ha ha ha, you don't have to think about saving him anymore, no matter how good his martial arts are, he is only 10 years old. A young man of several years, although I don't know what he went through, he seemed very sophisticated. But don't forget, he is a young man after all, and the weakness of a young man is recklessness, arrogance, Wang Jian. That young general, he must be dead today, ha ha ha. Humph, Kwang Zi, you are so despicable. You can't fight against my subordinates clearly, and you did use a plan to kill him. Are you still a person? Ha ha ha, Wang Jian, you are still a general. You have led troops to fight for so many years. Do you need me to teach you the truth that even the soldiers never tire of deceit? Kwang Zi, today I must cut off your dog's head, look at the knife. It's up to you. At this time, Wang Jian had already given up the idea of chasing after the young player. He knew that after so long, the young player must have been out of luck. So he calmed down now, no longer in a hurry to escape, but tried his best to kill Kwang Zi here. Kwang Zi saw the change of Wang Jian's moves and knew that he had made a real move with him and wanted to fight with him. So he also tried his best to fight with Wang Jian. Compared with the flexibility of young generals, Wang Jian, a person with great openness and pure power, was easier for Kwang Zi to deal with. The two were fighting happily, and the soldiers were constantly fighting, and people kept falling and dying. Screams of killing and the wailing spread all over the place, and they lay there all over the place. Some had their heads cut off in half, their stomachs had a big cut, some had one arm cut off, and the other was still wielding a knife there. At this moment, no one cared about how the person fell down, as long as they saw someone who was not a comrade, they would chop it up. Some had just killed a person and were slashed heavily in the back, and the scene was very chaotic. As time passed, Kwang Zi and Wang Jian were still in a dead end. At this time, they were also out of breath, sitting on horseback and holding weapons. Look at each other. At this time, a sudden shout was heard, and a warhorse galloped from behind Kwang Zi. Who was covered in blood on the battle horse could no longer see the appearance of his face, but looking at him holding the spear in his hand, he didn't seem to have been seriously injured. Seeing that the young general did not die, General Wang Jian immediately smiled and laughed. Kwang Zi had already turned his head to see the young general rushing towards him, and was immediately shocked. He did not expect that his ambush plan was so detailed that the young general escaped. Seeing the young general rushing towards him, Kwang Zi had no intention of fighting, attacked Wang Jian with a few moves, seized the gap, turned his horse's head and ran away quickly. Wang Jian saw that Kwang Zi was about to run away, so he hurried to intercept him, but was stopped by Kwang Zi's soldiers. He raised his sword and hacked the soldier to death, and it was too late to think about chasing him. At this time, the Qi army saw that the commander had fled, and had no intention of fighting again, so they retreated and fled. The Qin army prevailed and chased the fleeing Qi army. Was very happy when he saw that the Qin army was now victorious, and laughed out loud. When he looked back at the young general, he found that he had fallen off his horse and passed out. Wang Jian hurriedly dismounted, checked the young general's injuries, and found that he fainted only because he was exhausted. Looking at the multiple stab wounds and arrow wounds on his body, it must have been extremely dangerous just now, and he escaped from death. Wang Jian ordered someone to use a stretcher. The young general was carried back to Yandu, and the best medical officer was found to treat him. Wang Jian instructed the medical officer to take good care of the young general. The medical officer immediately worked his best to treat the young general. In fact, although the young teenager was injured in many parts of his body, he did not hurt the vital point, he just bleeded too much and fainted. The medical officer carefully examined his injuries and gave him a good diagnosis and treatment. The young general was finally out of danger. During the diagnosis and treatment, Wang Jian visited him twice, but the young general never woke up. Asked the medical officer and knew that there was no serious problem, but that he just needed to cultivate, and he would wake up soon. Only at this time did Wang Jian really feel relieved. General, we obeyed the general's instructions and kept chasing the Qi army to the vicinity of Qingzhou County. We encountered Qi army reinforcements and rescued them. Okay, great. This big victory is of great significance. It's great, ha ha ha. Seeing that Wang Jian was so happy, the subordinates all laughed, the atmosphere became much more active, and the subordinate generals also began to relax. General, I have won countless battles in the past, and I have never seen a general so happy. Why this time? At this time, Wang Jian was in a good mood and was willing to answer their questions. Ha ha ha, you don't know, the Chu state took advantage of our backs and attacked our city. When Wang Jian said this, the joy on his face just now turned into anger. They want to use this method to make us suffer from the enemy, and take the opportunity to weaken our Qin state, but they never thought that we would be able to defeat the Qi army so quickly and make their plan fail. Wang Jian stood up, looked at the crowd and continued, if we still can't repel this Qi's main force, let them hold us back. Chapter 327 Wang Jian's reprimand. Wang Jian continued, if General Xin Sheng is unable to resist the mighty state of Chu, our situation will be very dangerous. But General, didn't Wei Kingdom already promise us to send troops to attack Chu? What should we worry about? Hearing his subordinate's question, Wang Jian said angrily, damn. It's so easy to believe that we are an alliance of other countries, but once Qin country shows its defeat, Wei country is very likely to turn its face right away. The biggest threat to us is Wei as an ally. Seeing that Wang Jian was a little angry, that subordinate who was reprimanded blushed and stepped aside. Wang Jian looked at the zodiac sign, and said solemnly, the only one we can absolutely believe in is ourselves. Although the Qin and Wei alliances are attacking Qi, but if Qin is defeated and Chu is unable to resist, then Wei will bite back and face the encirclement and suppression of the three kingdoms. What will happen? The subordinate looked at Wang Jian in embarrassment, and then repented and said, what the general said is very true, the subordinate is short-sighted, and I hope the general will forgive you. Wang Jian looked at him, then nodded and ignored him. You must always have a vigilant heart, not slack, let alone rely on others. No. At this time, his subordinate soldiers came to report that the young general had woken up. Wang Jian's expression changed, and he immediately laughed. He turned around and looked at everyone and said with a laugh, our hero is awake, let's go and see him together. No. Everyone followed Wang Jian to the young general's room. Although the young general couldn't speak at this time, he was still a little weak, and his expression was still as calm as he saw Wang Jian and the others coming to his room. Struggling to go down to meet Wang Jian, but Wang Jian raised his hand to stop him. He quickly came to the side of the young general, then held his hand and said, this time you have made a great contribution, because of your relationship, Guangzi was retreated, we won the victory, you are the hero of this victory. Wang Jian also seemed very excited, as if he wanted to praise the young man lying on the bed in front of him with all his words of praise. Young general was not as excited as Wang Jian, and his expression was still flat. It seemed that Wang Jian's credit had nothing to do with him. Looking at the young general's expression, Wang Jian thought it was hard to arouse his emotions because there was no physical reward. Turning his eyes, he said, I will send someone to play the King Qin immediately, and tell the King of Qin all your credit. I believe that the King of Qin will definitely reward you. A gentle tone, is there anything you want in particular? I can take this opportunity to let the King of Qin reward you. Hearing Wang Jian say this, there was one young teenager, he was hesitant to say anything. Wang Jian observed carefully and saw the doorway. Immediately, he said to the people behind him, you go down first, let's take a rest. No. After everyone retreated, young General Wang said, now there are only you and me left, you can tell me what you want to say. You have made such a big contribution, and I will definitely play the King of Qin to give you a reward, as long as it is not excessive, I will definitely be able to satisfy you. Under Wang Jian's sincere persuasion, the young general finally spoke up. Quote, General, if possible, please give me a name from the King of Qin. After speaking, the the young general lowered his head. This. Wang Jian couldn't believe his ears, a request suitable for a young general to be ashamed to say, this is actually this. It was not until now that he realized what a big negligence he had made. Before, he always thought that the young general was unwilling to say his own name, so he did not ask more, for fear of embarrassing him. But he didn't expect that this young general didn't have a name, and he was very concerned about this matter in his heart. Wang Jian suddenly felt so confused. What a good opportunity this is, a chance to get closer to this young player. At this time, the young teenager saw Wang Jian meditating there, and did not speak for a long time, thinking that his request made him a little embarrassed. So he said calmly, if the general is in trouble, I will treat this as if I didn't say it. Ah! While still in a daze, Sister Wang suddenly heard the young general's words. She didn't react for a while, but then she suddenly woke up and understood the meaning of the young general's words. Ha ha ha, you are too much. This thing can definitely be done. Don't worry, I will write a memorial and give you the surname from the King of Qin. Thank you, General, my subordinates are grateful. Hey, let's do it. If you don't dislike it, I will accept you as my adopted son. What about your surname and mine? Ah. This time, it was the young general's turn to be stunned. He stared blankly at Wang Jian, and Wang Jian looked at him with such kindness and gentleness, waiting for his answer. After a while, Wang Jian was about to speak when he saw the young general quickly roll over to the ground, seemingly forgetting all the pain on his body. Then he knelt down in front of Wang Jian and kowtowed 3 times in a row. At the beginning, Wang Jian was taken aback by the actions of the young general. Later, after seeing what the young general meant, he sat there upright and accepted the young general's kowtow. After the young general kowtowed 3 times, his voice was loud and trembling, and he said, Father is above, please accept my son's bow. Okay, get up quickly, my son, your injury is not healed yet, don't accidentally open the wound again, it will be difficult to heal. At this time, the young teenager looked a lot more lively, and the expression on his face also began to become richer. Father, my son has grown up in a difficult environment since he was a child, and he is often scarred. This little injury is nothing to worry about. Wang Jian patted his head lovingly, and then said happily, Don't worry, you will never suffer like that again, my son, and you will do your best to protect you as a father. At this time, the young teenager has already burst into tears. To have a name that belongs to him has been his long-cherished wish for many years, and he has never had the chance to realize it. But today, not only is he about to have a name, but he also has a father. How can he not be ecstatic and cry with excitement? Wang Jian did not persuade him to lead troops to fight for many years. Offensive is not to mention. He knew that what the young teenager needed more at this time was to release his emotions to his heart's content, so he didn't say anything but patted the young teenager on the shoulder lightly beside him. He also really likes this young general and wants to train him as a son. Chapter 328-Foster Father. After a while, the young general's mood finally calmed down. He slowly got up, and looked at the half-year-old man in front of him. He knelt down seriously again, and then kowtowed 3 times. The righteous father is on the top, and the son will be a family man in the future. In the future, the son will work hard to be filial to the righteous father, and the life of the righteous father will be obeyed. Okay, my son, since I accept you as my adopted son, let me give you a name. At this time, the young general's eyes began to become red again, biting his lip and nodded. I am so brave, like a tiger coming out of the mountains, roaring the mountains and forests. I named you Wang Meng, do you like it? I like it, ha ha ha, thank you foster father. Young teenager became excited, the long-cherished wish of many years has finally been fulfilled, and his heart is very happy. Wang Jian looked at the happy young general, and felt a little more comfort in his heart. He didn't expect to receive such an excellent talent as his adopted son, and Wang Jian was also very happy in his heart. Wang Meng, my son, tell me quickly what happened to the Qi generals you chased that day. that day. Told Wang Jian in detail what happened that day. It turned out that day Wang Meng followed the big man of Qi into the jungle. Then he fell into their ambush, and the warhorse fell into the swamp, unable to move. He jumped out while the warhorse fell into the quagmire, and immediately after jumping ashore, he surrounded a large group of Qi soldiers. After that, Wang Meng fought hard and finally broke out of the siege and escaped, but he had already used all his strength at that time, so when he saw Guangzi, he could only deliberately scare him. Speaking of this time, Wang Meng looked at Wang Jian and smiled. "Father, I thought he sent troops to ambush me, and I definitely thought I would be killed. If I suddenly appeared behind him at this time, it would definitely surprise him." Wang Jian and Wang Meng were talking like a father and son. Wang Meng had never felt this way before, which made him feel at ease. He looked at Wang Jian and continued, "I thought he would leave a hole if he panicked, because at that time I saw him fighting with you. I hope you seize the hole and kill him with one knife. Who knows that this guy is very cunning, actually ran away." Wang Jian laughed when he heard Wang Meng say this. "At that time, your appearance not only shocked Guangzi, but even I was surprised." Wang Jian shook his head and continued, "At that time, you chased after you alone, and my heart was not good, so I led an army to rescue you, but Guangzi blocked the way. Although I fought hard against him at that time, I still couldn't get rid of his entanglement. I thought you were going to die, but when I suddenly saw you alive, I was also pleasantly surprised, and I forgot to catch Guangzi." At this time, Wang Jian patted Wang Meng again and said, "But as long as my son is alive, he is better than anything else. Even if he escapes, we will catch him and kill him sooner or later." "Yeah, don't worry, foster father, I will definitely grab Guangzi and give it to foster father." "Good, good son." That night, Wang Jian and Wang Meng often learned a lot about marching and fighting from Wang Jian. Wang Jian's extensive knowledge and rich experience made Wang Meng even more admire his adoptive father. Border of Chu State, the city where Xin Sheng's army is located is called Linqian. This is the city on the border of the Qin state, and it happens that after the Chu state has attacked the 555 cities of the Qin state, it is going to attack the 6th city. Xin Sheng had already fought against the troops of the state of Chu, and although he barely managed to keep the city, his sacrifice was also relatively great. He did not expect that the state of Chu would actually send so many troops to attack the state of Qin. It seems that they are not just harassing this time. Xin Sheng frowned in the city master's mansion, thinking about things. He has reported the situation here to the king of Qin, hoping that the king of Qin will send troops again, but there has been no news. Is believed that Chu state will make a comeback soon. If it comes again, it will be difficult for Xin Sheng to guarantee that he can continue to defend the city. Just when he was frowning and thinking hard about countermeasures, he suddenly came down to report, saying that the general of the Wei state was asking for advice. Xin Sheng was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. It seemed that reinforcements had arrived, so he quickly got up and went out to greet him. When he came to the door and saw a big man with 2 strong men by his side, Xin Sheng hurriedly stepped forward and said, "The 3 have come from afar, please come into the mansion to speak." "Good, it's polite." 3 of them followed Xin Sheng to the Chengju mansion. After they sat down, the big man before said, "Ha ha ha. General Xin Sheng, I have heard the name for a long time. When I saw it today, it really lived up to its reputation. The general is too polite. I haven't asked for advice yet." The general's surname. "My name is Wei Dan. These are my 2 men, General Xin Sheng. I will bring 50,000 soldiers and horses to help you this time." Xin Sheng's eyes lit up and looked at Wei Dan. It's great that the general brought 50,000 soldiers and horses. With the general's assistance, the soldiers and horses of the state of Chu can no longer be rampant. Come here, prepare a banquet, and I'm going to take care of the 3 generals. Wei Dan, you must have a few more drinks with me today. You guys are here at the right time. It's like giving charcoal in the snow. Ha ha ha. The alliance between Qin and Wei should naturally help each other. The general's words are serious. Ha ha ha. Well, I believe that the soldiers and horses of the state of Chu will be shocked when they see us joining forces and flee. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Wei State sent troops to solve Xin Sheng's problem, and also solved Qin State's threat on the border of Chu State, so that Bufu and the others could attack Qi State without any worries. How long? This Jimo County is really easy to defend and difficult to attack. Left and right, they are all high mountains, there is a moat in front of the city, and the terrain is dangerous. How arrogant, admit defeat. Hey, Gangya, you said that we have been calling the array, and they will not go out of the city to fight, and the river is so deep, there is no place to cross it. Gangya had already put away his jokes at this time, looking at the moat in front of him, and the topography of the high mountains on both sides, it really took advantage of the terrain. You said that they waited until we crossed the river halfway, and then rush out of the city gate and shoot us with bows and arrows, we can't resist in the moat. It's so long, I didn't expect that Jimo County would be impossible to break through. Buff's expression was also very serious at this time. He looked at the moat in front of him, and the mountains on both sides stood tall. Indeed, as Gangya and Zhang Huang said, it was difficult to break through. Even if he himself could not cross the river safely, he would be shot by random arrows into the moat as Gangya said. Although he is immortal, but he cannot cross the river, it is of no use. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 329-Jimo County, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Buff pondered there. They had been here for 2 days, and they had also sent people to cross the river by boat. As a result, the guards of Jimo County rushed out of the city when they saw them sitting at Luhei, and then shot the soldiers of Qin State in the middle of the river with their archers. It was like shooting a live target. Some soldiers of the Qin State were shot to death by random arrows, and some jumped off the boat, but they drowned in the water and died. The first time the Qin army fought in the moat, they suffered a big loss and lost some soldiers and horses. Afterwards, Buff never sent troops and horses to cross the river by boat, but if he didn't cross the river by boat, the moat was very deep, which made Buff and the soldiers difficult. Just when they were embarrassed, the county magistrate Zhou Ko laughed with his soldiers in the main mansion of Jimo County. General Qin has suffered a big loss when they encounter us this time. It's also my fault that they came to attack our Jimo County. Haha, indeed, the last time I beat the water dog, it was really fun. It is said that Dakan's soldiers and horses are more brave than others, but I don't think so. Everyone was there talking about it, cheering for the victory over the Qin army before. Joko also smiled slightly, looked at the crowd and said, the king of Qin sent someone to say that he should pay great attention to this soldier and horse of the Qin state Bufu, but is it not as powerful as he imagined? Yes, county magistrate, as long as we control the shore and prevent them from crossing the river, they will have nothing to do with us. Hearing the county magistrate Joko say this, the crowd became even more arrogant and kept talking in an arrogant tone. There was only one person sitting there silently. He didn't advocate his own strength like the others. He underestimated the soldiers of the Qin state. His name was Chi Mu, and he was Joko's think tank. He also told Joko how to shoot Qin soldiers and horses. Joko saw that Chi Mu was silent there and didn't react at all. He was puzzled and asked, why is Xiaoxi everyone joking and laughing, but you are silent there, aren't we happy that we won the victory? Hearing the magistrate's question, Chi Mu looked at Joko and said, the magistrate, your subordinates are not unhappy, on the contrary, they are a little bit happier than the others, but that victory did not completely defeat the Qin army, so it's still too early to be happy. When we truly defeat the terracotta warriors of Qin, then it will not be too late to be happy. Joko was originally a little unhappy, because Chi Mu's appearance made everyone a little disappointed, but when Chi Mu said the reason, Joko felt that what he said was reasonable, so he no longer blamed him. Chi Mu, what you said is very reasonable, but it seems that Qin's soldiers and horses can't cross the river at all, so what can they do to me? At this time, Chi Mu looked at everyone, and whispered beside him, County Magistrate, although the moat is good, there is still shallow water upstream. By the army of the Qin state, if I cross the moat, it will also be a great threat to me. Joko stood up after hearing Chi Mu's words, then stared at Chi Mu with wide eyes, and then sat down slowly. Joko didn't blame him, because he knew that caution was right. It could be said that it was very right, but the chance of this happening was very small. Unless you are a Chi person who is familiar with the terrain here, otherwise. It is not so easy for people to find shallow water places. But in order for the Chin people to find this place and sneak across the river, they were unprepared, so Xiaolu decided to send troops and horses to guard it in the shallow water. Joko thought he was smart, and completely solved the possibility that Buff could cross the river from the diving area and then sneak into Jimo County. But when Chi Ying discovered that a large number of Qin soldiers were stationed in the upper reaches of the moat, he told Buf about it. Bufu was still thinking about the way to cross the river, and after hearing Chi Ying's words, he pondered for a while, and his face suddenly became happy, and he had a plan in his heart. Immediately he asked Chi Ying to lead the way to check the situation. Dear, I took Buff to the upper reaches of the Hucheng River. In the river directly upstream, the speed of the water is a little too fast. As Chi Ying said, on the opposite side of the river, the soldiers and horses of the state of Qi were stationed there. Ha ha ha, it's really superfluous, there is no silver 300 taels here. Buff laughed out loud and muttered to himself, while Chi Ying was beside him, wondering what happened to Buff. How long, did you find any way to cross the river? At this time, Buff did not speak, went to the bank, picked up a stone, and threw it into the moat, causing waves to rise. Bufu then rode the red rabbit horse and went downstream. The downstream was close to Jimo County. Bufu picked up another stone and threw it into the moat. At this time, the waves were obviously not big. Chi Ying finally understood at this moment. It turned out to be like this. Chi Ying stepped forward and looked at Bufu and asked, Shi Chong, my subordinates still don't understand how Shi Chong knew. Ha ha ha, Chi Ying, the magistrate of Jimo County told me. Ah. Chi Ying was still there in a daze, trying to figure out the meaning of Buff's words. Seeing Chi Ying's puzzled look, Buff stopped teasing him, and told him directly, you also know that shallow water area, if we just searched for it, we couldn't find it even if we searched for a year. Buff looked at Chi Ying with a smile at this time, and Buff, who had found a solution to the matter, was also in a very good mood at the moment. That's because no one will tell us that there is still shallow water in this moat that people can walk across. Chi Ying nodded. What Buff said was true. If someone hadn't told it, no one would have discovered the moat, and there was actually a place under the same river that one could walk through. Yu Qiang wondered, how did Bufu know? At this time, Bufu continued, did you see the soldiers and horses of the state of Qi on the opposite side? They told me. Chi Ying turned his head to look at the soldiers and horses of the state of Qi opposite, where they had already set up their camp, and they were making a fire to cook. Chi Ying suddenly came to a realization, and finally understood what Buff said, and also blamed his own stupidity for not seeing such an obvious flaw. Ha ha ha, you figured it out. It's very long, I want to understand, such a simple thing and my subordinates didn't notice it. As a scout, I am really ashamed. Hey, don't say that, Chi Ying, people are not gods, there will always be places he can't notice, and I just discovered them here by accident, you don't need to pay too much attention to them. No, how long, my subordinates understand. Chapter 330 _ there is no silver 300 taels here. Chi Ying already knew what Buff meant. The place where the Qi army was waiting must be the place where the water was shallow enough to cross the river. And T expect you to confirm first, but if you are smart, there is no silver 300 taels here. If he didn't send troops to guard it, it would probably take a lot of time for Buff to find this place, and he might not be able to find it. But after the Jimo County magistrate did this, Bufu found a place to cross the river faster. Chi Ying, let's go back. This Jimo County is ours. Ha ha ha. Buff was still in a good mood at the moment, and brought Chi Ying back to the camp. How long? Seeing that Buff was in a good mood, Zhang Huang smiled and came to Buff's side. Chi-Chong, looking at your appearance, have you found a way to break through Jimo County? Haha, your kid's head is very clever, you can see it. Hey, it's written all over the face, it's too easy to see. Oh, is it that easy to see? Buff touched his face, he was in a good mood, and cooperated with insolent nonsense. Haha. Everyone laughed, and Buff looked at them and said, I have found a way to break through Jimo County, you hurry up and prepare, we will leave tomorrow. No. After everyone left, they confessed and returned to their rooms. After Jimo County was attacked, they could continue to attack the next city in Chi State. On the second day, Boof led his army to the place he had observed yesterday, and then he was about to cross the river immediately. Looking at the flowing river, he shouted arrogantly and nervously, it's so long, let me test the depth of the water first. Buff looked back at Zhang Kuang, and then said with a smile, don't worry, Zhang Kuang, it's alright. Come with me. Although I haven't tried the depth of the water, when Buff rode the red rabbit horse into the moat, as expected by Buff, it only reached the upper part of the horse's calf. Seeing this, Buff quickly ran across the river on his horse. At this time, the Chi soldiers had discovered the traces of Bufu and the others, and they all picked up their bows and arrows and started shooting. Bufu waved the Fang Tianhua halberd to knock down the flying arrows. The speed of Bufu crossing the river was very fast. The red rabbit horse ran in the river like walking on the ground, and the army of Qin State also followed through the moat. Zhang Kuang and Qi Yingdongye shouted. He rushed to the other side with his warhorse. The generals of Qi State saw that Buff and the others were about to rush to me. He also began to panic, and while shooting quickly, he began to prepare to escape and retreat. Ha ha ha, don't think about escaping, the dog thief of Qi, come and fight with Grandpa Zhang. Zhang Kuang is in a very good mood now. When he was crossing the river for the first time, he was almost shot and fell into the water and choked a few sips of water before barely returning to the shore. He had always been depressed after losing the battle, and it was only now that he was out of anger. Seeing those cavalrymen who were about to flee, he shouted loudly, so frightened that the Qi army who was about to escape instantly quickened, turned and ran. Stay on the other side of the river. There were not many Qi soldiers in the army, most of them were long-range archers, and this time I saw that some of the Qin soldiers had washed ashore. They were powerless to stop the Qin army from crossing the river, so they simply giving up resistance, he turned around and ran to the city. The speed of traveling in the water is definitely not as fast as running on the road, so looking at the very close distance, when Zhang Kuang and the others rushed to the shore, those archers had already run away. Back to the city. Insolently chasing the horse and chasing, of course, at the forefront is Bufu. Bufu pursued with victory, and wanted to rush into the gate of Jimo County when the city gate was closed. Standing at the head of the city, Joko, the magistrate of Jimo County, saw that Bufu was alone away from the soldiers, and the soldiers and horses of the Qin state were about to rush into the city. He was overjoyed and hurriedly stopped the soldiers who were about to close the city gate, but the soldiers closed the city gate in a hurry to resist the Qin army, although Joko was a little slower when he shouted, but in the end still closed the city door. When the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief, they turned around and sat down against the gate, but they noticed that something seemed wrong. Because when they calmed down and looked into the city, a man in armor on a mount that resembled a dragon and a Pegasus stood there. Who is he? The soldiers questioned each other suspiciously, asking each other if they knew the person in front of them. Suddenly, an ice room opened its eyes wide, and then shouted, "It's Qin Jun. He is the one who took Qin Jun across the moat. Ah, it's really him, I know him too, it's him. Strange, how did he get into the city? Just now, when the city gate was about to close, he rushed in like a fly. I thought he was from Qi." Buff looked around at the soldiers of Qi State on the red rabbit horse, and there was no emotion in his eyes calmly. Ha ha ha, you're calling yourself into a trap. I didn't expect you to be so stupid, and you actually ran into the city to die by yourself. Lao Bai followed the voice to see that Joko, the magistrate of Jimo County, was laughing out loud, and Bu Fu looked at him and smiled slightly. Then he looked at him and said, Jimo County has been breached, you still surrender obediently, maybe you can save your life. Joko and the surrounding soldiers were stunned when they heard Bu Fu's words, then they understood what he meant and burst into laughter. Is this person scared and stupid? He rushed to the city by himself, surrounded by so many people, and actually said that he could break through the city. Ha ha ha, he's not stupid, he's crazy, he's talking crazy and doesn't know what he's talking about. That's right, this is the funniest thing in the world, it makes my stomach hurt from laughing. Buff ignored the ridicule of the soldiers around him. He stared straight at Joko, and then continued, you only have one chance to choose, surrender or live or not surrender. When Buff said this, there was still a smile on his face, but when Joko heard this, he felt a cold feeling from his back. But Joko didn't care. Looking around, thousands of soldiers surrounded Buff. Even if the gods descended to Earth, they would definitely not be able to escape. So he ignored his feelings just now, then looked at Buff and said with a smile, I should tell you this sentence, you are already surrounded by us, it is your choice to live or die. Joko continued to say there, if you choose to surrender, and let the soldiers outside the city surrender, maybe I can leave you a chance to live. Chapter 331 _ Buff. At this time, Chi Mu came to Joko's side, and he kept examining the person in front of him, hoping to see some useful information from him. But no matter how he observed, Buff was there smiling calmly, and no amount of noise, ridicule, or intimidation of the soldiers around could shake his mood. He just smiled and looked at Joko, but because of the different scenes, his expression at the moment made people feel particularly weird. In this case, either he is a lunatic as the teachers say, or he is absolutely confident that he can escape from here. And Chi Mu felt that the buff at the moment gave him the feeling that it was the latter. He looked at Joko and whispered, Magistrate, this person can't be underestimated. I can't see how strong he really is. Ha ha ha, Chi Mu, you are too cautious. No matter how powerful he is, he will not be able to survive if he is surrounded by so many soldiers. Chi Mu didn't speak again. He was not as optimistic as the county magistrate. The feeling this buff gave him was really terrible. He had never seen such a person before. Well, now that you've decided, it's ready, I'm going to start. When Joko heard Bufu's words, his expression began to change. He became ferocious, and then shouted loudly, Kill him for me. The soldiers were ready just now, and upon hearing the order of the magistrate, they rushed up and rushed towards Buf, who was surrounded by them. I saw that Bufu was not panic at all. He raised the Fengtian halberd and drew a circle, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Because the soldiers beside Dabufu suddenly stood motionless, and the soldiers behind them, the soldiers also widened their eyes and were speechless. What are you all doing? Rush to me, what are you doing there in a daze? But when he was in the middle of shouting, and wanted to continue to scold those soldiers who rushed to catch Buff together, he saw a picture that he would never forget in his life. I saw the soldiers around Buff fell to the ground one after another, and their chests began to bleed continuously. The soldiers behind them all took a step back in fright, looking at the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. None of them thought that Buff could kill all the soldiers around him just by turning his weapon lightly. Dumbfounded, looking at everything in front of him, his mouth wide open and speechless. At this time, he suddenly came back to his senses and yelled at him, You guys, what are you doing standing there? He is just a person, how many of you can't kill him? As long as you kill him, there are many reward. Yeah, he's just a man when he's good. I can definitely kill him, brothers. Yeah, let's go together. Soldiers finally recovered their spirits, and the scene just now was so shocking that they couldn't be relieved for a while. But when they heard Joko shouting, they finally understood that the person in front of them was indeed just one person. They didn't rush over as quickly as at the beginning, but slowly moved forward. The archers had to prepare their bows and arrows and aimed at Buff. Buff had drawn a halberd from Fengtian just now, and was killing a circle of chi. After the Chinese soldiers, he stood there smiling and looked at Joko. At this moment, Joko looked at him with trepidation. He seemed to have forgotten what he just said and the thought he had just thought. Now he only thinks that these people should be able to kill Buff. There is a chance, but I can mercifully give you another chance. As long as you take a knife and chop off your own arm, maybe I can consider giving you another chance. At this time, Buff's smiling expression became serious. He looked at Joko sharply. Joko was forced by his eyes, and instinctively took a step back. Suddenly his expression changed. He became fierce. He was also a veteran of the battlefield for a long time, but he never thought that he would be scared back by a glance from others. This made him feel extremely insulted, and even having his head chopped off made him feel bad. Damn, you are so arrogant, I must smash you to pieces. Hee hee, can you do it? Wouldn't it be easier to cut off your own arm to kill me? And calm Buff is, the more angry Joko looks at him. You. Without waiting for him to speak, Buff continued, if you still want to cut off your arm now, there is no guarantee that you can beg me to cut off your arm in a while. Ha ha ha, even if I cut off my head, I won't cut off my arm for fear of your threat. Don't daydream about it. Ha ha, you have some backbone. Well, since you are like this, it depends on your reputation, then I will fulfill you. At this time, Buff jumped off the horse's back, then raised the Feng Tianhua halberd and looked at the soldiers around him. Qi Guobing saw him jump off his horse. They all retreated back, and no one wanted to be killed by Bufu's Feng Tianhua Ji before they fought. You bastards, he is just a person. From behind, he couldn't bear it. Thousands of soldiers of Qi state were actually frightened so much by one person. Qi Mu, you can't do anything at this time, and he can't control people's psychology. Buff's performance just now was really amazing. Using tough means greatly shocked the hearts of these soldiers and made them feel fear from their hearts. This is an uncontrollable instinctive reaction. How can it be possible to get rid of it with a few words of scolding? But the soldiers, although most afraid of Buff, are still not too far away from him. They always surround him, although no one actively attack, but not easy to withdraw. Are you ready? I'm about to take action. If you want to escape, it's still too late to go now. Buff's words made the soldiers suddenly become. They were all tense, and they were all in a defensive posture. After Buff finished speaking, he saw that the soldiers had no intention of evacuating, so he could only endure and shook his head, then picked up Feng Tianhua halberd and rushed into the crowd. Halberd was waving up and down, and each attack by Buff took the lives of several Qi soldiers. The screams in the crowd continued, the severed arms and heads flew up, and Buff began to kill the people around him like a devil. Chapter 332-Kill God. At this time, the soldiers of Qi state had no chance to fight back, and they died without even seeing the figure of Buff. Joko stood there, looking at everything in front of him. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He had been in the battlefield for many years, and he had never seen such a scene. That human beings can do. Thousands of people can't even touch the shadow of some people. Even if thousands of people are sweating indiscriminately, they will easily chop one person into meat sauce. But now it's just the opposite. Thousands of people were like radish and cabbage, being chopped at will by Buff. Buff didn't put too much effort into it. Feng Tianhua's halberd was invincible, and nothing could resist him at all. All weapons will be broken when they encounter him, and there is no way to stop him, let alone the human body. At this time, Buff didn't have any kindness. Just like a god killer, he was constantly reaping the lives of Qi soldiers. Stop. At this time, Qi Mu couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to see such killings. These were all flesh and blood. His shouting couldn't stop Bufu at all, and Bufu was still killing there. County Magistrate, hurry up and stop him. If you kill these thousands of people, he will kill them all. Joko was awakened by Qi Mu's cry. He looked at Qi Mu with red eyes, and then shouted, "Don't be afraid that he has been killed for so long. He will soon be exhausted. As long as he persists, he can be killed. Revenge for the dead compatriots." Chi-Mu heard Joko say this. He threw it there all of a sudden, as if he had lost his soul, and he turned to look at the corpses lying on the ground in front of him. My heart seems to be bleeding, looking at the soldiers who are still screaming and losing their arms, although they want to save them, but they can't do anything. The expression on his face began to slowly become solidified, from shouting to silence. He looked at Joko coldly, thinking that if it wasn't for him, these people wouldn't have died so miserably. Of the killing booth at this moment, the body cannot move. He could only stand there without even the courage to run away. At this time, he turned his head to look at the guards beside him, and then shouted loudly, "Go and tell them all to come, and be sure to surround Buff here." One of the soldiers had already been dumbfounded, but at this time, after being scolded by Joko, he recovered his senses and ran out. But before he could run far, there was already a long knife on his body, and the long knife pierced his chest, killing him. Ah! Joko screamed in fright, backed away, and then turned to look at Buff. Buff had stopped at this time, his body was still the same as before, and there was no blood on his armor. Fang Tianhuaji was still bloodless as always. There were so many dead bodies lying on the ground, as if it had nothing to do with Buff, Monday. At this time, he still looked at Joko with a smile, and then walked towards him slowly. Joko saw Buff walking towards him, took 2 steps back, and shouted to the soldiers next to him, asking them to continue rushing forward. But the people next to them are now dumbfounded, and no one dares to go up. The first step is to provoke this killing god. And horses poured in from the outside. These soldiers and horses had just run over from other places, and they were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Just like the previous illness, none of them could have imagined that this person in front of him could kill so many people here by himself. The leaders of these soldiers and horses heard the chaotic sound and ran over from elsewhere. They thought that the Qin army had broken through the city, so there was such a tragic cry. But when they came here, they found out that all the shouts were from the ears of the soldiers of Qi State, and it was the one in front of them who made them make this sound, standing there with Fang Tianhuaji and smiling at them. Buff ignored the soldiers who had just arrived here, and went straight to Joko. Joko also heard soldiers and horses rushing over, and he immediately shouted as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hurry up, send an archer to shoot me quickly, shoot him to death. Hurry up. Joko shouted incoherently there. The soldiers obeyed his orders, and all the bows and arrows of the archers aimed at Buff. At this time, Buff stopped, and then looked at Joko and the surrounding archers coldly. Seeing Buff stop, Joko finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful you are, you can't escape the bows and arrows of these archers. I will let you shoot through your heart and die. Let's see if you dare to be mad here. Hee, I really don't understand, why do you always have a bad memory? You are already like this, do you still want to challenge my patience? Joko heard Buff's calm and confident words, and suddenly threw it there, not daring to speak anymore. Even if all the archers are aiming at Buff now, as long as he gives an order, all arrows will be fired to shoot Buff into a hedgehog. But he didn't know why, but he didn't have any confidence in his heart. He looked at Buff and always felt that even if all the archers started shooting, they still couldn't be killed. He didn't know where the feeling came from, but this feeling was infinitely magnified in his heart, and his doubts about this matter made him dare not speak out any more denials. Buff. At this time, Chi-Mu came to the side of Joko, who was dumbfounded, and looked at Joko, who was terrified. A snap gave Joko a big mouth. Joko was stunned for a while, and a little blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seemed that Chi-Mu was hitting very hard. Joko turned his head to look at Chi-Mu, and then shouted loudly, "You dare to hit me, are you crazy? I killed you." Saying that, Joko pulled out the treasured sword in his waist and was about to chop at Chi-Mu. But when the treasured knife was about to hit Chi-Mu's neck, it suddenly stopped. Joko looked at Chi-Mu angrily and said, "Wait until you kill Bufu and then clean up you. Get me to the side." As he said that, Joko kicked Chi-Mu to the side. Chi-Mu was kicked down there, and when he touched the place where he was kicked, it seemed that a rib was broken. But Chi-Mu didn't feel the pain, just looked at Joko coldly. After Chi-Mu made such a fuss, Joko calmed down a lot. He ignored Chi-Mu's unreasonable troubles, but thanked Chi-Mu for giving him a slap and woke him up. Chapter 333-Regained Sanity. At this moment, he turned to look at Buff, and said coldly, "You are indeed very powerful. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen in my life. I have to admit that you made me feel fear from the bottom of my heart." Buff watched Joko calm down, and felt a burst of disappointment in his heart. He wanted to take advantage of Joko's impulse to break through this Jimo County town. So he continued to create strength and put pressure on Joko, but Joko, who was about to collapse, was suddenly woken up by Chi-Mu's slap and regained his senses. This was beyond Buff's expectations. It seems that this Chi-Mu has some brains. In fact, Joko is right in saying that Buff has no physical strength to kill all the soldiers and horses. He can kill a lot of people in a short period of time, but people's physical strength is limited after all. Do you want to kill thousands of people by yourself? This is simply impossible, but at that time Joko and the others were too shocked and completely ignored this, thinking that Buff could do such a thing. However, Joko has now regained his composure, and his plan has failed, but Buff still has absolute confidence in winning this Jimo County. "Humph. Do you want to kill our entire city's soldiers and horses? Even if you don't eat or drink, you won't be able to kill us all for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. I don't believe you have that kind of physical strength. You have already killed so many of my subordinate soldiers. Even now, how much physical strength you still have is just pretending." Joko was equivalent to speaking calmly. His voice was very loud, as if speaking to everyone. He got the result he wanted, and the crowd that was a little panicked just now slowly calmed down. They are all battle-hardened people. They were shocked by Buff at first, but now they have come to their senses and know where Buff's weakness is, but who wants to be the first person to be killed by Buff? With the current teaching materials, how much physical strength is left? No one can say how many people will have to die in his hands to do it, so that his physical strength can be completely exhausted. Next, you look at me, I look at you, but neither rushed up. At this time, Joko took a large knife from the soldier's hand, then walked slowly to Buff, and pointed the tip of the knife at Buff. "It seems that you have regained some courage. You look like a county magistrate who can govern a city." "Humph, I was too careless, and I was disturbed by your little trick. I never imagined that Chin would have such a powerful mind-attacking person." Buff was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, "I'm not an expert at meeting, but what I do will definitely surprise you, it's true." At this time, Buff raised Fang Tianhua halberd, looked at Joko and said, "For your courageous sake, I can give you another chance to surrender. Chop off your own arms with a knife, maybe I will forgive you. Your life." Ha ha ha, the man is only dead, and 8 years later he is a hero again. This time, due to my negligence, these soldiers died tragically at your hands. Even if I risk my life today, I will fight you to the death to avenge my soldiers." Hearing what Joko said, the expressions of the soldiers began to change slowly. They turned their heads to look at the corpse lying there, and were deeply remorseful. And repented for their cowardice. Joko's words made them slowly regain their courage, and now their hearts were full of anger, watching Buff's momentum rise steadily. Buff felt that the eyes of the soldiers had changed, from fear to anger. Buff thought, this time it was a little troublesome, the reason why he was able to kill such a person so smoothly before. That's because they had a heart of fear from the very beginning. At that time, they only focused on running away, and even forgot to resist. But now it's different, they already have the consciousness of death. No matter how big things are, they will kill Buff. There is a world of difference between the combat effectiveness of a soldier who is afraid to flee and the combat effectiveness of a soldier who is not afraid of death. Buff, he was thinking about countermeasures secretly there, although these soldiers couldn't keep his footsteps at all. In fact, he also had the strength to slaughter all the soldiers in a city, because he was immortal. But he doesn't want to go too far. If it is known to others, it will affect his plan, so Buff can't do that. But in the current situation, if Buff doesn't continue to kill, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deter so many soldiers. At this time, Buff turned his head to look at the city gate. There was no movement at the city gate. Buff knew that he was arrogant, so they waited at the door to open it. Maybe it was because of his outstanding performance before that he broke through a city by himself, so this time they were not busy with the rush to attack, and handed over the whole place to Buff to attack. At this moment, Zhuang Huang, Qi Ying, Gong Ya, Feng Zheng and Xiao Hai were standing not far from the city. They didn't mean to attack the city, they just waited there for Buff to open the city gate. The previous time when Buff sieged the city alone, Zhang Huang asked anxiously, "You said that it took so long to use this time, did you encounter any trouble?" "No way, arrogant, you dare to doubt Shi Cheng's strength, be careful when Shi Cheng comes back and hits you." "Hey, don't put shit on me, don't I worry and often comfort you? You also know how long ago you broke a city, even when the massacre was launched, it didn't take so long. But after so long, there is no movement in the city, shouldn't we wait here? At least we have to attack the city gate outside and cooperate with the chief." "Crazy, I don't believe you have such an idea, you must be itchy and want to fight." Then Zhang Huang ignored Gong Ya's nonsense and came to Xiao Hai's side. "Xiao Hai, look at what's going on here. I always have a feeling of unease, worrying about what problems will happen there." Xiao Hai looked at Zhang Huang's serious appearance, and began to worry in his heart. He was worried about Buff's safety, but everyone said before that Buff could take the city by himself. Xiao Hai didn't want to refute their words, but the worry in his heart did exist. He didn't say it, but he was always thinking about Buff's affairs in the city. Please download Filu Xiao. Chapter 334-Siege. At that time, when he heard Zhang Huang say this, he was even more worried. He looked at the other four and said, "We can't wait here any longer, the situation is unknown." When Shi Cheng rushed into Jimo County. "After so long, the city gate has not been opened yet, in fact, there must be some trouble, we must hurry up and enter the city to meet with the chief." Zhang Huang and General Feng Zheng heard Xiao Hai say this, looked at each other and led the soldiers to the city gate. At this time, the construction vehicle has not come this far, and even if he can come here to the moat, he will not be able to get over. I saw that Zhang Huang ordered someone to carry a thick log. One end of the huge log had been sharpened. A dozen people carried the log and rushed to the city gate. The city gate made a loud noise. At this time, Bufu was equal to Joko fighting together. He did not think that Joko's martial arts were still good, and from time to time, soldiers from the state of Qi attacked Bufu. Buff just started dodging left and right, and then facing Joko while dodging arrows. Buff actually couldn't completely defeat Joko for a while. The confrontation between Joko and Bufu made the soldiers of Qi state more confident. They rushed forward and wanted to kill Bufu here with Joko. Joko's words have already paid off. Although the soldiers who rushed up were arrested, the husband was killed with one move, but one fell and another 2 or 3 rushed over. Bufu was also tired of dealing with it. Watching these soldiers fall under his own halberds without fear of death, Bufu's heart was not only touched. Unexpectedly, there were such loyal soldiers in Qi. Qi Mu stood up slowly at this time. Although he was kicked by Joko and broke a rib, there was a smile on his face now. The scene in front of him is what he wants to see. He is the person who understands Joko's ability best. It is not too much to describe Joko with superb martial arts. Moreover, Joko's character is rough and bold, and he is not someone who is greedy for life and fear of death at all. It was his performance at the beginning, which really disappointed Qi Mu. He didn't expect Joko to be so cowardly, afraid of death, and being forced to such a point by Buff. Why he walked over and slapped Joko, trying to wake him up and let him see the bodies of the fallen soldiers to wake him up. The slap really worked. Joko regained his composure, which was more important to Joko than anything else. Buff is still here, with Joko and the soldiers, in the battle. Although not yet, it is in danger of life, but there are many small wounds left in many places on the body. These injuries are also caused by Buff's intentional injuries. Because of making armor and general's weapons for everyone, the free attribute points are much less. So want to take this opportunity to get some. But Joko and the others didn't know that Buff was injured on purpose, so when they saw Buff's injury, they were immediately excited. Being able to hurt Buff, Joko already felt that even if the wound was insignificant at all, it also gave Joko the confidence to defeat Buff. But to Buff, Joko is now just like meat on a chopping board. Just when they were fighting there, they sounded at the right time, and Zhang Huang and Zhang Fengjung started to attack the city. A loud noise vibrated. The hearts of the soldiers of the state of Qi made them all pay attention to the eyes of Buff here, and they all turned back to the city gate. They seem to have forgotten that in fact, Buff is not alone, and there are hundreds of thousands of his army outside the city gate. Only then did they wake up and hurried to the city gate to guard and resist. The city gate was constantly being hit, and the arrogant and General Fengjung were also very anxious, so they carried the huge wooden gate with the siege soldiers. Buff didn't pay attention to what happened at the city gate. He knew when he heard the sound, Xiaohai and the others couldn't wait to open the city gate by themselves. I thought to myself that this world really took too long, and it seemed that a long time had passed unknowingly in the battle between myself and Joko. Looking at Joko in front of him, he was not affected by the city gate in the slightest. His eyes were exactly what he looked like, and you smiled helplessly, Buff. It looks like it's time to end this battle. I have accumulated some of my attribute points just now. Although I haven't been affected by some stimulation, the accumulation is very slow, but it is better than nothing. Bi Yufu heard that. Feng Wensheng decided not to entangle with Joko anymore. He mentioned that Feng Tianhuaji increased his attack speed and strength. Joko, who thought he could resist Bi Yufu, was still fighting with Bi Yufu desperately. Thinking that he already had Buff's moves, he suddenly felt the change in Buff's moves, and was shocked. He didn't expect that Buff had still preserved his strength and speed. He had to know that Buff had been fighting for a long time at this time, and the corpses who died under his Feng Tianhua halberd could already be piled up into a hill. Joko had been waiting for Buff to go bankrupt when his physical strength was weak, so he could kill Buff in one fell swoop, but he did not expect that although Buff was slightly injured, he never felt like he was about to fall. Xiaolu once patiently dealt with Buff. He believed Buff couldn't hold on for too long, so he comforted himself again and again, until now Buff's sudden change of tactics caught him off guard. For Feng Tianhua halberd, he stabbed his right arm. Buff gently picked it up. Joko's arm flew into the air, turned around, and kicked Joko's chest. Joko was kicked out, lying on the ground unable to move. In horror, he didn't expect things to be like this. He had insisted on it for so long. When Buff was about to lose his strength, how could he suddenly get up again and look at Buff, and then use a weak voice said, "Are you a human or a ghost? Why did you not even breathe a little more after fighting for so long?" Buff looked at Joko, who was dying there, and still somewhat appreciated his performance just now. It's just that Joko will never understand why Buff's body is so tireless. Actually, if you persist for a while, maybe I won't be able to do it. Buff looked at Joko and said with a smile. When Joko saw Buff's appearance, he finally understood the gap between himself and Buff. It turned out that Buff was just teasing himself. Feeling that he was ridiculous, Joko cracked his mouth and laughed loudly, then spit out a mouthful of blood and died. Alas, it's so atmospheric or something that still wants to keep your life. Chapter 335_Walk Over My Corpse. Seeing that Joko was killed by Buff, the soldiers who had to rush forward stopped. They were almost numb now, and their bodies involuntarily rushed towards Buff. Watching the people around them being killed one by Buff, they didn't show any expression. From the initial fear to the later anger to the now numbness, the minds of the soldiers of Qi State couldn't bear it anymore and were about to collapse. Seeing that all the soldiers of Qi State had stopped, Buff also stopped the massacre, stood up, and walked slowly towards the city gate. No one dared to stop him anymore, and they all retreated to both sides, with expressions of horror in their eyes. They really didn't dare to go forward and fight against Buff, even if they knew that Buff had been fighting for a long time, but no one was sure how long he could fight. Even now, I still can't see Buff's feeling of tiredness, but his expression is still as calm as the wind, not like someone who has just killed thousands of people. Compared with the butcher, he is more like a scholar. Although he looks like this on the surface, the soldiers of Chi State will not forget that this is the person just now, reaping the lives of those around him like a demon. Because there was no obstruction, Buff easily came to the city gate, and the archers just aimed at him and did not shoot. Chi-Mu came to the front of these soldiers and horses at this time, looking at Bufu's back. His ribs were still there, a dull pain. He snatched a bow and arrow from the hands of the soldiers beside him, then took the bow and shot the arrow, and shot at Buff. Buff didn't even look back, letting the arrow hit his back. I won't let you open the gate of Jimo County so easily. If you want to conquer the Jimo line, you must step over my body. Buff stopped and stood there for a moment of silence, and it was this pause that made the soldiers of Chi Country's hearts skip a beat. Their hearts are actually resentful of Chi-Mu, who can no longer defend Jimo County. Why should they provoke this killing god? At this time, a few soldiers quickly ran to Chi-Mu's side, and then snatched the bow and arrow in his hand. Caught him. Chi-Mu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these soldiers to treat him like this, and then he was furious and cursed. You gang of spineless beasts, so greedy for life and fear of death, how can you be worthy of the brother who just died? Grabbing his medical history, although there was a hint of shame on their faces, they still didn't let go of their hands. They held Chi-Mu's arms tightly. Then he said loudly to Buff, "This. Chin General, please let us go. We choose to surrender and no longer resist." At this time, a soldier threw down the weapon in his hand, and if there was one, all the soldiers around the second company threw down their weapons, and they really could no longer compete with Buff. You gang of cowards, who are in vain for the people of Chi Country, are so greedy for life and fear of death, how can you be worthy of these brothers lying on the ground? You are ashamed of King Chi, ashamed of Chi's relatives. Because most people chose to put down their weapons and surrender, and although the words were shouted with arrogance, no one was moved by his words. They thoughtfully grabbed Chi-Mu and were afraid that he would move again, angering Buff in front of him and causing death. Buff turned to look at Chi-Mu who was being held by the soldiers, and then looked around at the surrounding Chi soldiers who had put down their weapons. He ignored them and continued walking towards the city gate. He didn't even go, he pulled the arrow from his back, and it looked like he didn't hit him at all. There was no blood coming out of the arrow. Look at me, I shot him with a bow and arrow, and he didn't fight back, which proves that he has no strength to fight back now, so I won't take him down before he opens the city gate, and everything will be too late after the Qin army comes in. Bufu stopped again when he heard Chi-Mu's words, then turned to look at Chi-Mu and said, I don't understand that you have to kill them all to be regarded as Chi Wang Zongxin. At this time, Buff looked at everyone and said, but you can try it, maybe what he said is not wrong. If it is really like what he said, your hesitation at the moment has lost a perfect opportunity to kill me. At this time, Buff smiled slightly and everyone continued, I believe this kind of opportunity will not come again in the future. Chi-Mu was still shouting to himself, when the soldier beside him slapped Chi-Mu's neck with a palm. Chi-Mu suddenly fainted, and then the soldier turned his head to look at Buff. Open the door. The one who shouted was also a small leader of the state of Chi. He really couldn't bear to see his subordinates being killed by him like this. So he chose to surrender. He knew that even if they tried their best to kill Buff, they would not be able to resist the attack of hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city. General Trend has passed, and continuing to resist now is undoubtedly a man's arm, and it will not have any effect at all. Even if Bufu is killed, once the Qin army is angered, the people of Jimo County will suffer. Some people with Xiaolu have been blinded by hatred and can't see the situation in front of them, but this Qibing leader is very clear. The city gate slowly opened, and what appeared in front of them was not the influx of the army. The soldiers and horsemen of the Qin kingdom stood there and seemed to know that the city gate would be opened. The leader of the state of Qi narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He knew that this was the trust of the soldiers of the state of Qin in Buff. They didn't rush in, but just stood there waiting, knowing that even Buff alone could open the city gate easily. The siege just now was just a reminder to the defenders in the city of Qi, and told them that more than 100,000 troops of Qin had been waiting outside the city, and told them to stop resisting. Glad that he had made the right choice to surrender, Qi Jun's leader knelt down first. His actions led the soldiers around him, and then all the soldiers knelt down, expressing their surrender to Qin. 3 yellow bows and arrows, Qi Ying, Feng Zheng and the others rode their horses into the city, and an army of hundreds of thousands also walked in. The first thing they saw was the Qi soldiers kneeling there, and then they looked forward to the mountains of corpses before their eyes. How long? Madness ran to Buff and came to Buff's side. Buff looked at Madness and nodded. The Qin army immediately controlled the situation, and the crowd gathered around Bufu. Xichong, are you all right? Uncle Liang looked at Bufu worriedly. Bufu shook his head and said, "It's all right, it's just a little trouble, it just took some time." "It's so long. You are really amazing, you can beat so many people by one person." Chapter 336-bet. Insolent. Send troops to deal with these people, the corpses of Qi soldiers. No. Buff looked at the crowd with a serious expression, and then said, let's go to the city lord's mansion and talk about it." No. After Buff and the others came to the city lord's mansion, they discussed the next thing together. "Wow, don't attack the city alone next time. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you, what should we do?" "Uncle Liang, don't worry, I'm fine, but you're right, I won't act rashly like this again." "Xichong, we are your subordinates, attacking the city is our business. You have finished our business, what do you want me to do?" Buff looked at everyone's worried eyes, knowing that this time it took too long, they were all worried about their own safety. "Hee, I have my own measure. Before, I asked you to attack the city by yourself, but today is different. We must break down this Jimo County faster." "Ah, why are we in such a hurry? We have been attacking Jimo County here today for some days, and if we delay it, it will damage the morale of our army." After Buff finished speaking, everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. They felt a little guilty. After so long, Jimo County has not been taken down, and in the end, it was Buff alone who took down Jimo County. Feeling the changes in everyone's emotions, I know that what I just said has some impact on them. Bufu laughed and said, "I don't mean to blame you. The current city of Jimo County is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it really makes people very angry. It's just a temporary atmosphere. Xichong, we are useless, we can't share our worries for Xichong. Hey, don't worry about this matter anymore, you will have to rely on you in the future." When everyone listened to what Buff said, they were no longer entangled. Anyway, they were so powerful, they just needed to keep working hard. "It's so long, which city will we continue to attack next?" "Ha ha ha, Ganya, are you in a hurry now? The city hasn't settled down yet, so I'm thinking about the next city." "Ha ha ha, Zhang Huang, you are too embarrassed to tell me. Before you entered the city, you were guessing which city Xichong would attack." "Oh Zhang Huang, guess which city I'm going to attack next." Don't listen to his nonsense. I was just talking about it for a long time. How can I guess it?" Buff smiled and looked at the arrogant, and then said, "It doesn't matter, let's guess together, I also want to see what you think." "Yeah, since Zhang Huang said so long, you can guess which city we should fight next. Then I'll be more respectful than obeying my life. It's very long. We will attack this place next." Seeing a location that Zhang Huang pointed out on the map, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. "Zhang Huang, you are too outrageous, right? Xichong said that we have to enter Qi country little by little from the side road, but the position you are referring to now is far away from what Shi-chang said. Yeah, insolent, even if you are blinded, you will be blinded in a similar place. Go, go, you know what you're laughing at, and if you're not convinced, we'll make a bet. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, Zhang Kuang suddenly became angry. Shout out to bet against them. Oh, say it, what do you want to bet? I will definitely accompany you. Ganya looked at the arrogance triumphantly there, and his provocative intentions were very obvious. I bet too. Take me one too. Qiying and Zhang Fengjung also joined Ganya's team. Brother Manto and Stone were sent to other places by Buff, otherwise they would have stood beside Zhang Fengjung. I also bet, but I am on Zhang Fengjung's side. Uncle Liang also stood up with great interest at this time, and then he came to Zhang Fengjung's side and stood side by side with him. Ha ha ha, Uncle Liang, you have eyesight, but you are different from these reckless villagers. I'm going, Zhang Kuang, do you deserve a beating? It seems that Brother Manto and Shido have repaired, you still haven't repaired enough, do you want me to call them back? The arrogant words caused public anger, and he shrank his neck there. Then he smiled and said, you guys will unite to bully me, and you can't gamble. If you don't gamble, I'll go drinking with Shi-chang. Betting. Yeah, you don't say anything about betting, but no matter what. Whatever you bet on, you lose. Ha ha ha, the team is good. Today we will bet on who will stay here and Jimo County will be the county magistrate. Others were also taken aback when they heard the insolent bet. At that time, Zhang Kuang turned his head to look at Buff, and then said with a smile, Shi-chang, look at my bet, can I accept it? Buff looked at the arrogant grin, shook his head helplessly, and then said with a smile, you guy is afraid that I will stay with you in this city to defend the city, so I made so many twists and turns. Buff looked at Ganya and the others, then nodded and said, the arrogant bet is okay, I can promise you this thing. It's so long. We can't change our original intention because of the position of county magistrate. If it's a big deal, we can just leave Liangbo here to guard the city. Ganya, don't come here. Uncle Liang has been there for a long time to guard the city. It's your turn this time. Ganya looked back at Zhang Kuang and said, cut, aren't we gambling? We're willing to admit defeat. If I really lose, I'll be the county magistrate here in Jimo County. Okay, it's a word. At this time, Zhang Zhuang looked at Buff and said, Shi-chang, do you think we will attack this place next? Shi-chang, this place is quite different from what you said. The sideline battles are very different. I don't believe it. What exactly are you planning? Shi-chang, let's talk about it. The location that Zhang Kuang pointed to on the map was called Rowan County, and according to Bufu's original instructions and plans, the city they should attack next was Aishan County. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Buff at this time. Buff looked at this kind of person and smiled slightly. Then he came to the map and pointed to a place. Buff and the others were in Jimo County. After resting for 2 days, they set off again. When he left, Zhang Kuang was there laughing angrily with bow and arrow. Ganya, please defend the city well, and I will send someone to pick you up when I conquer Rowan County. Seeing the arrogant appearance, Ganya was full of anger, and it was a whip at the rear buttocks of the arrogant warhorse. Warhorse was in pain, and galloped away with Zhang Kuang on his back. Zhang Kuang cursed loudly, damn bow and arrow, when I finish the battle, I will ask you to settle the account. Chapter 337-Enter Rowan County. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Buff looked at Ganya and said, this town of Jimo is easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as you defend the moat, you will have no problem. No, sir, don't worry, here I am guarding the city, and the city is destroyed. Don't be impatient, give up when it's time to give up. Remember that if the city is lost, we can call it back again, don't act impulsively. Seeing Buff's sincere eyes, Ganya was also very moved in his heart. Shi-chang has always put people first, which is one of the reasons why people are willing to believe him and follow him. Wow, you must take good care of your body. Seeing Ganya's appearance, Bufu was also quite touched. He came to Gangya's side and said, "Remember not to make the mistake made by the magistrate of Jimo County, and then there is the last point." "Sir, please order." "That is, you can train someone who can replace you to take over Jimo County, but it must be a reliable person, and then you can come to us." Hearing Buff say this, Gangya laughed suddenly. "Shichong, don't worry, I will definitely train a county magistrate who is more decent than me to guard Jimo County." Buff looked at Gangya and nodded, then turned around to hit the horse and ran forward. "Gangya, there will be an expiration later. Ha ha ha, you have to come quickly. You guys have to take good care of you." In this way, Buff and the army began to march towards Rowan County. Uncle Liang caught up with Bufu, and then asked with a puzzled face, "Shichong, our original plan was to attack Aishan County, but at this time, when we went to Rowan County, my subordinates couldn't figure out why." Buff looked at Uncle Liang with a slight smile and said, "Although Aishan County is a marginal county, it is located in the middle of Rowan County and Bai. If we go to attack Aishan, then Rowan County and Bai County will definitely send troops to help, so." After listening to Bufu's words, Uncle Liang suddenly realized, why didn't he think of it? Yes, if they attacked Aishan County rashly, if the soldiers and horses of Rowan County, Bai, and the 3 counties of Aishan County attacked together, it would be very difficult for Bufu and the others. It's really hard to deal with. Seeing that Uncle Liang seemed to understand, Bufu smiled and continued, "If we go around Aishan to attack Rowan County at this moment, the result will be different." Uncle Liang nodded. He was very smart. Buff called him, and he figured it out. "Sir, I understand. If we go around an county, we won't face the enemy on 3 sides. We can retreat and defend, and we can attack. We don't have to worry about the enemy's attack from behind. Moreover, when attacking Rowan County, if you want assistance, it will take some time to reach Rowan County." Yes, these are but the more important points, because Rowan County is a place that must be contested. Only by conquering Rowan County can the state of Qi be divided and echoed with General Wang Jian's army. At this time, Buff looked into the distance, and then continued, "Yandu, where Wang Jian's army was before, was besieged by Qi soldiers and horses for several days, but they killed the Qi army, defeated Guangxi and retreated to Qingzhou County." Buff turned his head to look at Uncle Liang and continued, "As long as Rowan County is taken down, there will be no troops of Qi state behind our Qin army." When Shanghai heard Buff's words, she was shocked and thought about it carefully. Just a moment. His eyes lit up, then he looked at Buff and said, "Shichong, if you say that, we will attack Qi without any worries." "Yeah, Brother Manto and Shido and Shiba Ping'an Rider, I sent them to Xinsheng's place, hoping to help them defend the territory of Qin state. As long as we block Chu state's attack, our Qin state will have no worries at all. Well, as long as there are Manto and Shido, there will be no problem with their brothers, not to mention the 18 Ping and Qi. Things in the world are unpredictable. Although we are strategizing, we can only do our best to follow the will of God. It's very long. It seems that my life is beyond the reach of trying to reach a very long height. Ha ha ha, Uncle Liang, you and I are both brothers. As long as I'm not your enemy, wouldn't it be better if I were stronger?" Uncle Liang looked at Buff and said with a slight smile, "Yes, being able to follow such a powerful Shichong, can learn many wonderful strategies, and Shi Cheng's teachings have indeed benefited his subordinates a lot." Ha ha ha, what a lot of benefits, Uncle Liang, this time you're on my side, it's the right choice, right? At this time, he was arrogant, and ran over from somewhere. Watching him sit down on the war horse, it seemed that he was beaten hard. "Why isn't your war horse running?" "Uncle Liang, what do you say? That bow and arrow is so abhorrent, he actually dared to hit my horse, and it took me a long time to coax it to stop it." Uncle Liang looked at the scars on the horse's back, and then said to Zhang Kuang disdainfully, "This is how you coax." After he finished speaking, he pointed at the scar on the horse's back with the whip in his hand. "Hey, this guy has been running, he doesn't listen to me, and if he doesn't hit him twice, he will take me to Rowan County. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. They continued on their way, and after 3 days' journey, they finally came to the front of Rowan County. Compared with Jimo County, Rowan County is much larger, and the terrain is relatively flat, and the relative city wall is much higher than that of Jimo County. It's finally here. I didn't expect that Rowan County is so far away. Looking at the city wall so high, it doesn't look like a good fight. Zhang Kuang was eager to try, and what he said was completely different from what he wanted to do. General Fang Zheng said disdainfully, "Yes, I heard that there are strong military generals in Rowan County, so Zhang Kuang will let me take action this time, and you will snatch the formation for me." Zhang Kuang hurriedly shook his head and said, "General Fang Zheng, you don't need someone to hone your martial arts skills, but I don't believe it. I still need to find someone to fight to increase my strength, so it's up to me to attack Rowan County. I'll still come. I'm coming. You are so long, who do you think is suitable?" The arrogant seized the fight, but Fang Zheng turned his head and asked Buff. Buff looked at the two with a smile. "The two of you should fight together, and try to take down this Rowan County as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to fight when Aishin's reinforcements arrive." Were also excited when they heard that Buff had asked the two of them to attack Rowan County together. "Let's go, Fang Zheng, let's take this Rowan County down." Chapter 338-Test Strength. Good. Zhang Kuang and the General Fang Zheng set off with the troops, and Buff ordered Gongya and Liang Bo to arrange for the construction of the camp. Let Zhang Kuang and General Fang Zheng attack Rowan County, just to test the strength of Rowan County, and then choose a strategy based on his weakness. Zhang Hua and General Fang Zheng came to the front and back of the city gate, and they began to shout loudly. After a while, the city gate of Rowan County opened wide, and a soldier and horse rushed out from inside. Riding a warhorse and wearing armor, walking at the forefront was a middle-aged man. "Humph, I didn't expect Qin to be so daring and dare to send troops to attack Qi. It's really self-defeating. Do you think our Qi is as easy to bully as Yan?" Zhang Cheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked with a laugh, "Who are you? Since you are already so old, you should quickly abandon your stubbornness and surrender, so as not to lose your life." "Ha ha ha, it's so shameless. You don't deserve to know my name. Get off your horse, and die, and I can leave you a whole corpse, otherwise, you will be smashed to pieces." "Qi Liangbei, I can't believe that I haven't seen him for so many years, and he is still so arrogant." The person named Qi Liangbei, a typical example, heard someone call his name, looked at the person who called his name, and carefully observed his appearance. "Who are you and why do you know my name?" "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such a poor memory. We have had two sides, and you don't remember me like this. I'm from Yangle County." Hearing the words, "liar," by Yongle, Qi Liangbei was stunned for a moment, and then recalled it carefully. From Yangle County, he had met with him twice, but at that time he was young and his appearance was different from now, so he didn't recognize him for a while. "You are the founder of Yangle County." "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to remember my name. How is it, Qi Liangbei, stay safe. Why are you here, and you are with the soldiers of the Qin country, aren't you a native of the Yan country? There is still a face to recognize me here. I really feel sad for you, Yan Kingdom." Zhang Fangjung was scolded by Qi Liangbei, but he looked at Qi Liangbei indifferently. "Good birds choose wood to perch, loyal ministers choose master and serve. Since I have met a bright master, I should follow it. What's so strange?" Hearing Zhang Fangjung's words, Qi Liangbei said contemptuously, "Humph. Sophistry, even if you speak like a slap, you can't hide your crime of betraying the country of Yan." Zhang Fangjung, don't argue with him. It's useless to talk too much. Let's see the truth under our hands. This kind of pedantic person is not enough to make a big deal. Fangjung nodded and said to Zhang Kuang, "So, you don't have to worry about Zhang Kuang. I have already figured it out, and I will never regret following Buff to dominate the world." Afterwards, Fangjung turned his head to look at Qi Hu and said coldly, "The mere words of a child are not enough to move my heart." "Insolent, At first I was worried that I would be grumpy because of the other party's words, but I didn't expect that Zhang Fengjing is now completely different from before. Ha ha ha. Well, it really is my arrogant good brother. Shi Chang didn't see you wrong. HMPH, I don't feel ashamed to call myself a brother to someone who has lost my country. I can't wait to kill someone like you. After speaking, Qi Liangbei raised his spear and charged towards him. Ha ha ha, if you want to touch my brother, let's go through me first. Zhang Kuang raised his axe and headed towards Qi Liangbei. Qi Liangbei did not hesitate. No matter who he was, he would fight him. Be careful with your arrogance, this person is very good at martial arts. Ha ha ha, it's better this way, Lao Zhang, I played more happily. Hearing that General Feng Zheng's words, although Zhang Kuang didn't say anything, he had already taken precautions in his heart. Qi Liangbei's martial arts are really good, although he is over middle-aged, his strength is not inferior to the current arrogance. In his hands, the spear was like a green snake spitting out a letter. The speed was very fast, and the angle was very tricky. When he was a prince, he had not figured out his routine, so he could only barely defend. Relying on the armor's defense, Zhang Kuang and Qi Liangbei were entangled there, although he could occasionally be eaten by Qi Liangbei's Mao, but his armor completely resisted the attack of the spear, so that Zhang Kuang was not injured. Qi Liangbei felt more and more strange in his heart. How could the armor on this person have such a high defense power? Even if he didn't use his full force to stab, the spear was very sharp, and ordinary armor would penetrate under his stab. Armor seriously wounds opponents. Moreover, his attack was specially made into the weak point of the armor, but the attack still could not break through his armor. After the two fought dozens of moves, after they separated, Qi Liangbei opened his eyes wide and looked at Madness, looking at the armor on his body, his face full of shock. What kind of armor are you wearing? Madly looking at Buff, he smiled and said, Want to know, as long as you put down your weapons and open the city gate to surrender, I will tell you, maybe we are very happy to be able to give you a dress. While saying this, Zhuangzhang was still there, arrogantly, he was dusting off the armor. Seeing Qi Liangbei burning with rage, even General Feng Zheng had to admire his ability to mock people arrogantly. A slight movement can make the opponent angry. Zhang Kuang has a unique talent in this regard, so this guy will always be beaten in the military camp with a blue nose and a swollen face. Humph, booing a piece of armor, just wanting me to open the city gate and surrender is just wishful thinking. Oh, it turns out that a piece of armor is not enough. Then add a weapon. The weapons we actually make are very powerful. At that time, he glanced arrogantly and contemptuously at the spear in Qi Liangbei's hand. As long as you open the city and surrender, I will beg us to make you a weapon. It must be much stronger than the one you have in your hand. The fire stick is much stronger, at least it will break through the defense of my armor without breaking a sweat. You arrogant, look at the gun. Couldn't help laughing when he heard what Zhang Kuang said there. This arrogant skill is not unreasonable, and Zhang Fengjing is deeply admired after listening to it. Qi Liangbei was choked up by Zhang Kuang, angrily rushed to Zhang Kuang and began to fight with him. That is easy to separate. This time, he will no longer try his best to attack Zhang Kuang, wanting to kill him. Zhang Kuang swung the big axe and fought against Qi Liangbei with all his strength. Although Arrogant was born with divine power, and later had armor bonuses, allowing his power to control the big axe can also play a fast speed, but after all, there is no lighter spear that is faster. Chapter 339-Insolent Injury. Qi Liangbei used his speed to stab at the places where he thought the armor was weak from all kinds of tricky angles. Although he tried his best, he still couldn't break through the armor defense. Ha ha ha, I just told you to throw away your fire stick, you can't kill me at all. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Qi Liangbei stopped the attack and watched insolently on horseback. Seeing that Qi Liangbei had stopped attacking, Zhang Kuang also stopped moving, watching what Qi Liangbei had to say. Your armor is really good, my current weapons can't break your defense, you dare to wait here. I'll go back and change a weapon in a quarter of an hour, and come back to fight with you. Zhang Kuang heard what Qi Liangbei said, looked back at Zhang Fengjung, and Zhang Fengjung did not speak. Okay, I'll wait for you for a quarter of an hour. Anyone who cheats is a bastard. Hearing the arrogant and childish words, Qi Liangbei felt helpless. If it wasn't for the defense on his armor, he would have stabbed him to death under his horse already. But he has this armor, but what should he do? Although it is really just an excuse to go back to the city to change weapons, and the arrogant words are just childish and ridiculous, but Qi Liangbei just felt that his face was a little hot. After Qi Liangbei led his soldiers back to the city, he went to the arsenal to select weapons. What made Qi Liangbei different was that he was proficient in all 18 martial arts. He can use all weapons, of course, the best one is the spear. At this time he looks at all the weapons the same. His brows were furrowed, not knowing which weapon to choose to fight madness. Stepping forward, looking at these weapons that he usually liked most in front of him, now he feels that they are so ordinary. He suddenly remembered the arrogant words, as long as Kaicheng surrendered, his even-handed can give an unparalleled weapon. When thinking of this, Qi Liangbei suddenly scolded himself fiercely, since he had the idea of surrendering for a weapon. Qi Liangbei was also helpless, looking at the weapon and sighing. At this time, he turned around and walked outside, and when he reached the door, he suddenly saw a weapon, and he was overjoyed thinking about how to forget him. Walked over and took it down, turned it over and adjusted it and kept looking at it. This weapon is also a spear, and its front end is in the shape of a snake. The reason for being put up is because his front end is too sharp and sometimes difficult to control. Once, Qi Liangbei almost didn't hurt himself when he practiced martial arts with him. After that, Qi Liangbei put it up and used his current spear. The name of this spear is Zongba Snake Spear, and it is also a very powerful weapon, because the front end resembles the shape of a snake, hence the name. Picking up the Zongba Snake Spear, Qi Liangbei rushed out of the armory, mounted the soldiers and rushed out of the city gate. Insanity is waiting there anxiously. In my heart, I thought that Qi Liangbei would not go out of the city to fight him again. At this time, the city gate opened wide, and Qi Liangbei rushed out with his troops and horses, and came to Zhang Kuang. Seeing that Qi Liangbei really changed a weapon, and the appearance of the weapon looked a bit strange. I thought you were afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out. How did you find a good weapon? What kind of thing is that? Can the crooked be able to fight? Qi Liangbei ignored the rampant and continuous problems. Raising the Zongba Snake Spear in his hand, he said, "Today I will pierce your armor with the snake spear in my hand. Look at the spear." Xiaofa didn't talk too much nonsense, and rushed forward to facilitate the arrogant fight together. With his superb martial arts, Zhang Kuang is also tired of defense, and rarely has the opportunity to attack and counterattack. Zhang's snake spear was indeed very sharp, and Qi Liangbei was dancing as fast as lightning, and Zhang Kuang couldn't keep up with Qi Liangbei's speed. At this time, Qi Liangbei caught a loophole in Zhang Kuang's defense. The Zongba Snake Spear was like a green snake rushing towards Zhang Kuang's chest. Zhang Kuang suddenly felt a chill in his chest, and the axe in his hand quickly lifted up to block his chest. But he was still a little late. Although the snake spear didn't pierce Zhang Zan's chest, it slid upwards due to the resistance of the axe and stabbed into Zhang Zan's shoulder. Zongba Snake Spear pierced the armor, pierced into Zhang Kuang's shoulder, and blood flowed out along the armor. The arrogant face suddenly turned pale. Obviously the spear was not lightly stabbed, but Qi Liangbei did not keep his hand. Seeing that the spear that should have stabbed Zhang Kuang's chest, but only stabbed him in the shoulder, felt a little regretful in his heart. He was very satisfied with the fact that the 8-foot snake spear could pierce the insolent defensive armor. Zongba Snake Spear was thrown horizontally in his hand, and Zhang Kuang was thrown under the horse, and Zhang Kuang fell heavily to the ground. The wound was plucked out by the Zongba snake's hair, and blood spurted out. Qi Liangbei didn't give Zhang Kuang a chance to breathe, and continued to stab Zhang Kuang with his spear. At this time, Zhang Fengjung saw Zhang Kuang being thrown off his horse and rushed over to rescue him. Qi Liangbei stepped up the offensive, wanting to kill Zhang Kuang before Fengjung came, but he didn't expect that Zhang Kuang was so smooth, severely injured, and still so flexible. In fact, Zhang Kuang just used the boots under his feet to increase his speed and avoid Qi Liangbei's attack. When did Fengjung arrive in time, he raised his Qinglong Banyu Dao and fought with Qi Liangbei. In terms of martial arts, Fengjung and Qi Liangbei can be said to be on a par, and even Fengjung can be said to be slightly better. The weapon-carrying General Fengjung's Qinglong Banyu saber is not ordinary, and Fengjung has already practiced the moves on the Qinglong Banyu saber very well. Therefore, when Fengjung and Qi Liangbei were fighting together, they obviously had the upper hand, making Fengjung's armor the same defense as insolent. Qi Liangbei gradually realized that he didn't seem to be Fengjung's opponent, even if a snake spear was sharp enough to destroy the opponent's armor defense, but if it didn't hit, everything would be in vain. At this time, Zhang Kuang had already stepped aside, took out a small porcelain bottle from his chest, opened the bottle cap, and sprinkled the medicinal powder on his wound. Every time at this time, he would be very grateful to Buff, no matter from his weapons, armor or even the healing medicine, Buff gave them single-handedly. If it wasn't for what Buff gave him, he might have died several times. Sitting on the side watching Fengjung and Qi Liangbei fighting there, I thought that I was still very weak. It seems that I have to fight with General Fengjung a lot. Only by learning martial arts, if you rely on strength alone, you will not be able to exert much of your own strength. When confronted with opponents like Xu Cheng and this Qi Liangbei in front of him, strength simply can't play a role. Chapter 340-Injured. Seriously observe their fighting moves, even the arrogant shoulders are seriously learning there. They fought Fengjung and Qi Liangbei for hundreds of rounds, and there was still no winner. Although Fengjung had the upper hand, they couldn't really defeat Qi Liangbei for a while. At this time, the arrogant shoulder has healed, the wound has scabbed over, and he can recover freely. I shook my arm, although there was still some pain, but the pain was maddeningly tolerable. Stood up, got on his horse, and then dashed towards Qi Liangbei, where Qi Liangbei was fighting with the General Feng who was going all out. I didn't expect Zhang Kuang's injury to heal so quickly. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to stand up due to his injury, but now he is rushing towards him with an axe. Qi Liangbei didn't understand what was going on. How could arrogance get better so quickly? He was accidentally slid by Fengjung's Qinglong Banyu knife on his shoulder. The Qinglong Banyu saber itself has the attributes of sharpness, which is not comparable to ordinary weapons. Even the current Zongba snake spear could not resist the sharpness of the Qinglong Banyu Dao. Blood spurted out of his shoulders instantly. Buff gritted his teeth with a pale face and insisted, grabbed the back of the Qinglong Banyu Dao and threw it out. Then he turned the horse's head and ran quickly towards the city. When his men had already come to respond quickly, they temporarily resisted the pursuit of Zhang Kuang and Zhang Fengjung. But after a few tricks, he was killed by Zhang Kuang and Fengjung. The soldiers to retreat to Rowan County and close the city gate. Qi Liangbei fell off his horse and fell into a coma. Fortunately, it was only after being cut in the shoulder that the bleeding was excessive, and he fainted, and his life was not seriously affected. After Qi Liangbei fled, Zhang Kuang and Fengjung led the troops back to the camp. Seeing the blood on Zhang Kuang's armor, Buff couldn't help frowning. Insolent, you are injured. Bufu did not expect that with his arrogant martial arts and armor defense, he could still be injured. It seems that the opponent's martial arts and weapons are very powerful. Shi Chong, the general name of the defending general of Rowan County, is Qi Liangbei. His martial arts are not bad, and the weapon in his hand is called the Zongba snake spear, which is very sharp and can break through armor defenses. At this time, Zhang Kuang said with some guilt, I thought he couldn't break the armor's defense, so I was careless and was stabbed in the shoulder by him, and was injured. Damn, how can you carelessly underestimate the enemy on the battlefield? Do you know that the armor only improves the defense, not absolutely invincible? Buff looked at Zhang Kuang angrily and said, You are so careless, you will die when you meet a powerful opponent, and it will be too late to regret it. At this time, Zhang Huang knelt down and said in a low voice, Shi Chong, I was wrong, and I will never make mistakes like this again in the future. HMPH. I told you how much. There are thousands of enemies on the battlefield, and any opponent may kill you. Buff was very angry, and his arrogance was almost taken, which made him very angry. If it was before, he wouldn't be so angry, but now that they have got such good armor, they were injured because they carelessly underestimated the enemy. Buff can't wait to go up and kick a few kicks. Although you have good armor and body protection, good weapons in hand, and good medicine powder can save your life, but these are not the capital that you can be careless when fighting the enemy, you know. No. Exclamation mark. How long, we know. Everyone bowed their heads. Buff was right. During this time, Buff added a free point attribute to their armor and weapons, which made their strength increase a little faster, so they were indeed a little proud. And they have always been smooth sailing, and they have never encountered any powerful enemies, so they are indeed a little too complacent. After Buff's reprimand, Zhang Mad and all of them seemed to be woken up by someone. Lowered his head deeply, feeling ashamed. Buff saw that everyone understood what he meant, so he stopped talking. He came to Zhang Huang's side, and slowly helped him up. How long? I really know I was wrong, and I will never do it again next time. Well, it's good to know. Now that I scold you, it's better for you to hear it than to be killed because of carelessness and never again. Not to hear my scolding. How long? We understand. In Rowan County, he had regained some strength at this time. Looking at the surrounding subordinates, he smiled wryly. What are you doing with this expression, I'm not dead? The county magistrate, the medical officer said that your wound has already hurt your bones. If you go any further, it will hurt your heart. This time you were lucky. Yeah, I didn't expect that the weapon in Feng Zheng's hand was so powerful. At that time, I remember that his shoulder was cut off by him with just a slight stroke. Magistrate, what should we do next? Now I'm injured and I can't play. You are not the opponents of the generals of the Qin state. You can only close the city gate and avoid fighting. No. County magistrate, but your injury won't get better in a short time. Even if we evade without fighting, we won't be able to resist Dakin's attack for too long. Qi Liangbei heard this subordinate's words. He also fell into deep thought. He had already heard the news from the deserter in Jimo County. He knew something about Boof in Jimo County. Of course, the deserter exaggerated a little when he told it. What about the god of war descending to the earth, the reincarnation of the devil? Anyway, it was a show of Buff's deeds. Qi Liangbei was dismissive at the time, because the deserters exaggerated the strength of their opponents in order to get rid of their own responsibilities, which is also possible. At that time, Qi Liangbei had already confounded the army and beheaded the deserter to show the public. After the deserter was beheaded, the rest dared not speak about Buff, for fear of causing trouble. This matter came to an end later. Qi Liangbei thought that even if Buff was able to fight well, he would have to wait a few days before he could reach him. He thought that Boof should attack Aishan first, because it was the closest to Jimo County. But he didn't expect Buffshi to go as far as possible, but he was the first to attack him. Although he has not fought against Buff until now, but through the battle with Feng Zheng and Zhang Huang, he knew that he could not be Buff's opponent at all. Rumored that Buff's demon-like strength should be true, how should he deal with such soldiers and horses? This has always been a question he is thinking about. Now he is seriously injured, and Buff and the others he led an army of hundreds of thousands to set up camp outside the city. Chapter 341-Surrender. Although he can choose to stay behind closed doors, but once Bufu and the others force a siege of the city, how should he resist, when he will die like Jimo County, and when the blood will flow into the river, how will he face it? If Buff insisted on resisting, he would undoubtedly let his soldiers die, but if there was a glimmer of hope, Qi Liangbei would not be so confused. County Magistrate, why don't we go ask for help? The subordinate carefully expressed his thoughts, and then waited for Qi Liangbei's reprimand. Qi Liangbei heard the words of the zodiac sign, looked up at him, did not get angry like the subordinate imagined, but seemed very calm. He lowered his head again and continued to think. Mommy didn't speak during the summer vacation. She was about to continue to say something, but was stopped by Qi Liangbei, and then he waved his hand outside. Subordinate generals looked at each other, then shook their heads and backed out. Although the subordinate's idea is good, but at this time, going to the rescue can't quench the thirst. Even if the troops from Aishan County came to rescue, they would really be able to defeat Buff and the others. Now Qi Liangbei for Buff and their martial arts, there is no certainty of winning at all. Just when Xiaoxi bowed his head and sighed, a subordinate next to him spoke. It turned out that he did not leave when the crowd retreated, so he chose to stay. Magistrate. The gentle call made Qi Liangbei stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there were still people who stayed. He had just wanted them all to leave, but there were still people who stayed, which made him a little sullen. Why haven't you left? What's the matter? County Magistrate, please forgive your innocence. If you have something in your mind, you want to tell the magistrate. Even if the magistrate wants to chop off my head, please let your subordinates finish talking before killing me. Looking at this subordinate's firm eyes, the anger in Qi Liangbei's heart also decreased a lot. You have followed me for many years, and you should know my temper. Since you have something to say, just finish it. If it is useful to defending the city, not only will you be forgiven, but you will also be rewarded. Thank you, the magistrate. However, I'm afraid the magistrate will kill my head anyway, because what I say is what I say. Be careful. Frowning and looking at this subordinate at this time, this subordinate has always been very cautious when speaking. What happened today? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play dumb riddles there. As to whether to chop off your head or not, wait until you're done talking. No. Seeing Qi Liangbei's impatient look, he sighed in his heart and said what was in his heart. County Magistrate. Now the soldiers of the Qin dynasty are rainbow, and the generals are all strong in martial arts. Presumptuous. You are so courageous. How dare you to confuse the military here, and if you talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will chop your head right away. If someone else said this, I believe Qi Liangbei's head would have been chopped off long ago, but this subordinate has indeed been with him for many years, and has won Qi Liangbei's mind. Who had always been cautious, suddenly became a mess today and said such absurd words. Seeing that Qi Liangbei was angry, the subordinate knelt down suddenly, and then hurriedly said, County Magistrate, I am just for the County Magistrate and all the hundreds of people in the county seat of Rowan County. Think about your surname. You. Qi Liangbei looked at the subordinate who had been with him for many years, and was angry and hated, but he was reluctant to punish him for his sins. This subordinate is called Zhang Yu, who he has been with for many years, and can be regarded as his confidant, but Zhang Yu has always been very careful in his words and actions, and I don't know what happened today, County Magistrate. I know, what I said today is a loss, it's a big sin, but today even if I give up my life, and if I can, I will kill all the people of the city, even if I die without resentment. Without waiting for Qi Liangbei to speak, Zhang continued, the county magistrate, in Rowan County, no one can match the magistrate in terms of martial arts and strategy, and now that the magistrate is seriously injured, who can rival the Qin generals? Attack. Qi Liangbei still reprimanded Zhang Yu, but was interrupted by Zhang Yu's words. At this time, Zhang Yu was like being possessed. He was willing to risk his life, and he also wanted to say what was in his heart. Interrupting Qi Liangbei's words several times made Qi Liangbei very angry, but as the county magistrate, he still calmed himself down. Because he felt that what Qi Liangbei said was not aimless, nor was it nonsense, what he said was actually a fact that they were unwilling to admit. The county magistrate, there are 80,000 defenders and more than 20 generals in Rowan County, but none of them can compete with the one who hurt the magistrate. General Fang Zheng. Qi Liangbei glanced down at his shoulder, recalling the scene when he was fighting with General Fang Zheng, and he had to admit that his subordinates were indeed unable to resist Zhang Fengjing's attack. County Magistrate. Rowan County is no better than Jimo County. Where the terrain is dangerous, it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there is a moat that can withstand the army of the Qin state, and the magistrate of Jimo County is also considered a strong martial arts, not under you. A result, Bufu broke through the city by himself, and massacred thousands of soldiers and generals in Jimo County by himself. Qi Liangbei had completely calmed down at this time. He looked at Zhang and said, "Those rumors are not necessarily credible." Seeing that Qi Liangbei didn't seem to be as angry as before, Zhang Yu was also relieved. Today, he was indeed a little reckless, but it was also the result of his careful deliberation. He thought that if it could not be stopped in time, Rowan County would become the second Jimo County seat. County Magistrate. Even if the rumors are not credible, there are 9 out of 10, even if you believe half of them, the people who can do these things are extraordinary. Qi Liangbei, sitting there without talking at this time, looked at Zhang Yu. The magistrate. Zhang Fengjing used to be the magistrate of Yangle County in the country of Yan. His martial arts are strong and unruly, but he was still subdued by Bufu. It can be seen that Bufu's martial arts must be above General Fengjing. Zhang continued, "Now that the general and the General Fengjing have been seriously injured in the battle, how can they be Nabuf's opponent?" "Shut up." Qi Liangbei roared loudly and looked at Zhang Yu with sharp eyes. Zhang Yu knelt down and looked at Qi Liangbei, and said with tears, "County Magistrate, I have followed you for many years, and have always been loyal and never thought of betraying you. Now that I have committed a crime of disrespect, I no longer ask the magistrate's forgiveness, even after showing you my head. I hope I can think twice now." Magistrate. Chapter 342 Out of Town at Midnight. You alas. Qi Liangbei doesn't know what to do now. If there is a crime in the rule of law, every sentence he says is from the bottom of his heart, and it is still very reasonable. Every sentence is for the sake of the people and soldiers in Rowan County. But what he said now is a death sentence. Qi Liangbei sat there for a while, rubbed his head and said helplessly, "Zhang Yu, get up." Zhang Yu was still in tears, and when he heard Qi Liangbei ask him to stand up, he stood up slowly, wiped his tears with his sleeve, and then stood together. "Zhang Yu, I know that you are all for the sake of the defenders and the people in Rowan County, but do you know what it means if we really choose to surrender?" Qi Liangbei glanced at Zhang Yu there, and then continued, "As people of Qi, we are also generals of Qi. Even if we die in battle, we still have to guard our homeland." County Magistrate. If people are gone, what's the use of asking for a home? Rowan County is all your people. Even knowing that you are defeated, you still have to resist. What's the difference between sending them to death? Qi Liangbei looked at Zhang's tears again, and his heart was also touched, and he became silent. He knew that what Zhang Yu said was right, and in this situation, who could defend the city after a while? Qi Liangbei slowly raised his head, his eyes were red, looked at Zhang and said, "Okay, just let it go. Let my reputation alone be exchanged for the lives of the people of this city." Magistrate. Zhang wanted to say something else, but Qi Liangbei raised his hand to stop him. "I know that you care about the people, and I am ashamed as a county magistrate. You were right. The safety of the people is the first priority. Without them, what is home?" At this time, Qi Liangbei had already made up his mind. In fact, he had already thought of this idea before, but because it was related to his own reputation, he never admitted the idea in his heart. Now that Zhang has made such a fuss again, I understand it completely, so I finally made a decision. Qi Liangbei raised his head to look at Zhang and said, "I'll leave this matter to you. Tonight, you will go out of the city to Buff's camp to make peace with them." "No, this subordinate will do it now." After Zhang left again, Qi Liangbei sat there, not knowing what he was thinking. A look of anger flashed in his eyes, and he flashed away. Zhang went out of the city again overnight, and then came to the front of Buff's camp. The soldiers guarding the camp patrol saw Zhang and asked loudly, "Who is sneaking around there and doing what?" Please let me know that it was Rowan County who came to negotiate peace under the order of the county magistrate. Humph. The war between the two countries has not resulted in a result. You came out of the city in the middle of the night. You must be sneaky, and you must arrest him first. Hey, how can you treat me like this? We surrender in good faith. Hurry up and inform your generals, otherwise you will delay the big event. Can you afford it? My colleagues heard Zhang Yu say this. They didn't seem to be joking. They fainted, and the person next to him gave a wink, and the person next to him quickly ran inside. He saw Zhang Yu standing there, then laughed and said, "You said your county magistrate wants to surrender. You are." Due to the darkness, Zhang Yu couldn't see the arrogant face for a while, he only saw it after looking carefully. It turned out to be the one who was injured in the battle with the county magistrate. He couldn't believe it, because Zhang Huang had been seriously injured by their county magistrate Qi Liangbei before. In terms of injury, it should be a little more serious than the injury of the county magistrate Qi Liangbei, but looking at him now, he looks like nothing. How could it be you? How could you be here? Well, what do you mean by that? Why can't I be here? Oh, Zhang Huang, don't get me wrong, because you were injured by our county magistrate before, and you didn't expect to be healed so soon, you can move freely. Zhang slapped haha on the surface, but inside he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect such a miraculous thing to happen. At that time, Zhang Huang seemed to be stabbed in the shoulder, and Qi Liangbei fell off his horse and fled in a hurry. If it hadn't been for Fang Zheng's arrival to save him, Zhang Huang might have been stabbed to death by Qi Liangbei's spear. Humph. It's just a small injury, you can't tell me what to say about me. What the hell are you doing here? I want to ask to see your generals, and please let me know. Thinking about his wounds, Zhang Huang became angry, and he was reprimanded by Buff for a while. He saw the people in Rowan County, and just took this to vent. Hearing that Zhang wanted to see Buff again, or business matters were more important, didn't embarrass him anymore, and he took him to Buff's tent. Sir, this person said he was from Rowan County, and was ordered by the county magistrate Qi Liangbei to discuss the surrender. While Buff and Xiaohai were discussing how to attack Rowan County, they suddenly heard Zhang Huang come in and say these words. They looked at each other and saw the man behind Zhang Huang. Zhang walked out from behind Zhang Huang again, then bowed his head and saluted and said, "General, I am the county magistrate of Rowan County. My name is Zhang Yu. Our county magistrate feels the general's tiger's might, and thinks about the common people's fear of suffering. Suffering from war. Therefore, if you want to release the previous suspicion, I hope that the general can spare the lives of the people in Rowan County regardless of the previous suspicion." Oh, Qi Liangbei in your county actually wants to surrender to Kaicheng. Yes, General, as long as the general does not harm the generals and soldiers in Rowan County and the people of Limin, we are willing to surrender the city. Well, since you can continue to surrender, I shouldn't embarrass you, let alone hurt the people who suffer. Sir, we don't know the details of this person. We talked about surrender here late at night. Why didn't the county magistrate come in person to prevent fraud? Zhang heard Xiaohai say this again, and hurriedly said, General, my family has just been injured by your general, and I can't get out of bed now, otherwise, he will definitely come over to discuss the surrender in person. After listening to Zhang Yu's words, Buff nodded, and then said with a smile, Okay, I believe you once, since you are willing to surrender what I have done, you can do it, and it will not embarrass you. Thank you for your kindness, General. On behalf of the magistrate and the 300,000 people in Rowan County, I thank the general. Well, I don't want to see the people suffer. Sometimes the killing is just to prevent the war from continuing. When there is no strife in the world, the good days of the people all over the world can truly come. Chapter 343_Drug Delivery. Hearing Buff's words, Zhang was stunned again. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Buff's words, and Buff didn't explain anything to him. Turning around and looking at Xiaohai, he said, Bring me a small porcelain bottle with medicinal powder on your body. Xiaohai took out a small porcelain bottle from his body and handed it to Buff. He had already guessed Buff's thoughts. Wow, what should we do if he doesn't surrender after being healed? Ha ha ha, Xiaohai, you are too worried, have you forgotten Jimo County? He clearly said this to Xiaohai, but secretly he said it to Zhang Yu. When Zhang heard Buff's words again, he was shocked, and cold sweat dripped from his head. Buff smiled and handed the small porcelain bottle to Zhang Yu, then said to him with a smile, "You give this to Qi Liangbei in your county, and let him take half of the medicine powder orally with water and apply the other half to his wound. Above, you can get out of bed tomorrow after tonight." Zhang took the small porcelain bottle from Buff's hand again, and looked at Bufu with doubts. This HMPH. I don't know what's good or bad, but what I can only pack in this hour is the healing medicine. Without him and your grandfather, I can get out of bed so quickly. Insolent, don't be rude. Zhang heard Zhang Kuang's words again. He ignored his abuse, but he heard the other contents clearly. He finally understood why he could lie so quickly, just like someone who was fine. It turned out that the medicine in the small porcelain bottle had healed his injury. Before Zhang Yu left, Buff ordered him, and Buff said to him, "Tomorrow, let your county magistrate bring his subordinates to Kaicheng to surrender in person. Don't have any bad thoughts, or you will end up worse than Jimo County." Zhang quickly said yes and left. It's so long, is his words credible, isn't there a trap? Buff turned to look at Zhang Kuang, who looked at Buff with a smile, knowing that Buff was still angry, so Zhang Kuang didn't dare to provoke him. Even if it's a trap, will you be afraid? Of course not afraid, even if he has an ambush, I will take his head off. Seeing Zhang Kuang's appearance, Buff smiled, and then shook his head helplessly. This guy doesn't have a long memory even after taking 100 losses, even if he has reprimanded him so harshly, he is still like this. As soon as you hear about the war, it is like drinking chicken blood, knowing that there is danger and still being fearless. This is a good thing in a certain way, but sometimes it is too reckless and easy to encounter danger. Seeing that Bufu didn't blame him, Zhang Zaihe walked to Bufu's side and said, "Shi Chong, I always feel that this person named Zhang Yu is a little strange tonight, and Bei will send someone to surrender today. If it were me, I would never do it." Buff saw what Zhang Kuang said, turned his head to look at Xiaohai and said, "What do you think about this matter?" Xiaohai thought for a while, then said, "Shi Chong, I think this matter is very likely to be true." "Hey, Xiaohai, are you doing it with me on purpose? I just finished saying something strange, so just say it's true." "Crazy, don't be ridiculous, listen to Xiaohai finish." Buff glared at Madness. Madness shut up at once, and stood there honestly. Seeing him like that, it was very funny, and Buff couldn't help but smile. Zhang Kuang saw that Buff was not really angry, he also smirked there. If there is anyone in this world who can make Zhang Kuang look like this, only Buff can do it. When Brother Shitomantu beat him so badly, he didn't even beg for mercy. This guy has an absolutely proud backbone, but he puts his posture to the lowest level in front of Buff, just because Buff is the person he admires the most. "Xiaohai, go ahead and talk." Buff glared again, and then let Xiaohai continue talking after being arrogant. "I think in Rowan County, there should be few martial arts skills compared to the county magistrate's community, or at least none at all, so when the magistrate Qi Liangbei was injured by Fang Zheng, they lost the ability to fight us." The general. Hearing Xiaohai's analysis, Buff nodded and motioned him to continue. "Wow, when you talk about Jimo County, I can clearly see Zhang Yu's body trembling. It can be seen that they already know about Jimo County, so they are afraid that Rowan County will be like Jimo County." At this time, Lian Zhang Kuang started to nod. What Xiaohai said was very reasonable. He also saw Zhang Yu, and when he heard Jimo County, sweat dripped down his forehead. "So I think they must be unable to resist the attack of our Qin army, and they are afraid that they will be like Jimo County, so they decided to surrender." "Oh, Xiaohai, your analysis is so reasonable. When did you become so powerful?" It seems that you are about to catch up with us. Xiaohai glared at him and said, Zhang Kuang, don't talk nonsense, how can I compare to Shi Chong? Hey, Xiaohai, this is arrogant and correct. Your analysis is very reasonable. It must be like this. It seems that they really want to surrender. We will be here tomorrow and wait for their arrival. It's very long, but we still can't take it lightly. We can prepare with both hands. The army is ready to attack the city at any time. Even if they cheat, we are not afraid. Okay, I'll leave it to you to make arrangements. No. Zhang Kuang smiled and leaned over to Buff's side, and said, Shi Chong, when will I make the moon-breaking axe? Why doesn't your moon-breaking axe work? Or is there something wrong with it? That's not really, it's very long, but I think Zhang Fengjung's Azure Dragon Banyu Saber is much better than mine, so I want to ask Shi Chong to think of a way to make my axe as powerful as his. Hee hee. Buff looked at Zhang Kuang's twitching appearance, and felt amused in his heart. Ha ha ha, this guy turned out to have taken a fancy to Zhang Fengjung's Qinglong Banyu knife. Wow, if it wasn't for weapons last time, I couldn't have lost to Qi Liangbei so easily. Hearing the arrogant words, Buff's face became serious. Have you committed an old problem again? Remember that your strength is to improve your personal strength, and weapons are only your support. Hey, it's very long, I know, weapons are only auxiliary, but the stronger the auxiliary force, the more powerful we are, right? Seeing Zhang Kuang's rogue look, Buff also shook his head helplessly. Chapter 344-Test Medicine by Yourself. Buff glanced at Madness and said, Okay, I'll get it for you. If you get a good weapon, I won't spare you like before. No, thank you so much. Just when Zhang Kuang was grinding Buff and asked him to make weapons for him, Zhang returned to Qi Liangbei. Magistrate, I'm back. Zhang looked very excited again, because he found the medicine for Qi Liangbei's wound. But Qi Liangbei seemed very calm. He looked at Zhang calmly and said, What did their generals say? County Magistrate, let's not talk about this, look what this thing is in my hand. Zhang gave the small porcelain bottle in his hand to Qi Liangbei. Qi Liangbei looked at the small porcelain bottle, looked at Zhang again in doubt and asked, What is this? County Magistrate, do you still remember the general of Qin who was stabbed by you in the previous battle? Qi Liangbei heard Zhang mention arrogance again. He immediately said disdainfully, HMPH, if it weren't for Zhang Fengjung, even if he felt like his name, he would have been killed by me and become my gun, the soul of the dead. But he's alive and kicking like he's never been hurt. Qi Liangbei, who was still very angry, suddenly raised his head to look at Zhang Yu after hearing what Zhang Yu said. What are you talking about? It's impossible. He was stabbed in the shoulder by a shot from me. No matter how good his physique is, he can't recover in just one day. But it's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. Not only did he move, he couldn't even see the slightest injury, but he had seen his raised arm, and both arms raised. How is this possible? Magistrate, the reason why he can recover so quickly is because of the medicinal powder in this small porcelain bottle. Hearing what Zhang Yu said, Qi Liangbei glanced at the small porcelain bottle in Zhang Yu's hand. He slowly accepted the small video, and then opened the bottle to look at the medicine powder inside. He took him under his nose and smelled it, and found that there was no smell. He looked at Zhang Yu with suspicious eyes, not believing that it was such a powder that could heal Zhang Kuang's deep wound. As the person who stabbed Zhang Zhang himself, he knew the severity of his shot. If it wasn't for the armor that helped Zhuangzhang and resisted the force, Qi Liangbei's shot could completely penetrate Zhang Zhang's shoulder. But even if the armor resisted a little, the sharpness of the Zongba snake spear and his special shape had already tore apart the arrogant wounded. How could such a wound be healed in a day? However, Zhang Kuang did stand up that day. It was him who came on horseback and distracted him. How could he be injured by General Fengjung? Qi Liangbei's performance of arrogance that day was always in vain, so today Zhang mentioned the matter of arrogance's wound, and Qi Liangbei thought it must be a scam. Thinking of this, Qi Liangbei became gloomy. He suspects that Zhang has been bribed by the Qin people again and wants to use poison to harm him. Seeing the change in Qi Liangbei's face, his jaw was unclear, so he didn't know why Qi Liangbei looked at Qi Liangbei with such an expression. His eyes fixed on the small porcelain bottle in his hand, he finally understood what Qi Liangbei was thinking. County Magistrate, if you don't believe in the efficacy of this medicine, I can try it myself. When he was still doubting Zhang Yu's loyalty, when he heard Zhang Yu say this, Qi Liangbei's suspicion suddenly decreased a bit. County Magistrate, this matter is a subordinate's negligence. It is because I was too shocked by the arrogant recovery of the generals of Qin, and I was eager to come back to the magistrate for treatment, so I forgot about this matter. After he finished speaking, Zhang drew a dagger from his waist again. Qi Liangbei's heart had not waited to react, only to see blood splashing everywhere. Zhang had already pierced his hand again, and blood flowed down the ground along the dagger. Zhang pulled out the dagger from the back of his hand, his face was pale, and beads of sweat rolled from his forehead to the ground. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? I didn't say I didn't believe you. Qi Liangbei felt a little guilty. He blamed himself for not doubting Zhang Yu's loyalty. Zhang Yu had followed him for many years, and he had been loyal to him for many years. County Magistrate, in this way we can know whether the effect of this medicinal powder on the injured is so miraculous. As he said that, he took the small porcelain bottle from Qi Liangbei's hand, opened the mouth of the bottle and poured out a small amount of medicinal powder. Zhang didn't dare to fall too much, afraid that if it really worked, then Qi Liangbei's wound would not be enough. When Qi Liangbei saw Zhang Yu's actions, he was more certain, and Zhang Yu was still loyal to himself. Zhang Yu, you are really loyal to me, I shouldn't doubt you. Qi Liangbei admitted what he had just thought, and then apologized to Zhang again. Zhang smiled again and said, the county magistrate, if anyone wants the county magistrate's order, they must step on my body first. Qi Liangbei was shocked by Zhang Yu's words. He didn't expect Zhang Yu to be so loyal to him. He didn't feel it in normal times. Only when he was in danger would he know who was sincere to him. Qi Liangbei nodded and stopped talking. At this time, Zhang looked at his wound again and didn't have much reaction. Zhang Yu was actually very suspicious of this powder in his heart, but when he first got him, he was so excited that he forgot about it. What's more, Zhang Huang is standing there alive, and looking at Boof, it doesn't seem like he is deceiving him, so he has put down his doubts. However, when he saw Qi Liangbei's attitude, he suddenly realized that he and Buff were still hostile after all. How could they so easily believe that they could come up with such a good medicine to heal Qi Liangbei? Zhang is not surprised. Qi Liangbei doubted him, but blamed himself for being too careless and trusting others. That's why he also decided to test the medicine in order to punish himself, but after a quarter of an hour, he still didn't feel the slightest bit in his hands. It seems that the medicine is really fake. Fortunately, I tried it myself, otherwise, Qi Liangbei would definitely doubt himself even more. Could it be that Buff and the others are really vicious in their attempt to alienate them? They have shown so much sincerity, and they have already decided to surrender. They still don't believe it, and they want to alienate themselves from Qi Liangbei. Zhang slowly closed his eyes again, his heart was full of desolation, and he felt sad for the people in Rowan County. It seems that they still have to die. Zhang Yu, the wound on your hand. Chapter 345-Healed. Qi Liangbei's exclamation made Zhang open his eyes again, and saw that the wound on his hand had stopped bleeding, and it seemed to be scabbed. Hand in front of him and stroked it gently. Yes, his eyes did not look at the flowers, and the place where the dagger cut on the palm of his hand had healed and scabbed. Zhang looked at the time again, and it was only half an hour. He looked at the wound repeatedly, and the wound was now recovering at an alarming speed. The piercing pain just now had disappeared, and I shook my hand. Although there was still some pain, it had almost recovered. County Magistrate, look. Zhang took the injured palm to Qi Liangbei again for him to check, and he stretched out his palm. Qi Liangbei was also very surprised at this moment, Since the moment he saw Zhang Yu's palm start to recover, he has completely believed in the effect of the medicinal powder. At this time, he saw Zhang Yu's palm stretched freely, and the scab was still on it, but the hand had regained the feeling of stretchability. Qi Liangbei looked at Zhang Yu's wound, and was amazed in his heart. He looked arrogant. He was able to stand up and fight against him at that time, probably because he used this powder. No wonder he was so badly wounded that he was able to continue riding over to fight him in a short period of time. This medicinal powder is simply too miraculous. It is a holy medicine to bring the dead back to life. County Magistrate, half an hour has passed. Even if it is poisonous, it should work now. It seems that Boof and the others did not poison us. Qi Liangbei looked at Zhang and nodded again, and then laughed. If the pain on his body could get better as soon as possible, it would be the best thing for him. Took the small porcelain bottle and put half of the medicinal powder on Qi Liangbei with water, and the other half on the wound on his shoulder. Qi Liangbei felt the effect of the medicine, but didn't feel anything. After about an hour, Qi Liangbei suddenly felt that the pain in his shoulder slowly disappeared. Qi Liangbei moved. He injured his shoulder, and found that even if he moved, there would not be too much pain. Zhang has always been by Qi Liangbei's side. At this time, he was overjoyed to see that Qi Liangbei's injury had improved. He was about to go, and he couldn't help himself. Qi Liangbei himself was more happy than that. He knew how badly he was injured, and he clearly felt that his body was getting better. He turned around and got out of bed. Zhang was still a little worried and asked, "The magistrate, let us rest for a while, don't tear the wound and it will be troublesome." It's okay, I already feel my body has recovered a lot. After Qi Liangbei got out of bed, he walked back and forth and shook my shoulders. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have had a hard time believing that there is such a powerful medicinal powder in this world. Ha ha ha, it's so good, I can't feel the pain at all. I stretched my arm and turned it a few times, although there was still some useless force, but the pain really disappeared. County Magistrate, this medicinal powder really took less than 2 hours, and the body has already recovered. Well, it's really amazing. Of recovering from a serious illness made Qi Liangbei feel very good. Walking back and forth, moving his body, and lying in bed was not a good feeling. Already lying in bed. Enough rest, although I know that even if I don't need this powder, I can recover by staying in bed for a while, but it will take a long time. For Qi Liangbei, this is a kind of torture. Qi Liangbei has already made a plan. As long as he can go down, even if it hurts a little, he will get out of bed and walk. At this time, Qi Liangbei looked at Zhang Yu happily, and then said with a smile, "Zhang Yu, thanks to you this time, my shoulder was healed. I still doubted you at the time. County Magistrate, it is more important for your body to recover than anything else. You are the backbone of our Rowan County. If you fall, who else can we rely on?" Ha ha ha, don't say that. Rowan County can only be defended by everyone, only now. Qi Liangbei thought about the current situation of Rowan County, and his happiness just now decreased a lot. Seeing Qi Liangbei like this, Zhang also sighed beside him, and then he told Qi Liangbei what happened after seeing Buff and Buff's words. After Qi Liangbei heard what Zhang said again, he frowned and fell into thought. He has recovered his health now, and has the ability to fight, but he couldn't beat Zhang Fengzheng before. Listening to Zhang Yu's words, Buff was even more powerful. Even if you can barely defeat the General Fengzheng, you can't beat Bufu. Although the two armies are fighting, the martial arts of the generals cannot completely determine the victory or defeat of the war, but in terms of military strength, the Qin state's army of more than 100,000 cannot be defeated. It's easy to resist. Qi Liangbei is walking back and forth at this time, thinking about tomorrow's things. What to do is the right choice. Zhang Yu, you said that we can do our best to fight against Qin. That Qi Liangbei had recovered his health, Zhang no longer insisted on surrendering as before. It was actually helpless to persuade Qi Liangbei to surrender before. As Qi people, how could they easily surrender? As long as they had a chance, they would not do that. County Magistrate. Now that you have recovered your health, you also have the strength to fight against the generals of Buff, but it is really difficult to win this war. Zhang also spoke of the current situation in a matter-of-fact manner, without any exaggeration or concealment. When Qi Liangbei heard what Zhang Yu said, he now completely believed what Zhang Yu said. Because of the previous events, he had seen Zhang Yu's loyalty to him. You're right, Zhang Yu, that's why I hesitated. Qin's army is strong, and we may not be able to fight. County Magistrate, if we can't hold on at this time, and then send a signal soldier to send a letter to Aishan and Bai for help, what does the magistrate think? Qi Liangbei shook his head helplessly, then sighed and said, Today, you went to Buff to surrender, and you got this trauma medicine powder. Although I used the medicine powder to restore my health, I couldn't exert my full strength. And even if I exert power, I'm not necessarily their opponent. At that time, Qi Liangbei looked at Zhang Yu. Since you have promised others, we will open the city to surrender. If we miss the appointment, it will surely anger Buff and the others. If, as they said, if they start massacring the city after the city is conquered, you and I will become the eternal sinners of this Rowan County. Zhang again recalled what Buff said this time, and felt that what Qi Liangbei said was indeed reasonable. Chapter 346-Confidence. Zhang also remembered that Buff had said at the time that if he dared to break the contract, Rowan County would be massacred. At that time, Zhang was just listening, because there was no other choice at that time, and they would definitely surrender. But now that they see Qi Liangbei's injury recovering, they have to take a bit of luck. County Magistrate, I think that Buff is a man who keeps his word, since he can give me such a good powder. At this time, Zhang thought of an important question, Bufu, how could he give such a useful powder to Qi Liangbei for use? If he asks me to bring it to you for healing, you should not be afraid at all, your injury will recover. I'll regret it later. I heard Zhang Yu's words in the early days, and I also thought of this later. This Buff has absolute confidence, no matter whether he is injured or not, he is sure to break through this Rowan County. Now the sky outside has been polished, and it will be bright in another hour or two, and the time will come. The agreed time. Zhang Yu and Qi Liangbei are still hesitating here, and have no idea. After a while, Qi Liangbei finally made up his mind, and after careful consideration, he thought that he could not be the opponent of Buff and the others anyway. So he still chose to surrender, and he looked at Zhang Yu and said firmly, Zhang Yu, Bufu has strong generals who are brave and good at fighting, soldiers who are not afraid of death, and defensive armor that can withstand weapon attacks, and even that is so good. The most important thing is the holy medicine for healing. Quote. Qi Liangbei shook his head helplessly, and his face was full of decadence. Thinking of this, he really didn't know what he should use to fight against Qin's troops and horses. County Magistrate, you. Qi Liangbei raised his hand to stop what Zhang was about to say. Zhang Yu, let's make arrangements and prepare for the surrender of Kaisong. Seeing Qi Liangbei's depressed look, Zhang Yi was also heartbroken. However, Qi Liangbei had already made up his mind, so Zhang said no more and withdrew, preparing to shoot and surrender. If I exchange my wise life for thousands of people's lives, why should I hesitate? Qi Liangbei made up his mind, and his eyes began to become firmer. He asked Zhang to gather all the officers and men into the Chengdu Mansion Hall again, intending to tell all the officers about this matter. County Magistrate, you are healed. All the soldiers were shocked when they saw Qi Liangbei like this. Last night, Qi Liangbei was still lying in bed and couldn't move. Why is he acting like a normal person now? Capability range. Magistrate, what happened? Why did your injury heal so quickly? Haha, you first, I have an important thing to tell you today. When the soldiers saw Qi Liangbei's serious look, they knew it must be something, and their expressions became serious. Although I still have doubts in my heart, how did Qi Liangbei's injury recover? But it seems that now is not the time to ask these questions. County Magistrate, what order do you have to deploy troops and horses against Qin State? Yeah, now that your injury has recovered, we can continue to fight with the Qin soldiers. The generals were there, you kept talking, and Qi Liangbei didn't speak, just watched them. After a while, the soldiers saw that Qi Liangbei did not say a word. Just looking at them there, they looked at each other, and then they stopped talking. Are you all finished? Now it's my turn. Didn't dare to speak when they saw Qi Liangbei's expression of not being angry and arrogant. All commanders obey orders. No. The day before yesterday, I was seriously injured in the battle with the Qin state. Now the Qin state has sent people to recruit and surrender. In order to protect the safety of the people in Rowan County and not be slaughtered, I have promised to surrender the city today. Why Kaesong surrender? Ah, how can this work? Yes. At this time, a general stood out among the generals. He stood there looking at Qi Liangbei angrily and said, County Magistrate, why are you so sloppy? Yeah, how can we as Qi people easily surrender to Qin? Seeing the excited expressions of the two generals, Qi Liangbei also sighed and shook his head. He can fully understand the feelings of these two people, but there is no way. I know you can't accept it for a while, but I've decided that if you don't want it, you can leave now, and I will never stop it. County Magistrate, your subordinates really don't understand, why are you doing this? This subordinate looked at Qi Liangbei with red eyes, with a puzzled look on his face. Qi Liangbei looked at him, and said in a calm tone, as long as there is a way, I don't want to go this way. Do you want to see the people and soldiers in Rowan County being slaughtered cleanly? County Magistrate, can't we resist? If the magistrate orders, I am willing to be the vanguard, even if I die in battle, I have no complaints. It's too easy for you to think. Qi Liangbei was also a little angry at this time, he has been suppressing his emotions, who knows how difficult it will be for him to make such a decision. He shouted at the general, if only sacrificing one person can save the people of Rowan County and the whole city, I am willing to sacrifice my head. But is this the best thing that sacrificing a person can do? Look carefully at that. The subordinate continued, it's so easy to die in battle, but if you die alone, do you want the whole city to be buried with you? In order to build your personal honor. When the generals heard Qi Liangbei's words, they fell silent one after another, and the arrogance just now disappeared. They know that what Qi Liangbei said is very reasonable, it is really too easy to fight desperately, but if it really affects the people, none of them can be indifferent. Because their family is all in this city. At this time, the subordinate's mood has obviously stabilized a lot. With a trembling voice, he said to Qi Liangbei, County Magistrate, is there no other way? Qi Liangbei shook his head, and then said, I said just now, if there is a way, I will not choose this path. Qi Liangbei said in a calm tone, when I fought with them the day before yesterday, you all saw that, before I was injured, I was already their defeated general. Qi Liangbei looked at the crowd, thinking in his heart that if he didn't explain his affairs to them, it would be difficult for them to accept it. Now that I'm recovering from a serious injury, I can't exert my full strength at all. Chapter 347-Kaesong surrendered. Qi Liangbei continued, I am no longer their opponent. Ask yourself who can resist the attack of the Qin generals. Everyone was silent, they all knew that if even Qi Liangbei was not his coach's opponent, who would they be able to defeat? We open the city to surrender. No. Here in Buff, Qi Liangbei and the others are still waiting in the barracks to open the city gate and come to surrender. Now that it was dawn, Buff was sitting in the camp, drinking tea, and his expression was very indifferent. The rest were sitting under him and drinking tea. Zhang Kuang couldn't bear it anymore, he immediately got up and walked to Buff's side, then looked at Buff and asked, how long do we have to wait? I think it must be that Qi Liangbei got the medicine powder and healed the wound. And then regretted it. Buff also glanced at the arrogant, did not speak, and continued to lower his head to drink tea. Seeing that Buff didn't pay attention to him, Zhang Kuang was also a little impatient, and couldn't help but ask another question. It's so long, why don't I go out and find out? Buff lowered his head and said, I think you should just sit there and wait. It's not your turn to ask for news. That's right, arrogant, inquiring about news is my forte. Why are you even robbing me of my job? Ha ha ha, who cares about your broken five? Live, hiding there all day is the most boring, or going into battle to kill the enemy is the most enjoyable. Cut, you know how to fight and kill in one day. You have developed limbs and a simple mind. If you want to win a war, you can't just fight and kill. Oh, who do you say has developed limbs and a simple mind? I think you deserve a beating. Humph, it's as if I'm afraid of you. Do and think that if you get a weapon for you, you will think that you are invincible in the world. No matter how good the weapon is, it depends on who is using it. Oh, when did your kid become so sharp and sharp? Let's walk around, let's go outside to practice, just now I have nothing to do and stay bored. Practice and practice, just to see what the secret of this weapon is. Mention this weapon, Zhang Kuang smiled. Hey there. This weapon was given to me by Xichang, that's great. If you see it, it's a big axe, but it's 2 axe. And if it's more powerful, I won't tell you. I'm mad at you. Seeing Zhang Kuang showing off his weapons, Qi Ying was also a little jealous there. He turned his head, walked to Buff's side, looked at Buff and said resentfully, Xichang, you are a little too partial. The arrogant weapons have also been changed, the Fengzheng soldiers have also been changed, and the wheels should be turned. Come to me. Buff and Uncle Liang looked at each other and laughed. Don't worry, after I capture Rowan County this time, I will build a new weapon, which will definitely satisfy you. Thank you so much, ha ha ha. Arrogant, there are new weapons, You are still stinking there. Ha ha ha, even if you have a new weapon, you can't beat me. I can't beat you, someone can beat you, Zhang Fengzheng, he will definitely help me. Hey, Zhang Fengzheng doesn't care about you. He is my good brother. That's not necessarily so, maybe he can't stand your arrogant look. Well, am I that arrogant? Qi Ying nodded and said, you are too arrogant. Insolently rubbed his head, then burst out laughing. The two of them were chatting and passing the time. Zhang Fengzheng came to Buff's side at this time, and said, It's been so long, is there something wrong? Hey, Zhang Kuang couldn't hold his breath there. I didn't expect you to be like this, hee. Buff turned to look at Uncle Liang and said, what do you mean Uncle Liang? It's very long, even if they want to surrender, they need to discuss it. Qi Liangbei can only think about it and appease his subordinates. It should take some time. Nodded when he heard Uncle Liang's words. Uncle Liang is right, surrendering is not so easy, but I think Zhang Yu's attitude yesterday should not be false. Let's wait a bit. Feng Zheng nodded and stepped aside. After a while, the city gate of Rowan County opened wide. Qi Liangbei was wearing armor, but he didn't have any weapons in his hands. The generals and soldiers who followed were also empty-handed. Seeing them like this, Buff smiled and stood up. Walked out of the tent and stood there watching Qi Liangbei and the others approach. Kuang and Qi Ying also stopped fighting at this time. They looked at Qi Liangbei, Zhang Yu and all the soldiers walked towards Bufu together. When Qi Liangbei passed by Zhang Kuang, he squinted at him and saw that Zhang Kuang was indeed unharmed. Although he personally confirmed it, he still sighed in his heart that the curative effect of the medicinal powder is really amazing. General, I would like to lead my subordinates to open the city to surrender. I hope that the general will raise his hand and let go of the people in this city and the surrendering soldiers. After speaking, Qi Liangbei knelt down, and the generals and soldiers behind him also knelt down. Qi Liangbei, hurry up, since he has joined us, he is a brother, and I will naturally treat each other well. Buff stepped forward and helped Qi Liangbei up. Don't worry, I won't disturb the people in Rowan County, as long as they don't make trouble. In order not to cause too much confusion, I decided that the magistrate of Rowan County should be your responsibility. Ah! Qi Liangbei couldn't believe his ears, thinking he heard it wrong. He looked at Buff suspiciously, wanting to know if he had heard it wrong. Buff looked at him with a smile and said, you heard right, that's what I meant, the magistrate of Rowan County, and you do it. I only have one request, you must appease the people. Then my soldiers. I will incorporate them into my army. You don't care about this, you can rest assured that I will not treat them badly, let alone discriminate against them. Thank you, General. At this time, Qi Liangbei was relieved. If he knew this was the result, he wouldn't be so hesitant. At this time, except for some changes in the troops and horses, the rest almost did not change, but there is one thing that is absolutely different, that is, Rowan County is no longer the territory of Qi. I know what you are thinking about Feng Zheng's original thoughts and yours, but he has understood it now. Chapter 348-Assassinate. Buff turned his head and glanced at Zhang Fengzheng, then said with a smile, you can talk to him more and you'll know why he changed his mind. No. Okay, let's go to town. At this time, Buff started to walk towards Rowan County, all the soldiers followed behind him, and the soldiers and horses brought by Qi Liangbei were still kneeling there. When Buff passed by them, suddenly one of them jumped up with a dagger in his hand and stabbed Buff. It's so long, be careful. Zhang Kuang rushed to the back of Buff and blocked the dagger. The dagger was also very smooth, and Zhang Kuang's armor had not been repaired. So what he is wearing now is just an ordinary armor, the dagger is slightly blocked, and it will pierce the insolent abdomen through the armor. Insolent has already felt a little cool feeling in the abdomen. Suddenly, he felt a strong force coming from his neck, and he was picked up like a chicken and thrown into the distance. He fell to the ground behind him, and Zhang Kuang fell with all kinds of meat and 8 elements, with gold stars in his eyes. Seeing that the blow was unsuccessful, that picked up the dagger and rushed over like Buff. Stop! Qi Liangbei shouted at this time, but still did not stop the attack of the man. Buff looked coldly at the man who was rushing towards him, and didn't even move. Just when the man's dagger first stabbed Buff, he was kicked in the waist, and due to the strength, he flew out sideways. Fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The soldiers came forward to catch him and brought him to Buff. This assassin is the one who told Qi Liangbei not to surrender. I saw him staring at Bufu with red eyes at this time, and shouted angrily, Qin country thief, if you want to invade my Daki country, you will first step on my corpse. Shut up, Ah Ju, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I understand what I told you in the morning? This person is also one of Qi Liangbei's confidants, because he is ranked 9th, so Qi Liangbei has always called him Ah Ju. At this moment, Ah Ju turned her head to look at Qi Liangbei, and said angrily, traitor, what face do you have on a blind date with the elders of Qi? Qi Liangbei was stunned by Ah Ju's scolding. He didn't understand that although Ah Ju also had different opinions this morning, his painstaking persuasion had already explained the matter. They should have accepted it, but why are they so excited at this time? Have you forgotten what I said this morning? Why do you still do it? You don't know that doing this will affect the people of the city. HMPH. Traitor, I know you are thinking about the people of the city this morning, but I never thought that you had already colluded with the Qin people and sold your city to keep your status. At this moment, Ah Ju was so emotional that he just kicked Feng Zheng's kick into his waist, which should have broken his rib. Blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing him like this, Qi Liangbei finally understood why he was so confused. Ah Ju, how could I betray my Rowan County and the city for the position of the county magistrate? People. Qi Liangbei was also in tears at this time. He didn't know how to express his feelings. He endured humiliation and wanted to make a living for the soldiers of the whole city. How could no one understand him? Ha ha ha, you stop acting here. You can fool others. But you can't deceive me. Last night you sent Zhang to have an affair with Qin people, do you think I don't know? Only then did Qi Liangbei know that it turned out that a Jew and the others already knew about Zhang's departure from the city last night. Qi Liangbei was there, bowing his head and not speaking. He really didn't know how he should explain to him. At this time, Insolent had already run back from a distance, looking at Ah Ju in front of him angrily. This bastard dared to stab me, so I almost lost the prize. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Fangjung, and said loudly, I said that even if you save me, you won't be gentle. Even if you didn't stab him to death, you fell to death. I saved your life, you still talk so much nonsense. Did I say you are a fool? You don't know what you're wearing and I'm still rushing forward. Hey, what you said is wrong. Didn't I see that Shichong was in danger and wanted to block the knife for Shichong? When Zhang Kuang said it later, his voice became very small. He looked timidly at Buff. Ha ha ha, how come you don't even think it's right for you? You need your protection so much, how can you be so close to this stupefied figure? Zhang Fangjung looked at the arrogant, and said with a smile, if I don't hold you, your stomach should be pierced, and you still want to stay in bed for a few days. At this time, Zhang Kuang scratched his head, and then said with a smile, hey. My reaction is purely instinctive. After thinking about my body, I naturally rushed over. The conversation between them stunned Qi Liangbei and A Ju, and they didn't feel any tension. As if the assassination had not happened just now, Buff also looked at it lightly and looked at the north. Only then did Zhang Kuang remember what happened to A Ju, and angrily walked up to him, raised his fist and gave him a stomach ache. A Ju howled in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. When Qi Liangbei saw A Ju's appearance, he couldn't help closing his eyes. After Zhang Kuang finished his punch, he continued to fight again. At this time Zhang rushed out of the crowd again, and he knelt there and pleaded like Buff. General, please let the general go and spare him. He is young and vigorous, and he doesn't know the general's might. At this time, Zhang also burst into tears, begging bitterly, there is an old mother in his family. All the other brothers died in the battle, and there are only him and his elderly mother left in the family. I beg the general to spare his life. At this time, Qi Liangbei also knelt down, looked at Buff and said tremblingly, General, he is my subordinate, this time it's all because of my lax discipline, so the responsibility is on me. If the general wants to kill me, please let him go and let him live with his mother. Buff glanced at them, then stopped the arrogance who was still beating A Ju there. Insolent, I don't want this person to die for the time being. Just teach him a lesson. No. Hearing Bufu's words, Zhang Kuang finally stopped. He didn't hit a dead hand, but after a dozen punches, A Ju, who was so angry, completely lost consciousness. He knew about Qi Liangbeizhang's intercession for him before. Zhang Kuang took out a small porcelain bottle from his waist. Then he opened the bottle, poured the medicinal powder into A Ju's mouth, asked the soldiers for a water bag, and gave him 2 sips of water. Chapter 349-Unforgivable. Zhang Kuang was not so patient with him, and poured water into A Ju's mouth, causing him to choke and coughing violently, making his wound even more painful. At this time, A Ju has been tossed around like no one, and seems to be no different from the dead. Humph, I told you to almost stab Lao Su, and I don't know if I don't give you some color to see the 3 eyes of Lord Ma. Zhang Kuang said fiercely there, then turned his head and looked at the people kneeling on the ground. Who else wants to assassinate? This is his end. If you have the ability, don't come to sneak attack. If you compare a few moves with the uncle on the battlefield, the uncle will definitely accompany him to the end. Shouted for a while, and none of the Qi soldiers who were kneeling there dared to look up at him. Frightened, Zhang Zan stepped aside, took off his armor, and examined his own injuries. I didn't think so at the time, but when I took off the armor, it turned out that the dagger had also pierced his body. Although the wound was not too deep, it had pierced through his flesh and blood stained his inner armor. Zhang Kuang took out the medicine powder from the small porcelain bottle and put it on it, then grinned at Buff. My heart, I thought that the armor that Shi Chengsheng gave was better. If Shi Chengsheng had the armor, the small broken 5 and the dagger would not be able to touch his defense at all. However, this little injury was a piece of cake for Zhang Kuang. He endured the pain and cursed again. At this time, Qi Ying ran over, looked at Zhang Kuang and said sarcastically, I said you are too stupid. You were injured like this by a small dagger, and you even brag about how strong your martial arts are. Fuck you, if you dare to laugh at me again, I will chop you up with an axe. Zhang Kuang stared at Qi Ying with ox eyes. Qi Ying looked at Zhang Kuang with a smile, and continued, look at you, don't I care about you? Come on, drink and drink, don't be angry. Took the jug from Qi Ying's hand and drank 2 sips of wine. The anesthesia of the alcohol relieved the pain of his wound a lot. After a while, the medicine still worked, and he couldn't feel the pain of the wound at all. His clothes, he looked at Buff, Qi Liangbei and Zhang were still kneeling there, but Aju's body seemed to have recovered a lot. He had already woken up, but he was still being held there by the soldiers holding weapons, and his posture looked very uncomfortable. He no longer clamored to kill Bufu like before, nor looked at Qi Liangbei and Zhang Yu with hatred like before. He just stood there dumbfounded and didn't speak. Ajiu, hurry up and beg the general for mercy, you don't want to think about your old mother. Zhang was beside him again persuading painstakingly, and his words made Aju regain consciousness. He turned his head to look at Shangjiang and Qi Liangbei, and said in a hoarse voice, County Magistrate, I blame you all wrong, but I don't regret what I did today. At this time, Aju's eyes were fixed on the north. Men do what they do and what they don't do. My 8 brothers all gave their lives for Qi, they are all heroes of Qi, and I can't humiliate their reputation. Watching carefully that Aju didn't speak, she just shook her head helplessly and sighed deeply. Aju continued, the county magistrate treats me like a brother. I have been offended before, my subordinates should be damned, but I also urge the magistrate not to blame me, take care of my old mother for me, and be a cow in my next life. A horse, you must repay the magistrate's kindness. Qi Liangbei nodded, then turned to look at Buff. Buff looked at the scene in front of him at this time, with no expression on his face. He was actually very angry about Aju's assassination of Buff, even if he couldn't kill himself at all, but dared to challenge his own majesty. Aju was already a dead end. However, after hearing the pleas of Qi Liangbei and Zhang Yu, although Bufu didn't care about them, he thought that Rowan County was not completely in his hands. If all of them are killed, the people in the city will definitely be dissatisfied, and it will have an impact on the people who rule the city. Buff's idea is very simple, that is to capture as many cities as possible as quickly as possible and expand his power. So he didn't want to waste too much time in capturing the city. If he could defeat the enemy without fighting, that would be the best. So when Qi Liangbei and Zhang pleaded for Ajiu again, he asked Zhang Kuang to spare Aju's life. At this time he was thinking about how to deal with this matter. He frowned and looked at them without speaking. Uncle Liang saw Bufu's meaning next to him. He came to Bufu and said, Sir, Aju's assassination, the crime deserves death, but Qi Liangbei and Zhang Kaicheng surrendered successfully, and pleaded for Aju. It is better to offset the merits, open the door, and spare Aju the death penalty. Buff glanced at Uncle Liang, thinking that Uncle Liang could see through his mind. So he continued with Uncle Liang's words and said, Okay, since Qi Liangbei and Zhang have both interceded for you, and now that you have an old mother in your family, we will spare you not to die, but you can be spared the death penalty, but life is hard to forgive. At this time, Buff turned to look at Zhang Kuang and said, Zhang Kuang, he stabbed you with a sword just now, so he once gave you his business, because there is an old mother in his family who needs to be taken care of. As long as he doesn't die or become disabled, he can do it. No. Insolent Pitioner ran over. It seemed that the wound just now was almost healed. Hey, boy, you are young, and what you said just now is quite heroic. Today, Grandpa will serve you and let you know what is better than death. Maybe it was the arrogant fist just now that made him suffer and was deeply impressed. At this time, seeing the arrogant Aju, his whole body trembled. Qi Liang Beizhang also knew that it was not easy to save Aju's life, and they didn't dare to have other extravagant hopes, so now they didn't dare to talk anymore, they could only pray for Zhang Kuang's mercy. But since Buff has clearly stated that Aju is not allowed to be disabled and die, then Aju should only suffer from some flesh and blood. Qi Liangbei and Zhang Yu were also relieved at this time. They were really worried that Bufu started to massacre the city in a rage. Get up, both of you. I know this matter has nothing to do with the two of you, otherwise, there will be no survivors in Rowan County. Buff said it very plainly, as if narrating a household event. But when Chi Liangbei and Zhang Yu heard this, they suddenly felt a chill on their backs, and their nipples were dripping with cold sweat. They can obviously feel that Buff's words are definitely not to scare them. Chi Liangbei is very grateful for his choice. If he really continues to fight with Buff, the lives of the people will be at risk. Please download Fei Lu Xiao to read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 350-Defeat Rowan County. Chi Liangbei hurriedly knelt down in front of Bufu and said, "Thank you, General, for opening the door. Your subordinates must never dare to deceive and assassinate." Buff nodded and got him to his feet. "Yeah, Chi Liangbei, you are also a general. I know that Zhang Kuang was hurt by you before. Follow me well, there must be a place where you can show your talents." At this time, Buff looked at Chi Liangbei with a smile, and said, "I believe that in the near future, you will find out how correct your choices today." No. Buff knew that the current Chi Liangbei could not fully accept it, but he believed that he would rely on his own like Fang Zheng. After Boof and the others entered the city, they came to the city lord's mansion and sat on the main seat, carefully ordering someone to prepare a banquet. Everyone was seated, except for the only one missing, Zhang Zhang. This guy was fighting with Aju somewhere outside the city. Yes, it was sparring. After hearing Buff's order, he brought Aju here. Then he loosened his rope and looked at him with a smile. "Aren't you still bloody? Now your injury should have almost recovered. Come on, let me see how much you weigh." Aju looked at Zhang Kuang suspiciously, and finally understood what Zhang Kuang meant. After all, he was young and full of energy, so how could he stand up to such provocation? Rushed forward and fought against Zhang Kuang, but how could he be the opponent of Zhang Kuang? A few rounds, he was beaten madly, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and he was lying on the ground and could not stand up again. "Ha ha ha, I thought how powerful you are, but you're just a chicken." Hearing the arrogant sneer, Aju, who was lying still, slowly stood up again. At this time, even Zhang Kuang was very surprised. It seemed that this young man named Aju was quite capable, and his perseverance was amazing. "Okay, if you are a bit bloody, I will play with you again, but this time I will not be merciful, because your boy delayed the uncle drinking." When the banquet was about to end, Zhang Kuang was in a coma, and his body was injured. Aju returned here. "It's very long, leave this kid to me in the future, good training is a good material." Buff looked at Madness with a smile and nodded. "Ha ha ha, arrogant, you dare to take him in, be careful that one day you will stab your belly with a dagger." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed when they heard Qi Ying's words. Didn't take it seriously, he sat there and drank a mouthful of wine, then took a mouthful of meat and said, "If this guy really has that ability, even if I didn't take him in for nothing. Yo, Zhang Kuang is so real, it's really a good piece of material called Aju." "Hey, Qi Ying, you don't have to laugh there. When I train him successfully, I will beat you all over the place." "Humph, just blow it up there. You should settle his temper first." "I won't tell you, I'll ask Shicheng for weapons." Qi Ying came to Bufu's side and looked at Bu Hihi and smiled. Buff glanced at him, and then said, "How can you wait so soon to go to my room to pick it up tomorrow? You can drink the bar in peace today." "Hey, didn't I come to toast? What a long time, I'll toast you." Buff looked at Qi Ying who was smiling and picked it up. After touching the glass with him, he drank it. Ha ha ha. Everyone ate happily. By the time of noon the next day, Buff had already woken up. Looking at the weapon in his hand, he nodded with satisfaction. Name, Haoyan knife quality. Mid-grade characteristics. Sharp, flying swallows pick flowers, the highest quality has not been mentioned yet. You can also add attribute points, this sharpness must be very good, and there is an extra fly Yan's skill in picking flowers depends on whether Qi Ying can master it. Buff took a rest, and then began to plan the next thing. Now Rowan County is in his own hands. Although Qi Liangbei didn't seem to have completely surrendered in his heart, Buff believed that he would surrender to the bottom soon. How long? I'm here. Qi Ying's voice came in from outside, and then a voice came to Buff's side. Qi Ying's speed has always been the fastest among them. And he's good at camouflage, so tasks like scout are especially suitable for him. Seeing Qi Ying, Buff smiled slightly, then glanced at the weapon on the table with his eyes. Qi Ying followed Buff's eyes and saw his swallow sword on the table, and immediately ran over and took it in his hand. Feeling the change of Haoyan Dao, Qi Ying's expression became more and more surprised. Qi Ying was stroking the attributes of the Haoyan saber, feeling its sharp edge, and saw that he dropped a hair of his own, threw him into the air, and then placed the Haoyan saber under his hair. The hair fell slowly, just falling on the blade of Haoyan Dao. Without any stop, the hair was instantly cut in half. Qi Ying was immediately surprised. Although he could feel the sharpness of the Yan Dao this time, he was still very shocked when he really saw the effect. Bufu is going very well here, and in Yandu, Wang Jian and the army have set out to attack Qingzhou County, where Guangxi is located. After Guangxi was defeated last time, he fled to Qingzhou, where he rested. After Wang Jian recognized Wang Meng as his adopted son, he adjusted in Yandu for a few days, and after knowing that there was no problem in Chu, he began to prepare to attack Qingzhou County. Because of Wang Meng, Wang Jian also has confidence in his heart, and in addition to Wang Meng, the other three teenagers have also come here. With them, Wang Jian felt more confident than when Manto and Shido still had 18 riders. Standing in the camp in front of Qingzhou County, looking at Guangxi on the top of the city, Wang Jian was also very proud. Guangxi looked at the Qin soldiers and horses under the city, and was very worried in his heart. Last defeat, he was here to recover from his injuries. Although his injuries have now recovered, he still has a headache when he thinks of that. Brave young general, what should he do? At this time, the magistrate of Qingzhou County next to him looked at Guangxi and said, "General, now that the Qin army has come to the city, what should we do?" County magistrate, I am the defeated general, not to mention that Qingzhou County is under your jurisdiction. How to meet the enemy is up to you. The magistrate heard Guangxi's words. He didn't refuse, looked at Guangxi and said with a smile, "To tell the magistrate, a few generals under my subordinates are all highly skilled in martial arts, and they are good at arranging troops and letting them go out of the city. If you meet the enemy, you will definitely defeat Wang Jian's army." This county magistrate is called Li Ziqi, and he is also a very strong middle-aged man.